to succeed. 8-6, Bleeds risk their want to go for that force buy. I don't know if it blows up in their face, but at least the lead dwindles down even further. Now that they just have these shares, they could still go for some thrifties. We've seen OG do it. Why can't Bleed? But in any case, OG, they're starting to build up a lot of steam, especially on that in the bank as well.
I really like how they're coming in with these retakes this time as well. Everyone back-to-back playing with each other. I mean, yes, Aziz is the one leading the charge sometimes, or Rafuel, but they always have someone behind the trade. Oh, not like this, though. Peeking out of the tower by himself. Neff shuts him down with a Sheriff. That's going to be the Bulldog donated over to Bleed.
And aside from that, it's the entire site just given. A couple of tripwires there, though. Scary.
He's good.
Okay. All right, he's a mastermind. Tried to plant inside Dice, not gonna happen. Scary though. Oh, is he still alive? How is? Okay, never mind. I was just saying, how is he still able to survive all of that? Never mind. As he's closing in, the contact of Neff basically thrown to the side. As again, RBK's utility, his setup, is able to feed them all of these kills and feed them still the round.
He got that happy feet though. I like it. I mean, he stayed alive way longer than he should have.
He was moving. But Bleed got the punish.
Yes, and then, of course, Orangutan.
Sorry,
Yep.
Orangutan got the punish, my bad.
They get it off of Bleed's force buy, and that's kind of what you have to give up if you go for that bit of a gamble. So 8-7 now. 3-round wins in a row for Orangutan, and they managed to buy out so many big guns, but here is the full buy from Bleed. If they continue off with this momentum and they find another round, Bleed are in trouble.
Wait, hold on. I saw Nanoswarm pop underneath the feet of Scary, but there's only Durion as the KJ. Was I wrong? Did he just pop his own molly in front of it, underneath his own teammate? I will check that on the replay later. Maybe one of our co-talents can double check it on the stream. But in any case, if that was what happened, ooh, bit of a misplay. Aziz, I like this. The position is there, and he has Tesseract right alongside him. They don't need it. They don't know that he was just tucked inside the pocket, but Neff finds it 1-1. Showstopper was so close, but denied as both raises are done for in this particular round.
Looked at just the right time, too. So 1-for-1 trade. And the Aftershock utility doesn't quite catch them. Spike will be planted. Bleed very much so holding the post-plant positions now. They're anticipating the push coming out. Darien just watching the angles. Here comes the trade. Oh my god, Rafuel though, this time leading the charge, even a spam onto Crazy Guy. Darien tries to sneak out of it, but ultimately gets choked out by RVK. 8-8, we tie things up.
Man, little by little, OG is building that steam of theirs, all from just, again, holding it a little bit. No need to fight when your opponents are still transitioning in. We can wait a little bit. We know that they're going to be playing on the side. If we play our cards right, if we just hold off just a little bit, we can use all of what we've saved up in the retake of that round, and you do see that beautifully. And then Rafuel just shows to us his vast experience as a Jet player, having all of these angles. Even through smokes, he can find these kills. And now, Legia calling timeout. This is the first time I think we were seeing the timeout to stop the bleeding. I'll find a better word. But
okay,
for now,
we'll
that's what
I've heard that one so many times.
I know. It's kind of burned out because obviously team name. But yeah.
But yes, I mean, it's true. This is the first time that we're seeing Legia call this, and it's very interesting because there is something up in the air. And now, for Orangutan, they are doing so many things right, especially with these retakes. They let them in. They try to go in with the utility to deny the spike plant, but all it really is to buy time, buy space for them to get in a little bit closer.
Oh my God.
The attack hasn't been working out too well. They managed to get spikes down, but not the post-plant wins.
Yeah. It's been really, I think, just Tesseract still being alive as well. It doesn't show too much on the assists, but the amount of stuns that he has thrown out that have made Bleed a little bit more cautious has also been I think a big factor here for Rafuel. And speaking of Rafuel, this time he's feeling a little bit frisky with the operator here, feeling very brave with it. And Juicy's just about to swing, but thankfully there is that drone. Contact, he's stunned, but Tesseract is there for the swing, and Bleed is just going horribly, horribly wrong for them.
Oh my god, Rafuel still doing it all. Now Bleed down to 2 players remaining. Still has a spike though, so they have some options, but it all has to start with one pick because right now, full contact, and it just favors Orangutan.
One enemy remaining.
Still, oh my god, Darian trying to get a read on the off angle, gets picked out from the site itself instead. So that's gonna be Scary alone.
Scary's done this before, but at least he's had the Viper Pit to fall back on. This time, I mean, if he can get the plant,
Napakasok.
maybe the orbital strike, he's pretty healthy.
Egya dyan man ng chok.
Does have a weapon if he can deal with RVK. Maybe he can pick up a rifle or something, but
Pakai sofa di...
well, this is just wishful
Striker.
thinking for Scary.
Ni-
OG
ni
have
ko tinigil,
definitely
Gaji.
turned the tables on this one. That
30
camera
seconds left.
has been active
Com.
100% of the time. Just
Si Kom pakai sofa kanina.
okay.
Okay.
He actually broke it. I thought he was just gonna try to go around, but nah, not this time. Scary. Does he have a smoke to play inside? At least to play faster and further, but no. Molly's gonna be used. 9 bullets in the chamber. Can't really do anything against a Z, so he won't be able to do anything against the other players of Orangutan flooding into the site.
And they're celebrating Asterai.
Oh,
This
sorry.
is the first time that we're seeing now Orangutan finding a lead on the defensive side. 9-8. Not too far for Bleed, but so far, it's great momentum for Orangutan.
Oh, no.
It was good on the first half because
Are
they
they
had the
actually losing?
lineups
Bleed?
with the Sova for Bleed. But this
No
time,
way.
you're missing they're kind of missing the secondary flash.
You see,
Or the
we
secondary
need,
utility that can
yeah.
actually force something out.
You're right.
If you compare
aware
the
he was
Sova
insane
drone,
in the
okay,
first
it's
two
slow, it can get
maps.
you that
You
information,
see?
but it's not like the Trailblazer.
The
It's not
man
like the
needs to
Prowler that
step
can,
up.
like, I gotta run away from the stun, I gotta run away from the nearsightedness. There's no threat to that, so you can see how comfortable OG is in just challenging.
Pantos kalat, Chok. Gusto niya 5K.
Oh. Oh my gosh, are they gonna die to the orbital strike setup? That is a textbook play that they actually fall victim to.
Ooh, and it just pushes them in towards Rafuel. He is waiting for them. Another op shot, and he takes down Crazy Guy.
No
Still
way.
very much alive on the site.
Oh my God,
They
that's
try to
so
spam him out, but they can't find him. Bleed don't have an answer to this, Aserai.
Wow, I can't believe that they got caught by that. Just goes to show how much pressure Bleed is in. Starting to crumble against OG. Durian! Thought that it was going to be a free sight, but Tesseract lulls him into a false sense of security here. Neff and Juicy to remain. 40 seconds, and they're still wanting to fight for this. Might need to actually just save the weapons, mayhaps, but no, they're really going for the aggression, but it's not going to work out. It's not going to happen.
Better save
And
ya.
Orangutan, 10-8. You've said that they've taken the lead. Well, they've taken the helm at this point, and the supporters
Not
of
looking
Orangutan again
good.
making their voices known, voices heard.
Yeah, I'm hearing those gorilla growls, those chants. And
How dare you? It's
You
not
think
gorilla,
about-
it's an orangutan.
okay, it's an orangutan. They're
Gorilla.
apes. Together, they're strong. Okay, but here's the thing. First time, okay, they're the first ones to hit double digits.
Yeah.
And now this is like really troublesome for Bleed. They're going in with force bias, light shields all across. A sudden
Nice
burst
tool.
from Juicy.
Yeah, may-
He's trying to catch them by surprise.
Usually you can't find any form of like, I'm concussed, guys. What am I supposed to do?
Oh,
Oh!
Ayun, diba ka sa kan?
Antidote push. Spotted. Juicy. Not missing the chance to punish. That's a big deal, though. That's a big thing. Still has the nade available.
Juicy is back.
Tesseract's right above.
What round?
Spots it
Tara
out,
ka
but
po
Juicy
yun,
can't
hi.
really hit the shot, and Tesseract gets
One
another
enemy
one.
remaining.
Gets a second one. Orangutan, they're not the only one that can dish
He's saving
a
ah.
fist
No way
full
he's going
of just
for it.
aggression. And Bleak can do the same. And at least that catches Orangutan off guard enough to force Rafael to not feel comfortable in just trying to get this clutch. And I mean, how can he? 30 HP with the operator, but he's playing confident. He wants to go for these exit frags at least.
Yeah, why not? And at the same time for Bleed, just to find ways to claw back into the game. So I was thinking for a second that they might be running out of rounds, running out of chances. But just when you think they aren't there, they come back up. Juicy with the sudden
I've always
confidence
thought
to
it was
go with the
Raffle.
satchel peek that way.
Not Raviol.
Jump peeking, anticipating Rafael on the other side too. Smart plays from Bleed. And it's not over yet, 9 to 10.
9 to 10. There's so much opportunity, or rather, just if
this
OG
is
loses
intentional.
players, they can just keep buying.
Well, yeah, as we see it, it's that same kind of egoist, duelist effect. You know, we saw it from before, right?
Yeah.
Rafael was the one doing it. This time it's going to be Juicy, and that's the story for today, I think, because these guys are doing it all. At the same time, though, look at the light shields from some of these Bleed players.
Oh, no.
I think it might be a little bit intentional, but back into A main we go.
This is so close too. Okay, the outline's gonna give him away, so they know he's there. They gotta be careful, because one wrong step and that's a showstopper with you clumped up as 4. So, not something Bleed want to put themselves in.
And look at how they're slowly going towards B2. They don't want to be too fast with this because they know there is an operator on OGS's side. And that's very likely going to be Rafael on B. Shot dart to eliminate the trip, but it's just a little bit shy. Going through tunnel instead. Oh, are they trying to flank onto Rafael?
Rafael's going to be picking underground though.
Alarm bot to protect it. And it draws Rafael away.
Are they going to go the other direction? Because I feel like they shouldn't. They should try to just at least get as much control on the B side as possible, because the lockdown forces everybody back. It does happen.
This is,
It works, actually.
it's what we've seen before, though. Okay. Hunter's Fury, a blind random one, actually catches Sasarek on the rotation. Still,
Right.
this
You
time,
got one?
it just delays OG enough on that retake that they decide to
I didn't even
save
see.
Asarai.
But they have so much money,
Yeah.
though. There's no need to save at this point. They can press the
I want to
advantage
try
maybe
it.
against Bleed.
It's 4v5.
Maybe if they can even force out the ultimate from Scary, that's a win in my book.
No.
Because at least that's
Okay.
something that they don't have to worry about coming into the next round. But OG, at least they've called it.
They don't want to try.
Well, in any case, there's no time truly, really. And all they can hope for is some exit frags. That's the kills.
Gila.
None taken.
That was so
Bleed step
winnable.
right in front of OG, just saying, we got this, we're facing back, we're fighting back.
Why didn't they act
Back,
at least
I
try?
gotta be honest though, I'm definitely perplexed by how OGS ran back on that one, but still, 10 to 10, we are tied up, and OGS are the ones with a bank. They are the ones with the 2 ultimates. This could really go either way. All right, timeout being called by Doctor again. Last
Well,
one.
Hi, geez, hi. Hello.
I guess if you think about it this way, they didn't
By the
wanna,
way, how was the Bali
they
major?
want to have as much
Because
money
I was
coming
watching.
into up until 12 rounds in.
Mang Jackie.
So maybe, I mean,
Did they
again,
win or what?
I think this secures them 3 rounds of sure
They're
buys,
looking
right?
at liquid
guess
Wikipedia.
so.
So at least if that was the ideology behind that for Orangutan, it does make sense. And again, if they were feeling like they couldn't really clear enough angles, especially with time not on their side,
Oh
it's
no,
not the worst
0-2.
thing for them. They still have those buffers. Both of them are just, again, up at this point,
They
neck
lost
and neck
both
already, so there's
match.
no real need to
Buma
risk
na
something
Buma,
when you
bisa
don't
ni
really
game
have to, which is also quite interesting.
got new hair
We're
like
speaking-
you.
since we're
That's
speaking about
it.
orangutan, right?
This is my regular hair.
And this is why I have you as my co-caster. That makes a lot of sense. But still, I mean, again, it comes back to those adaptations, because now we're starting to see a Bleed that is trying to pick up the pace, trying to kick it to an 11th gear, and they just rush in.
I need coffee.
Conversely, though, they also know how to go in with those mid-round adaptations to find Rafael with his operator and maybe just plant lockdown to work around that. So tiny positional changes from OGS. This time it's going to be Rafael up towards Dish, and then two players, Aziz as well as Tesseract, peeking out of tree.
Oh, there it is. The aggressive push through B main. And Aziz gets called out. It was a shot of who was just better at hitting
Online buff.
through the smoke, I guess.
Ako
But
nonton online.
it goes in the favor, of course, of Bleed.
Good
Tag
read.
on the trip.
So on paper, that would have been a sound play, but Bleed just being smart and getting a feel for it. Orangutan now trying so desperately to stall and defend. All of those smokes being deployed, the incendiary as well. And then they hear the footsteps. They're going to rotate forward, but what they don't know is that Darian is right around the corner.
Now they know, actually. Ooh! Darian might need to back away, though, because Tesseract is hungry and angry for the kill. He's playing with his food. Darian actually just chokes up. Thankfully enough, Bleed is there. Bleed is so fast. Like, I thought they were actually pushed through B main and not help out Durian, but it's the opposite of that. They went the other direction, and now they're playing for contact. They're playing for trades, but OG is able to just bring it back once again, but look at the damage done to the HPs. And I think this time they have to actually go for the fight.
And the ultimate spent by Scary as well. Gives them the sight, but now it's those angles. Orangutan, like you mentioned, Asteroid, they have no choice, but they don't have advantageous angles either. Rawfield down to 15 as well. That's painful. It's another operator saved up, and it puts Bleed up ahead by 1 round. 2 more away from closing this out.
Man, thunderous roars from the
I
crowd.
guess I'm rooting for B because
OG, they
I
need
know
to
Nef.
also hear the voices of their fans
that's
right
the only
now.
guy I know.
Something to give them that extra
the orang
boost.
hotel, I don't know anyone. I only know the
OG fans,
wait, the
this is your
analyst.
time. You have to give them the support because Raw Fuel needs it. There are 3 players trying to pick up his scent. Thankfully, he'll save that operator, but again, this can go either way.
There you go. Again, they still have money, like I mentioned. Up good enough to buy up until round 12, maybe. But I was so surprised. Again, it's not usual that you see them help out the lurk, right? And double up with the lurk there. So seeing them just be able to do that, or maybe Nef just seeing, oh, Tesseract's there. He's been trying to chase Durian for like 5 seconds. I have enough time to actually go through underground and help out my boy, which he did, and ultimately led to them just having more trades in their favor and winning out the round ultimately as well.
Yeah, and that's just so smart and so fast with how they respond to these things. And then the pace switched up again. Now they're going slow. We've got Darian on another lurk. Surely they're aware that Rawfuel is still on the operator, but the question is which angle this time. That's why they're being so careful about it.
Yeah, they're much more respecting of Rawfuel's operator now, because they know once they make that mistake, once Rawfuel starts to heat up, Aziz committed. They don't even have to push this if they wanted to. They can play inside the smokes and just try to alleviate dodge.
Oh my god.
Duck and weave the players of OG. But OG's had enough. Again, they're going to press the hands. That doesn't feed them, but actually starts to press them to lose. But not going to happen this time. And OG, they fight back.
Just all around the site, too. Ever-sounding presence, but Juicy turned things around for a second. Now one-on-one. Darian trying to make sure that he nails this shot. And he does! Just tiny micro adjustments, and Darian comes out on top.
Gila-gila Juicy.
It might not have been possible if Juicy didn't hit that fadeaway head tap with the Phantom. He tapped him. You saw I think it was Antidote. He hit Antidote, and Antidote was like just 5 HP.
Snuck it through as well. God,
Juicy,
Bleed.
calm yourself down. Sorry.
I mean, he's stepping up. I mean, like, ignore the scoreboard, right? Because he's finding all of these impactful frags, and that makes the biggest difference for Bleed in these rounds. Darian as well with that one-on-one. And this is now Bleed at match point. OGS, they saved up so much. They have to do it right now if they are to win this first series. Their debut match in VCT Ascension Pacific.
It's going to be risky. It's going to be quite difficult. Oh, Juicy! No way! Juicy just showing to us when you got the mobility with the double satchels. He's got the showstopper. He's got the whole enchilada. and he is serving up a dish that OG cannot stomach.
Oh, it's going badass, Sarai. Rawfield tries to pull off some
Kenapa nggak ke Bangkok?
shenanigans of his
Aku
own.
ntar
He's
nyusul.
making a lot of sound, though.
One more
Just a
blade.
bit of
Aku
a tag, and
nyusul.
it doesn't quite give him the image that he wants. RVK, with the support, will deny
Wait, this is actually
Juicy.
losable.
2-on-2. And he knows that Darien is pinned down. Trying to go for the defuse too, but here comes Crazy Guy. A bit of a lineup. It takes out
Oh,
RVK.
nice
Oh! Tries to go for the turn instead, and
Whoa.
then the swing out from Bleed.
That was a
They
banger
close out the
from
series 13-10, 2-1.
It was the same thing that we saw on Bind. You whiff a shot with the operator, and you see how hard these players can punish you off of that. They knew Rawfield couldn't really
barely
do
stopped
anything. Maybe he
that
could have brought out his pistol and then some, but again, Durian immediately just crossed the angle, was already looking at RVK, who was diffusing the spike. And here's another nail biter there. They knew that both players were on the A side. Crazy Guy was so far away, but he had double his shock darts, meaning that he still had his lineups to just tag them if they were already on the spike itself.
It is just
Kayak Mas Harus menang. Iya sih, cuma kayak the games were like
great effort from OGS.
very
Orangutan
close.
finally able to find rounds on the defensive side, but
Suara lu
unfortunately
kecil ya.
not quite able to close it out
Tadi
at the
lebih
end.
tadi lebih kencang
skip it
suara
to
ini ya,
Orangutan.
anjir.
Absolutely phenomenal experience. I think it was Mac that mentioned
Should be
it,
okay now, no?
that they're already fighting Bleed at this level. Imagine if Bleed
Why
is
are
the
you
one team to
asking
try to
that?
beat right now, and they almost did it. What about every other team
What even
right
is
here
that
in their group
question?
stage?
And it's
Anjay.
just so crazy. What a debut match. We had an overtime. We had
Gila,
crazy
Juicy.
adaptations on Fracture.
Bongsor abis
But the
ya.
one to end it all, the one that starts things, it has to be
Juicy is
Juicy.
so young. Oh wait, I know Juicy too. Wait,
Well, in any case, I believe we are just
nah
gonna
itu dia kok bisa
go on a
closing.
quick
Iya kayak
what was that?
serem.
And we got on to the
serem
highlight
banget
stuff. Love
gamenya,
that.
kayak
Anyways, yeah, we're gonna go on a quick
so
break. When we
close.
come back, it's gonna be the path. Oh,
Except
excuse me,
for
it's going to be straight up on
except
the path.
for map 1 ya. Ya nggak sih?
I mean, still, I'm just like trying to process this, right? Just
Yeah.
look at
This
these
is me.
plays happening in and out.
My keyboard
We were
setup is like
questioning the
very
Sova, and yeah, on the defensive side it was better.
The games have
on the
been,
attacking side,
scared
a little bit
me
questionable at times,
closer.
but with the way he finds some of these
I'm not
plays,
saying
the
Orangutan
way
is
he finds
bad,
himself
but
in
I
these
thought, like,
positions,
Bleed
clearing
would've
out a lot of these corners,
crushed
using the
them,
shock dart to
I
eliminate
guess.
some of RZK's trips. I feel
But
like
I
this
guess
is
I
a
haven't
very
seen
intentional
this orangutan.
composition switch up, and
Yeah.
that's, you know, the coach, the entire team working together.
Yeah, it's probably because of the them just not relying on Crazy Guy on attack anymore, because that was what it felt like at the
Uhuy.
beginning, where they were just again
Curious
looking for
siapa nih?
utilities to start something off, but now it was the lurks.
And look, I'm back. How we doing? How we doing? What a bloody series, huh? That
Wait,
was
wait,
crazy.
guys.
I honestly feel like Orangutan, if they had a stronger attacking side, they 100%
Masih
deserve
bisa nggak
to
sih?
win that game. But look, attack was their strong side. In stats, that's what we were talking about. I thought things were looking extremely dire in that first half because Bleed came out 1-8 in that first half. And I got worried backstage. I got worried. I was like, oh no, it's going to be a bit of a flop after what we
Itu
saw from map
login
2.
sih, maaf,
But then
maaf.
Orangutan, they hold it down. They do so well. I think they strung, was it 6 rounds off the back of the second half with a flawless pistol as well. That rekindled the spirit. That got them going. And we started to see exactly
Anjing!
how they operated when they were
Oke,
feeling
kalian nggak
good.
bisa lihat nomor gue
But
kan?
under pressure is where they start to cave. In that first half, you could see when things didn't go right, they were missing smokes on purpose, trying to play their own mechanical game, trying to go for the contact plays, but then
Is
just
that my password?
losing the
Oh,
fights
I think
against
it's wrong.
Bleed. It
The wrong
turned into
password.
pressure, it turned into
Berapa duit tadi ya
problems
tiketnya?
because
Tiketnya kayak cuma
in
50.000
post
gitu.
points, they weren't
Nggak
able to
nyampe
convert,
deh
they were
kalau
able to
nggak
take the sites, they were able to sit there and have
Kalau
man
nggak salah
advantages.
nyampe, kayak
But
murah
I
banget.
watched them. You think back
It was
to the
like
last
20 baht
round
baht
in the
or
first half,
something.
Crazy Guy with those 3 kills.
Wait,
Everyone was tucking, everyone was scared.
apa nih? Weh!
That is not the
Wait,
orangutan we
wait.
saw on Bind at all.
Oh ya
I
udah
mean,
sih.
I don't know if it was the footsteps that they heard or something, or they were just like kind of
Babi.
trying to play a little bit more careful or
Sabar,
passive
sabar.
around it, but it's in those moments that you really have Bleed seizing the opportunity, and it
Apa-apa
changes
di
so
situ
much of the
emang.
outcome of things. And that is why we have Bleed winning out this entire thing. I think
Emang
Orangutan,
capek gue diri sendiri tuh.
sometimes you're going to have to go back to the drawing board and prepare for that because this needs to be fixed. But for now, I mean, it's great effort, and we can see how much potential they have with players like Aziz, Rawfield, and maybe even Tesseract coming in with the support.
Well, that's it, right? At the end of this series, we
Gak,
are
tapi
all
emang
thoroughly
kalau ada
impressed by
business
what
inquiries gitu-gitu
Orangutan
emang ke
coming out of
nomor gue
South
juga
Asia
sih.
has
Jadi kayak
brought to Ascension, and you guys were covering it just before as well. Yes, I was saying this can get scary if Bleed's losing maps to the like of Orangutan. This group could be more stacked than we ever thought going into it.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of it. It's just,
it is crazy.
Again, we are seeing. I wasn't expecting yesterday for one team to pop off. Now I wasn't expecting Orangutan to push Bleed up until that limit. But that is what you get when you have the best of the best fighting it out here in the Pacific.
I mean, that's why
Anjir,
we love
masih MVP nggak sih Juicy? Kill 14 doang.
Orangutan had 14 first kills. They had several thrifty wins. But at the end of the day, when you have a guy like Juicy, maybe not at the top of the scoreboard statistically, but all of those impact frags coming in with the way that he started things towards the end of the map, he is that MVP.
Yeah, well, he's MVP for the series for sure. Maybe not this map, look, in terms of the amount of kills, wasn't quite there, but over the series, 69 kills. Nice.
Nice. We love that. We love that number.
Thought I'd throw that one out there, but look, almost hitting 70, which is why it's nice, of course. But this series, Juicy, just so strong throughout it, just so prevalent, and keeping Bleed in it, not only through Bind, not only through Fracture as well, but they needed it, right? If Juicy wasn't here this series, the rest of Bleed were honestly falling a little flat. Moments. But overall, I'm looking at the stats here right now, and Orangutan, as a unit, almost did better.
Almost.
Gak ada boom ya.
It's like you win by an inch, you win by a mile, right?
Yeah.
You win and Bleed, they've taken the W, they've taken the series, and that's what's going to count at the end of the group.
Masih lama banget
Again, in any case, at least they've already fought against Bleed with such endeavor as well, right? With such bravado. So that being said, what is next here for Orangutan, and what will other teams think of now? Again, just coming in with such a incredible performance, and as you mentioned, from all of their players really popping off, ultimately leading to such a close game between Bleed.
Yeah, and look, this series, what a stellar way to start the day. The next couple of series we have as well. I'm hoping that they provide just as much action. We've got an interview ready up on the stage, but we're not going to be tossing to it just yet. How about now? How about now, huh? How about now? How about now? Now's a good time to go. Let's go over to the stage for the interview.
Kacau menjeki kak. Kenapa weh Jeki weh? Gue nonton sih yang first map tuh gue nonton dah. First map gue nonton Cok. Man Jeki turun
นะครับก็ก่อนอื่นสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะครับผมทั้งคนดูตรงนี้นะฮะแล้วก็คนดูทางบ้านนะครับผมมาเจอกันอีกแล้วไม่ได้มาเจอกับผมคนเดียวแต่มาเจอกับคุณสแกรี่ด้วยนะครับมาขอเสียงหน่อยโอ้โห
malah lawan LGD abis ini. Oh iya, bentaran lagi atau besok?
ครับนะฮะก็นะครับ ขอบคุณมากนะช่วยกันทำอาหารกินดีมากเลยนะครับ So guys, hello everybody viewing from home and from anywhere else in the world. We are here today with our winners from Bleed Esports, Scary, and of course he is from Thailand, and you know the crowd here has been super crazy about him. So we're gonna ask him a couple of questions. First of all, อันดับแรกสุดเลยคำถามแรกสุดเลยนะอยากรู้ครับว่า performance ของทีมความรู้สึกในการชนะแล้วก็ performance ของทีมว่าเราทำได้ตามคาดไว้หรือเปล่าสำหรับเกมแรกของเราครับ
วันนี้ถ้าในเรื่อง performance ของทีมยังทำได้ไม่ดี
Speak
เท่าที่
English
คาดหวัง
you in
อ
the
ย่างเช่นสองแบบแรกถ้าทุก
international
คนดู
team
ก็จะเห็นจุยซี่แบกค่อนข้างเยอะ
เอาโทษกันแล้วนะ
ไม่จุยซี่แบกครับยิงไป30 กว่าตัว2 เกมอะไรอย่างนี้
เขาเรียกว่าเครดิตกันนะครับก็
Cheers with the Gucci
just to translate
sneakers.
Yeah, I asked him, what do you think about the performance of the first game and how does it feel to, you know, actually acquire the first win of the tournament? And his answer was that Juicy was carrying us so much, and he would really love to give the credits to Juicy.
Juicy was carrying them.
สำหรับคำถามที่2นะครับของตรงนี้ก็คือว่าอยากรู้นะครับว่าเฮ้ยกำลังใจของเราในวันนี้มันมีมากน้อยขนาดไหนและในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้โอ้กำลังใจเรามีเพราะผมมองในห้องนี้นี่กำลังใจเยอะมากเลยนะครับผม so the question is actually about his morale, his confidence throughout the tournament. I wanted to know, you know, what gave him the confidence boost and you know what's his state of mind like at this point in time.
ครับก็ จริงๆตอนแรกคิดว่าจะไม่ตื่นเต้นเพราะว่าเราก็แข่งมาเย
Mainnya
อะ
udah
แล้วใน
dibalikan
เว
itu.
ทีแรก
Iya,
อะไร
tapi
เงี้ย
kayak
แต่พอขึ้นมาแล้ว
masih
ได้
di
ยินเสียง
practice
คน
room
ดู
gitu
แล้วก็
nggak
แบบ
sih?
เสียงที่ไทยยัง
Aku nonton
ยัง
kayak
สั่นอ
di
ยู่เลยพี่
practice room gitu. Maksudnya nggak yang
สั่นเพราะหนาว
LAN kayak
สั่น
gini
เพราะ
loh.
ตื่นเต้น
อ๋อ
Ya nggak sih?
ครับก็ตื่นเต้นมากแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆจริงๆครับที่มาเชียร์ที่นี่แล้วก็รวมถึงเชียร์ออนไลน์ด้วยครับก็ขอบคุณครับ
Masih di practice
โอ้
room.
ครับปรบมือครับโอ้น่ารักมากแฟนกลุ่ม
Aku
นี้
liat
นะครับ
komennya tuh kayak
Yes,
pada
his
ngatain
answer is like
si
he's
Corden
really excited.
mulu
His
gitu
hands
kan.
still shaking, not because of it's cold, not because it's cold, but you know,
Corden.
still super excited. Even though he has so much
Hi,
past
Lenny.
experience,
Hi, Aras.
it's still very, very new to him, and like it's always just keeping his blood pumping. And of course, he would love to thank all the fans that attend and just cheering from home as well. So
Hey,
yeah,
let
that
me
was
search
really,
for
really
the
cool.
tickets.
คำถามในต่อตรงนี้นะครับ อยากทราบเหมือนกันว่าตอนเนี้ยในสายกลุ่มเราเนี่ยกลัวใครมากที่สุดและเพราะอะไร so I'm asking him he won the first round I wanted to know who in this group who's his one of the opponents that he would actually be actually scared of right so yeah
Iya,
ก็
kalau group
ต้อ
stage
งพูด
masih
ตามตรง
main di
ว่าคำถาม
practice
นี้
room.
ตอบยากมากเลย เพราะว่า
Kalau di
ไม่
playoff
มีทีมไหน
baru.
ที่พวกผมกลัวเลยครับ
Anjir nih lagi group stage juga masih main tuh.
เอาสิครับ
ไม่ใช่แค่กรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับ ก็ 10 ทีมในนี้พวกผมโนหนึ่งครับ
All right, you guys
Ngomong
are
apa
gonna
sih, ya?
love this, right? The question was pretty clear. Who are the opponents that you're actually, scared of? Who you think might be a very formidable opponent for you guys? His answer was really simple. I mean, out of the 10 teams, we fear nobody, and I think out of every team in Ascensions, we are number 1. So I love that confidence.
Asyap!
ชอบ
Asyap
ความมั่นใจ
bang
มากๆ
Asyap
นะครับ
bang
ผมเพราะฉะนั้น
scary
อ่ะสุดท้ายก่อน
scary
ละคือมีอะไรที่อยากฝาก
Betul
ถึง
dah
แฟ
lah
นที่เชียร์เราอยู่ตอนนี้ทางบ้านแล้วก็เนาะในอนาคตด้วยมีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมครับ
Sabar
ก็
premium
ขอบ
seat
คุณคงไม่ต้องละ ขอบคุณกันมาบ่อยแล้วนะครับ ก็อยากจะฝากแฟนๆว่า
20% off
วันนี้
200
ตื่นเต้นหน่อยไม่เป็นไร แต่เจอกันรอบชิงแน่นอนครับ
Oh, all right, and to all the fans
84.000 doang
that
tiketnya.
is both here,
Akhirnya
working
boom,
from
let's go!
home, from any other country in the world that is, tuning into Ascensions 2023.
Siap.
Well, you'll be seeing him, and especially in the grand finals. But at this point in time, I think it's a good time to send over to the break. สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับก็ถึงเวลาไปพักผ่อนกันก่อนนะครับ and we will see you guys in game number 2.
Let's go bro Anjas Ace Jelas ya Gila Juicy nih dek ya si Corden yang paling kacau cuma ya gimana tahun pertama masuk tim pro udah disuruh main di major pertama coba gak sih pertama kali masuk tim pro dan tahun pertama masuk tim pro dan pertama kali main di major ini sih sheesh cuma nih doang nih dia -3 anjing gokel bocil cheater nih dek anjing bercanda ya kamu nggak cheat ya ada oh my god the odds guys are you seeing this 5 odds holy shit dude. Let's see the other odds ya fancy so it's like Boom is most likely to win this game. See? Holy crap. Look at all the odds. Ken. Predik Boom nanti bisa menang kaya dong. Fish. Pikem. Pikem. Sekuat itu kamu. I believe they'll win it.
That
among active players that the Chinese scene has to like a puppy. Like this guy has a large hero pool. He's a
Or
very
maybe
capable
I'm just
leader.
biased.
And then when you have
I don't
Xiao
know,
as well,
man.
like this, probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest coach in the game.
Ini Mang
Just
Jeki nih.
sort of pulling the strings.
Let's
keeping
go,
people
Mang.
together, always drafting very well. Like remember our players always talk about drafting against LGD. This guy always seems to know. He doesn't waste bans. He knows what you want. And
I
then
need
he also gives you
coffee.
that
Let me
versatility
order
where kinda
coffee,
just-
guys.
They are able to put together any sort of draft that they
Coffee
feel they need
bean.
that doesn't have that many weaknesses.
Coffee-licious.
It's just solid, fundamentally executed. It's a scary team, and you can see why with those components together, they're always a contender.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, Wings gets brought up a lot when we talk about PSG LGD in general, but
Harusnya easy
I
lah ya.
think you know it's
I'm not
been
gonna jinx anything. I'm not gonna say it's gonna
about
be
7
easy or
years.
whatever, but
since
hopefully
the
they'll
finals,
win
Roman. I mean,
everything.
I'm sure you remember it
Indo
very
pride.
vividly,
How you doing?
being the one that lost in the finals against them. But was the finals
boyfriend
there,
pride
right?
or
Yes,
Indo
yes,
pride,
it
I
was.
don't care.
So
I'm
if
just
people are
biased,
talking
maybe.
about the Wings flair, how would you describe it as a player that has experienced
Nunggu
it
Meler. Ah.
firsthand?
I mean,
Biggest
it's
stages.
just a team that it's really hard to prepare for because they have so much
Sorry.
in their pockets that you don't really know what's gonna happen. Jack was like there
Morphling.
during that time, right? So you can explain it from the inside.
I mean, you
how
played
it-
against the Pudge Naga techies, the whatever. They just had
Is
all
this
kinds of
Mang?
stats. They
I
had
think
sort
this
of
is
mad
Mang, eh?
scientists,
Is this
ISIS,
Mang
that
Jeki?
just be like, let's try this, let's try that.
Is that
And the
him?
way I
Black?
described the
Am I
drafting at
lagging?
the time was like they were a very
What?
counter-picky team, so they would look
Am I
at
really?
what you had and try to find stuff to beat it. And so it's harder to prepare often for a team like that, but it's also harder to execute
Yes,
because they have to be
Racer.
very
Oh, jadi
fundamentally sound
mirip.
on all of their heroes.
And
I
they have
think-
to be able to
Itulah
play
dia.
on many other heroes, right?
Yeah.
So in order to execute the counter pick and strategy.
Bocor banget.
Yeah, it
ini.
takes a high degree of like confidence
Kayak
and skill to be
bocil.
able to execute that. Because if it looks bad and you
Anjing.
lose, you start really doubting yourself and your
Paling
ideas.
dewasa dong.
on
Ini
some
ice
super
ice ice ya.
flexibility. And I think obviously some of
I
that
think I
DNA
know
has
that
carried
this is
over,
ice ice
to this
ice.
LGD team as well.
Also,
Oh, I
the way
want
they
their
were counter picking also
jersey.
wasn't like as
Their jersey
straight
is
as
kinda
you know
nice.
some of the,
Jersey
for
ko
example,
cantik
CIS
banget.
teams would draft because CIS teams they would counter pick heroes directly on the lanes, you know.
Jujur itu
But
kayak
for them, it wasn't only
pas
about
map
laning. It
2
was like
gitu gue
about
baru
some
bangun tidur
small
siang
things
soalnya
in the
gue
game
ngantuk
that would
banget.
counter the hero
Yeah, I just
completely. You know,
shower
they
and
would pick Naga into Faceless Void and put it on support just to have like that song against Chronosphere, and that's it. You know.
If anything similar to this team, I think laning was one of their
Hmm,
weaknesses.
kalau
The
gue
other
mungkin
Chinese
masih
teams at the
belum
time would try to
bantal
lane
ya.
them to exploit that. And I think
Bukan itu
you
Dubu.
saw
Oh,
that
this
with
is
LGD in
Dubu.
Berlin. They really struggled
Wait.
with laning. They got super
Oh,
far
this is
behind.
Dubu. I
They
thought
felt like
this
they
is
had to
ice
pick
ice
like big
ice.
scaling team fight to even have a chance. LGD has
Because-
identified that as a
because
weakness. They've
DMing
consciously
too.
improved
Why
that
is
over the
everyone
course of last
DMing
TPC.
everyone?
That's why I think you're seeing Dream League in this critical
Ini
time of the year.
Jackie.
They're starting to perform a little bit better.
Jackie yang tadi kan?
Let's talk about the
The other
draft because
can.
we do have a Doom Batrider opening on the side of Bleed Esports. PSG LGD will be on the Dire side.
Draft pick
and
lama
have
ya
managed
kalau
to,
Senjata ya.
get themselves a Morphling
Baik yang
together
harus
with the
dibicarakan ya.
techies out
Bukan
there.
yang ice ice sebelah
And
kanan
that,
aja.
Brian,
Oh, itu
looked
sebelahnya
pretty
tuh
scary.
ice ice ice.
Yeah, I think what we saw during Dream League
Oh.
was Doom losing a lot to Morphling
I-
because the laning stage.
I
Doom
was
just wants to
watching their
chill for, like,
vlog,
the first couple
and I thought
levels,
this
and that's
is
when
ice ice
Morphling
ice.
is at his weakest, is level 1 and 2. So Morphling as a core becomes incredibly difficult to boot out of the safe lane, even as a Doom. He'll usually have like treads into
Oh,
the,
this is Silencer.
Cornucopia, early Lincoln
This
Sphere.
is a good
and if
a
Doom
good
can't really
hero
control
for
the area,
Dubu
'cause
ya.
not only
Ya
does
sih.
Morph make
Tadi
it
ada yang
difficult to
ngomong
boot him
Dubu
out,
itu
but
Dubu
he's
atau
also
siapa
an
ya? Nggak
amazing
tahu deh.
like +1 to a gank. It's very easy to
This is
gank for
Manjeki,
Morphling,
so this is
surprisingly
ice,
a lot
ice,
of damage
ice.
in the early game.
Who is
It's
this?
just, I'm not as confident as Doom as a hero when you see Morphling in the pool, and it's not like this hero's a surprise. It's something we've been seeing all the time.
Yeah, and to add Tech is on top of that lane, which
Yeah.
has like huge damage output, huge range. It's gonna be a very tough lane for Doom, I think, and it's gonna get spammed a lot.
Banyak banget dah tempat kopi sekarang.
Just
anjir.
huge magic damage with adaptive strikes and just mines all the time.
Yeah, I think if you're Zhao Wei in this draft, you're thinking, just don't get cute, right? They left it in the pool, let's do it. We don't need to do anything crazy. They're probably thinking,
Oh,
this is,
Logitech.
this
G
Shadow
Pro.
Demon
Nah,
actually
itu
just
depan
completely
kamera
changed
SSD
gears.
ini.
It was last pick game, a couple
Thank
last
you
pick
for
games I feel like early in this
subscribing.
tournament already. This hero could be one to look out for. I
Jangan
think, in this
lupa like
tournament. He
juga
has a
guys.
lot of
Thank you, love
tools.
you.
He's got the break, he's got the save, he's got heal. He's just got so
Sambil
many
nunggu
tools at this
boom ya
point
guys
that
ya.
you value on
Nonton
supports
Dota.
already, and he also counters a bunch of heroes that you don't really want to
Nonton
play.
Mang Jeki. Oh, ini
Shard
Corden.
Shard ult
Oh, I
himself.
see.
I think it's an it has to be an
Ini
ally.
di Ayana ya.
Like,
Ayana,
the shard makes it so you have
Ayana Bali.
the consistent
The
cleanse
purge, yeah.
on your teammate,
Yeah, yeah.
but can you use it on yourself?
I don't think so.
Because what I'm wondering is that
But
might
it's
play a huge
definitely
role into why they're
nice
willing to pick a
hotel,
saving
very,
support
very,
in
very
a silencer.
nice hotel.
Generally, you
Pantes
don't pick.
You mean to
mahal
create
banget
yourself?
tiketnya.
Yeah, like you know how oracles will
Smart.
purge themselves.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
wondering
Apa
if that's
kayak apa?
how it works. I actually don't know.
Iya.
I'll have to ask
Oh, I
Fog.
think we saw that in either.
Oh my God!
Or was it the last?
My
movie?
spirit
no,
animal.
I changed my.
Spirit
I think you can.
breaker.
Okay.
You can?
Yeah, because if that's the case, that's pretty huge. If that's something, I
Shadow
think it
Demon
lasts
is
for
so
like 5
annoying.
seconds, so
Everyone
you can
is so
definitely
I
have a
wanna-
good sense
I
of when the
pengen
team fight's
belajar
going to break
Shadow
out.
Demon.
And if he manages to pull that off one time, where you just disrupt the guy that gets lassoed or doomed through global, that could just spell GG for that team fight. And we all know LGD's prowess in team fight execution.
It's pretty interesting Spirit Breaker pick.
A core Spirit Breaker,
Indulgent.
probably.
Yeah.
I-
It looks like it's 3.
I love it
Break.
because all their 2 supports, most likely the bat, most likely a support. 2 supports in
Mana
offlane have no
mati-mati.
stuns.
Yeah.
Easy for
Like they have lasso, but it feels
LGD.
really bad to cast on Spirit Breaker because he almost always will have bulldoze going. Yeah, you can like flame break the
Let's go,
charge,
Maniki.
but I remember liking a
Okay,
similar
demo
Spirit
off.
Breaker pick. I believe it was from Collapse
Halo
during
Daki.
Dream League. Was that it was just a game where it felt easy for him to walk around, just walk around the map. He was a nice +1 for things, and we're talking about the dynamic of Morphling versus Doom. As an offlaner, Spirit
Kenapa
Breaker
si
loves
ini
that. Like,
kagak kelihatan
he would love to either
komuknya?
just go through the twin gate or even just charge from his
Kenapa?
lane. He's an easy
The
+1
whole
that can
point
just
of
go right
having a
back to where
face
he
cam
was
is so
originally.
that
That's also what I was talking about. Neo has
Ada
such
komuk lu
a
kocak.
like pretty cool hero pool that he could play
Oh my God,
Broodmother,
Japanese
he could play
coffee.
Visage, he could play, you know, Beastmaster, Mars right now. He could play Spirit Breaker. Like you don't know what's gonna like happen, you know, when you play against this guy. Like he has a very large hero pool.
That's kind of the importance of
Ichigo Mirror.
leadership to some extent as well, because I think he looked like a very different player back when Vici Gaming, and then all of a sudden he's in this team. It feels like his playstyle has expanded from being this sort of farming, scaling core. Feels like,
Buruan
again,
weh,
he has much more
grafiknya
versatility. It feels like he
lambat.
plays well with the team.
Yeah.
It just looks totally different.
Kesabaran
with
aja.
his teammates' composition.
So maybe he feels like he can rely on his carry.
The
player
stream
this
contains
time,
flash,
so he can be
flashing,
more
fast flashing
shots.
images. Images.
I don't know.
Images ya tak.
But
Oh, ya.
they have pretty good chemistry in this
Ininya
team. for
ala
sure.
rambut gak? Oh my god, ketekan.
Challenge me as an
Sorry.
analyst to try to see the bigger picture because you were mentioning they don't just one-to-one counter your picks. They have like this vision, and so like
Oh,
I
shit.
try when I watch their drafts to like establish a vision of like what they plan the game to look like, and obviously all I
Billy-Billy?
can do is give a
Billy-Billy apa
rudimentary
ya?
version of what it
Billy-Billy
is. But
kayak
my
Billy-Billy.
initial thought is just like they have the team fight save. If that purge on yourself works, that's pretty sick. But then it's like what Bleed's lineup is a single volley of ultimates, lasso,
Is that
global, and doom. And it's like if
LC?
they don't win the fight in that first few seconds,
Anjas.
then it's just over
Nggak
for them.
ngerti
And so
gue
like I
liat-
see
liat.
the picks coming out
Lihat.
from LCD
Coba
in
ya,
the second round, the
absen.
Shadow Demon Spear Breaker has so much of like chaos
Ini apa ya?
creators,
Ini
literal
Medusa
disruptions of
ya.
the team fight, and that to me is what's so exciting about them is every pick just makes so much sense after I
Aduh,
see
lupa
it.
lagi namanya.
Yeah, and they don't have any cooldowns themselves.
Tapi
Like they can
tahu
fight
Undead
constantly with their lineup. if they
Undying.
want to.
Anjing.
Now,
Medusa.
on the other hand, though, I have heard that
Undying.
Corden's Ember Spirit is by far his best hero.
Lupa lagi
I
namanya.
have heard this, like that this guy is an Ember Spirit
Laba-laba
master.
itu
So maybe he can pop off because right now, other than like the
Type
purge from
Hunter,
Shadow
Type
Demon,
Hunter bukan?
until later where Morphling
Punya
might
punch
turn into him and
LC,
Searing Chains him, there's really
Timur.
no natural counter
Aduh,
from
lupa
LGD for the Ember Spirit.
Nggak
So
tahu
they
namanya.
might have to just focus
Lupa.
him down in lane. You go for just pure lane counter. I
Slar.
even like the Legion Commander ban. It's
Emang
like one of the melee
Kiki,
heroes
ini
that
naga
absolutely
siren nih,
owns Ember.
naga siren.
I'm surprised that Timber
Phantom
went all the way to
Lancer.
the last ban
Yeah.
in this series
Enchantress
because
sama
there's
ini
an
apa ya?
Ice 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 in this game. Like, come on, guys, what is happening?
Ini apa ya?
You know what I'm saying?
It does
Yang
look
pakai
like we are looking
kapak-kapak
for the
kecil.
offlane need for PSG.
Gue mau mulai, emang udah mulai.
Without the Timber Saw,
Right
without
off
Bleed
the bat,
Commander,
first
what do we
map
want
of the
you
day,
to play?
first map
Because
of
it seems
VCT
like
is extra
Bleed has
specific.
targeted
And
his
you have
hero
an
pool
overtime
quite a
match
bit.
because
But
Gak
he also
mulai
mentioned that he has
mulai
a
ini
very
Dota
Think about
juga
how
anjir
Xiao
lama
could be.
ciok.
He's incredible. He's crazy.
Oh,
Boom kind of have a tendency to go and become like 5 Xiaoyus. You know, that's something that I think one team are going to have to look out for. And would really go so fast it becomes like a blur.
Yeah, the one good thing about one
Beastmaster.
team is They
Betul.
have such great
Aku
backbone, like I
luluskan.
mentioned before, with Rainy as
Lulus
well
ya?
as Winner. So they've definitely solidified what they can offer as a team if you're a fan of them, right? You're talking about Xiao
Lulus
Wei,
ya,
you're
Dino.
talking about
Lulus
Xiao
kan.
Yu in the
Bener
front
semua
lines,
kan?
always on the contact, great for the
Yang
highlights.
apa-apa apa ya?
But
Aduh, gue
when it
lupa nih
goes
namanya, bukan
and,
Mix satu
you know,
lagi apa ya?
whatever they plan goes awry, they
Ya,
want
belum
someone
ingat tuh, sumpah.
to be able to clutch, to be able to anchor sides. That's when Rainy and Winner comes in. You see the clutch potential, see the multi-frags
Watch
that I believe
party
it was
Valorant
Rainy
berkedip.
that brings to
Watch
this
party
table when they
Valorant.
were going up against Sersha.
Habis
So
lama
those are some really big
banget.
factors
Lama
that
kali
can
Bang
really
Lama,
assist
Cok. Yang Bali
one
juga,
team
yang
in this
Dota
match
juga
against such a titan like
mulai.
Boom.
Yeah, it was an interesting one for me, right? I went to refresh my memory just to quickly check,
Di
you know,
sini nggak ada
who was
merch
it that
ya?
carried again yesterday?
Is there a
And I was like,
merch?
oh wait, no, they all had their moments. They all had
Anjay.
huge
Oh,
moments, huge clutch
ini
plays, and
winner.
that's
Ini
exactly why my
ini
eye is
Xiaowei.
sticking on one team.
Cuy.
I wouldn't say they're the favorites in the series, of course, but look, I'm waiting to be impressed again. You got Xiaowei,
Berat
Rainy,
badan, oh iya.
Winner, Xiao Yu, or Jiawei, sorry. See, even I'm getting done. Oh, and we got looks like Xiaoxi's going to be coming in
Udah
for
join
this first map because
Iya,
he got subbed
Cok.
in later on yesterday.
Set ya?
So making that substitution.
Gue
it
yakin
seems.
kalau misalkan
Potentially,
Boom
I mean, they
Dotanya
have
lolos
certain
ya
map
kayaknya
specialists
kok
at times, and
Gary
that's
kayak
also,
pasti ke
for
Bali
certain
dia nggak ke
agents that they
Thailand
need to
anjing.
play.
Yeah.
And
Udah
that's
fix.
another interesting thing about this team, but
Fix
ultimately, when
soalnya
it comes
barengan
down to
banget,
it,
Cok.
the general gameplay, game plan perhaps, will be relatively the same. And you always want to see, you know, Xiaoyu being the guy to go in and go nuts, especially on retakes or maybe even just on the attacking side.
Yeah.
I want to see his teammates
Lama
really
banget
getting in there as well to get dirty,
mereka.
find that support for Xiaoyu, really.
Yeah, could be that is the reason why we're seeing Xiaoxi actually come into the play here. Because the one time that we saw him, he was actually the controller player.
I
so
just-
maybe they're
what
looking
is
at a double
this?
controller comp
Wait,
to
wait,
focus
wait,
on in this series against Boom.
Maybe yang bener
maybe they're just,
anjing.
you know that they're doing the prep work. You know they're doing the homework. And
Why did they
look,
use
speaking of
this?
Boom, we haven't seen them yet, so let's
They're
introduce
so
them, even though
cringe.
everyone at home
But
probably
okay.
knows who we're looking at here. We got Berserk, Blaze King, Shiro,
The
Famous,
picture
and
is
Severin,
so
and these
cringe.
five individuals are
Tim
looking to
satu
cause
versus
some more
Boom
chaos to
Yoi.
ascend, to take their
Anjay.
place because look,
Weh.
they've already gone international before. Who's saying
Apa
that they
nih?
can't do it again?
Again, that's three players of Boom Esports. You got
kok di
Famous, as you
speaker
mentioned,
gua keluar?
Berserks, and Blaze King all coming in with that huge international experience already. Not only that, all of the players here have gotten such, how do you say this, just such
Weh,
impact
kenapa,
when they've
Pak?
been playing
Kok
in
keluarnya
the
di
APAC and Southeast Asia
speaker
in the
gua?
past couple of years. So you know that they are very much submerged
What?
in the system that is Pacific.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Weh,
every
kok
single one
keluarnya
of
di-
them here
Thank you
has
for
that
the
regional
donation.
experience. Perhaps something that maybe One
Azat.
Team Esports, you know, being from
Weh,
HKTW, they
the
don't have
picture
that
so
much
cringe. Who
exposure.
put
Yeah.
this?
These guys, that's part of the reason
Picture.
why they're favorites. I mean, aside from the Indonesian fan base, Severin, for example, comes from Onyx Esports, and he has
Anjay.
that many years under his
Bebo.
belt. You know, he's not just
Absolutely.
played Valorant, he's played other titles as well, and he is a veteran in that scene. All of them know him, and he's
Masih kenapa?
also the team captain, and he's someone who is able to see things that perhaps the younger guns don't really get to see. He knows how to call some of these strikes.
Azaki kan
Okay, well,
keluar.
moving forward, you want to have a quick chat on the IGLs and how you think this
Tapi
one's going to
kayaknya
go? Because
cringe
look, I
banget
was looking at
ban.
Jawa
Udah
yesterday
kayak
when he
mau ngelenong
was
anjir.
calling. He was also able to clutch up, and I feel like that is extremely important. Not only to lead by example, but just to make sure you're doing your part too, in more ways than one. Yeah.
You have to. I mean, it's always a little bit more difficult, I think, for the IGLs to pull these off. But if you can,
Yeah.
and you're the one to kind of
Baru lagi ya
maybe sometimes
desain
it's the
bajunya.
initiative,
Iya, udah nggak
you
pakai ini.
call for some of these strats and you just
Bentar,
kind
tapi
of
aku belum
make
ada.
things
Ada
happen
di
on the fly,
Thailand.
you know,
Iya.
because you know what your duelist is looking for, and you're able to
So,
support
yeah.
them in certain ways, and it comes in
Aku masih
with
pakai
huge
ini.
impact, and it really puts. It has
Tapi
the
tadi
potential to
teh-
put players like.
Kenapa sih? Fotonya
trust
keselip,
in the spot,
Cok.
but at the same time, our head-to-head, we have a reason why we pick these guys.
Yeah, if I can just add up to this,
Sheesh.
it might not look
Nggak,
like this is the
kenapa
head-to-head that
duelist,
people were expecting, but again, I go back to how I mentioned how Rainy,
head-to-headnya sama
even though the stats isn't
controller.
as big as Famous's, his ability to
Head-to-headnya mesti
create
shoot
that tempo
dong.
for one team, as I mentioned, when
Tapi
they're
KD
losing, when they
gelo juga
need
ya,
that anchor on the
sering.
side, when they need that clutch potential, Rainy is there. He's showing his veteranship here for one team, and it leads them to build off of that. Famous, on the other hand, it's been past couple of months exceedingly amazing with his performance. The Indonesian casters keep calling him famous god in their region for a reason as well, because he's just that dominant. Maybe he was cold a year ago, but now he's back on full form.
Yeah, and let's start turning this conversation more towards the actual game itself, right? I'm feeling like both of these teams, from what I'm looking at right now, they both have that permaban of fracture, and these permabans that have come into Ascension, we've seen that shift up even into the last series we watched, a lot of the series yesterday, a lot of teams changing up that map pool with the slight patch changes coming through, with the slight agent meta that we've now seen shift throughout the likes of Tokyo Masters as well. And before we fully chat on those maps, let's start talking predictions. Where do we see this one going? Are we all on the same bandwagon, or do we have some outliers?
I feel like we are.
I feel like we are.
I feel like we are.
I've been a big fan of...
We are. There we go. There's confirmation.
So yeah, all right. But caught red-handed.
But yeah,
I just wanted to add it here as well. I feel like Boom, I gotta go with this team because they're there. They've already established themselves. They're incredibly good individually, and I've always been a big fan of this individual players ever since we've seen them.
Who told him to post like that?
Yeah, and I just want to quickly say, from what I have heard, if Boom are as aggressive and are as chaotic as I've heard, then that means we're going to get some entertaining Valorant. Now, I'm here for the entertainment value, and look.
I'm the same as you, Mac. Like, I love entertaining Valorant. I want to see some crazy compositions. We might not get to see that here, but, you know, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fast-paced, and that's what I'm expecting. I did predict Boom as well, but I'm a little bit more 50-50 because what we saw from one team yesterday with their punish plays and how Rainy is capable of such things.
Yeah.
Bawel, cepetan. Bang Jeki. Ini apa sih, guys? Ini TB ya? Is that Terrorblade? Is that Terrorblade? TB?
And how does sort of the timings work with the line that the PSG is playing? Are they going to look to play it fast around the pressure of the Lycan, or is it just all about kind of the Lycan, the breaker and the supports just making action and Morph just getting unlimited space?
Exactly that, yeah. I feel like it's going to be a lot around the Spirit Breaker and how much Gordon's going to be able to match the movements and stuff like that.
Individuals. Yesterday, we saw one team lean towards this.
To be able to try to carry.
And
yeah, of course, you know, we have always mentioned, of course, like, you know, Rezo, everyone I think at this point now knows that the TB versus Lycan, TB versus Beastmaster, the game that you get sometimes from being able to use
first blood.
heroes is insane.
I will see them first blood.
I mean, which carry do you think is going to be feeling safer coming out of the laning stage? Like, is it going to be easier for PSG to create space for the Morph, or is it going to be easier for Bleed to create space for this Terrorblade?
Not
lane.
Hey.
Coin.
Gordon. He's
Dapat
going
gak?
in for this, and he should have it.
Oh my god!
Sleight of fist is there. Gordon gets the first blood.
Nicely done. I mean, this is
Gordon
this is
keeps
the one
on
to watch, really.
getting
I
the
haven't seen
first
this matchup
blood,
too much. So
the
far, it was
first map.
pretty much like that even.
First
Gordon,
game
the Flame Guard.
versus
Just a level 1
itu
Flame
juga.
Guard even. Nicely done.
Versus apa
One of
sih
the
tadi
chains
quest ya?
skill. The catch on the Morphling can be a bit difficult. They just don't really have any stuns. They have
Oh, di kiri. Itu Iki, Rizky. So this Rizky.
Maybe you just need to keep
Famos.
available to kind of surprise her
Uchi.
opponent. Maybe not today,
Dustin
but
Do.
certainly at some point in time. I mean, you're gonna, if you make it all the way through, like kind of how, you know, in our preview video we're talking about Boom Esports possibly making it there. You're gonna have to play a best of 5 at some point. So I'm just saying.
My thought process is just going the complete
opposite space and match the rotations. And, yeah, him getting an early kill is definitely really important.
Having that little bit of lead now.
Multitasking ya guys ya. Di Dota dan Valorant gacor.
Bully back the Spirit Breaker quite consistently.
Gordon lamsinya SG. Emang iya.
It's cool that he did go for like the, you know, 1-3-1 build, the chains.
Ya, gue carry. Gordon bukannya carry-nya ya?
During the creep wave and stuff. Doesn't always connect it, but either way.
Put the meta down bottom, Jackie.
SB main.
Not really a kill that they can go for. Neo just a bit too tanky at this stage with the regen. He has his Lycan. Try and run him out of the lane, but Neo's going to be fine coming back in. Planet continuing to do what he can, throwing down the damage onto Jackie.
Decent amount. We'll be fine, but he's dropped low, and they've got no regen down here for Jackie. He could just die. He has to be pretty careful here. Planet's already getting clarity going, so...
Actually, one more combo from this Techies and Jackie's gone.
Yeah, he has to be careful how much he steps up here. Right now, they do have a ward at least on the side, so they do see the Techies playing further over, so he can play a little more confidently. Has to
Lucu
just keep
banget
tabs
ngeliatnya.
him though, because yeah, Jackie 2
Ini
and
lucu
chase.
banget
Even
kayak
just a sticky
lagi
bomb,
dorong
it's still-
gerobak anjir. Ya dia cuma bisa hero itu aja.
himself.
Oh. Oh maksudnya. Oh dia main mid tapi
Yeah,
itu
let's see, do
doang.
we
ya.
have rotations come out for
Zombie
the 6-minute
anjing.
power rune? Because
You want something
Mainnya
like
apa? Void
Lotus.
Spirit.
We want something chaotic.
Void Spirit terus apa sih biasanya
Have
liat dia
make sure it's
main.
fully fueled up
Apa ya?
to fight
Lupa
around
lagi.
that 6-minute power ring.
Yeah, looks like they're too
Kita
busy
ada
trying
pemain
to go for
ex
the dive
booming
play
spot.
bottom on the side of
Si-
LGD. They can't actually ult mid.
Si ini kan, si Jackie kan, Mang Jackie.
Jump onto Dubu, and they'll get
Waduh.
successful kill. This means around that mid lane. Same time up top,
Ice
Ice
got
He
Shiro
finishes
though.
off Shiro's courier and start to put the pressure onto the tower.
Why you smile? Weh, namanya kenapa why you smile anjing?
Power rune here.
Why you smile?
Not
Nothing to
not a
say.
crazy one, just the invis
What's
rune.
with their
Denying
idea?
the hill up again from the Spirit Breaker. He's level 6.5. Spirit Breaker now making a charge move. Not level 6, but they
Waduh,
probably have
ante
ice
ada
here.
ice.
Yeah, playing aggressive up top.
Ice,
Was
ice.
starting to soak up the creep waves. Got the courier from Shiro, but didn't get anything else.
Hah, apa
Losing his
sih
life
itu
there.
TB?
Does mean a bit of
Itu
attention
Doom
still
ya?
from the mid lane, so Bleed as
Hah?
a team can put some pressure onto this tier 1
Ice
mid.
Ice
And he
pakai
did get a
Doom.
lot of tower
Itu
damage
Doom
at
kah?
the least too. He actually almost got the
Mereka
whole top
nonton
tower
Jackie.
from him playing.
Sambil
deep,
nunggu
cutting waves
cok
and
anjir
stuff like
bosan.
that.
Yeah, decent space.
Decent space. And nothing to say he's
Panelnya
still
So people are leaning
ngobrol
towards double
Get the kill.
initiator so far
Behind the
here at
surface.
Pacific.
I don't wanna
Looks like they're going to be going for the wisdom runes,
I don't
and in the
wanna-
meantime, there have been some stacks that were
listen to
being
them.
done from
Okay,
DJ.
sorry.
Looks like Corden was trying his luck here with the invis rune to maybe see if he could take this wisdom rune, but as it was, Why You Smile was quick and ready to grab it as it spawned.
This might be able to get himself a kill.
Let's have a look. Yeah, with the chains. Should get this. He's still got mana to chase with the remnants if he wants to. See if he wants to dive for tier 2. He's going to opt out of it. Doesn't want to waste any more time and mana chasing for that kill, and at the risk of TP's coming in. He'll head back over to mid to join forces with Dubu. Continue to push. Nothing to say out of this mid lane.
Yeah, I don't blame Corden for stopping that chase. Too many resources you'd have to commit. Power rune 30 seconds as well, and they're heavy emphasis on mid tower. They know how much NTS is shut down right there, really bullying him. Half HP, his tower also half HP. I like the emphasis they're putting with these two supports right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Kurang
is there
abang-abang
just not
Dota
really
2.
the resources on
Iya,
PSG to
Cok.
bring in anyone to
Set.
help? Nothing to say around
Padahal
this mid lane.
I mean, they
Indo
should.
This guy.
lagi di
I really
Indo
think that they
anjir
should at least bring
nih.
one of the supports. The Techies doesn't have TP. Why? I mean, why just looks like he wants to go for stacks, so I mean, they're just going to give it up.
8 minutes in, tier 1 taken. Good start for Corden.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, zero support help.
I'm really sorry. I don't think Gecko is going to be
Charge
coming
up
out
bottom.
just yet.
If we get a
They have level 6 as
Gecko.
well, too, DJ.
Should be pretty dead as Bleed. They're not going to bring any resources themselves down here immediately. TPs are now coming in, but it's too late. Top lane, same time Bleed, they make the play and they get the bigger catch.
Nice.
They're able to set up on a Shiro with Doom slammed down by Ice. They take Shiro out.
And Jackie gets the kill. That's a big one. He's able to kill the opposing core. Mid also, DJ, even though he dies bottom, he actually got the whole creep wave. His Firefly was set up, so
Anjir lucu banget.
Pretty
Shadow
decent there.
Demonnya punya itu.
Bleed is making some very nice moves.
Punya
so far. They're
skin.
taking out mid, taking out top. That
Ada
opens
Bang
up
Jackie.
so much of the map.
Cil
for this very,
Gontra
I
itu
mean,
udah
kind of
diajarin
greedy
baru.
lineup, right? You have a Doom and a Terrible.
Iya
These two
cok,
heroes
Jackie
occupy so
sama
much
Sek
pool.
Indo
Now they've
play
got-
loh ya.
I mean, the world is
Komennya
kind
dari
of
tadi
roasted when they
Indo.
have these two towers.
Jackie
Brought
Indo,
down so
Jackie
early.
Indo. Next
Yeah,
akan
I
ke
guess
Bekasi
it
Major.
sort of is terrible.
Dari
Like,
buku
Jackie's
itu
able to get
lucu.
good quick timings on the first
Anjing
one.
kalau di
So,
Bekasi sih gokil.
pretty decent lineup to
Parah
just
banget Bekasi
group up
aja kayaknya.
and look to fight, look to push these towers and PSG LGD with their lineup. They
New.
might not do the best job of
Why you
trying to shove the
smile?
base back.
Yeah.
They're kind of the
Nice
Kind of
way
go for a
Shamal.
safer option sometimes, and they prefer to kind of play against
Siren.
PSG LGD to hold.
Wait, Siren
That's why you're
is...
gonna see the Doom go auras, but Ice wants to go a bit greedier anyway because they're ahead.
Which
Could have
team
been a
was
game where
he
they
in
could
ya?
finish super hard because of that. Bottom tower, we'll get Barat.
Ah, jancok.
But yeah, I think it's something we talked about so much at Dream League that, yeah, it's just like the timings, right? It's like you
Iya,
have to
ntar
get
gue
good
nonton
timings on
Mission
the turbo system
Impossible
of, like,
anjir.
you have to kind
Stop
of be a bit
giving me
ahead
the
and
ad.
getting the Scotty, getting the Lincolns, etc. to be able to play
Fucking
versus
hell,
shields.
man.
Eventually, yeah, he just gets the Aghanims and ruins your timings.
Keep on showing up. The Mission
Yeah, so far,
Impossible.
Pretty damn good from Bleed, and
That's-
Corden, he's definitely impressing on his Ember Spirit.
So annoying.
Got 4 heroes pretty much around our size.
Battery is full.
Well, actually just take the 3 of them to stick around from
Ningoy,
Ice has
no.
of Dubus. They look towards Why You Smile. Ice living through quite a bit of the efforts, but nothing to say will turn back up. Make sure they can take
TP.
Ice down. They knew that Dubu was also around it, but Dubu able to TP
Lucu
out.
banget skin.
Freeze.
Corden's coming.
Get away. See if Corden and DJ can find anything in return. Planet rather low. Corden get the chains onto the two of them. A bit of protection here with the self-disruption. He's going to go in and finish him off, but indeed, the remnant damage not enough to kill
hell no.
He's out with a TP.
Solo, literally
Like
1
that just barely
HP.
survives.
Pendek ke
LGD striking back, getting a really good kill here. Killing this Doom. It's a Doom who's been farming quite a lot, but he's gone 1-for-1, so his network is actually not as high as I feel like you would have expected to be with the Doom who's at this type of lane. 2 deaths hurting him. Niu is actually almost 1,000 gold ahead as this
is a real
Ke
like
ke sono ya.
So likely, yeah, as you say with Vice, just going to Midas build in comparison to a Lycan that's having these items that can help push for objectives, that Niu is going to hit that sort of sweet spot where he'll just be able to have that bit more impact a little bit earlier than Doom.
He's going to be annoying. Howl is a spell that you can never really disregard playing versus these heavy red teams like TB. I always like to point that one out. So if he's having a good game, he gets more levels that you're able to put inside of it there too. Nice. Let's get the Doom off.
Oh, let's put the Doom and the Globalist. Just turn things straight away. Immediate response there from Bleed. No hesitation. Shiro turns up to the fight and they just say, all right, we'll go for you. They'll get the catch as well. A bit of a save come out from Why You Smile, trying to bail Planet out of this one. Planet's going to look to jump back in. We'll be able to catch the TP of Dubu. Nothing to say.
Shit, Dubu dead.
Still actually alive. He's down on low ground. Finally gets taken out with a funnel right through Planet. Planet still living throughout it all, but the remnant forward from Corden will finish him off. Does mean that Corden, that was his last remnant, so nowhere else to jump to. He's getting bashed around by Nothing to Say. A final slide of fist with the charge. It's there once more.
Diseruduk gaming minggonya.
Corden, he played it nice, and then he re-goes for the techies. He really wants to clean him up, but he gets himself
Ini LGD pakai kambing mentang-mentang lagi kurban. Kambingnya siapa? We bara maksudnya.
Maybe does get brought down. Nice.
Kambing.
A good start to everything there for
Kalau
Bleed,
SB
but
fasting
I think
tuh bisa
if Corden
gitu.
gets out, I think everything is pretty okay.
Check it out again.
He went back in for the techies to clean him up, and he killed himself.
As a clean opening, global Doom. Very nicely executed there to start things off. And then obviously, they killed them off. So Bleed, they're like, you know what, maybe we can get something more out of this. Unfortunately for them.
All right, best of luck to both teams.
No! Anjing ada wow. I missed the map pick. Sorry. Anjay. Loh Rizky? Sampai ditungguin gini. Rizky lucu banget deh. Bocil. Ini siapa Cok? Lupa lagi. Tapi breaker. Anjas. Harus digituin Cok. Keren banget. Bebek. Anjay. So cool banget anjing. Uci. Uci pucet bet. Dustin, Bebo. Kayak model ya. Dia orang begitu. Diketahui. Weh, Jawe do. Leo Jawe nih, Dek. Rambut do udah menguning, Cok. Nih orang gue suruh beli purple shampoo gak mau. Yungi. Was he counting down like 1, 2, 3, 4?
Very
Uci
contrasting
kurang
names
dari
coming
Jok.
through from the
Ih, kayak
coaches
pucet
there,
ya.
but all the
Si
teams
Uci ya.
are looking ready
So cool banget
as
menghadapi
ever.
emo
Boom
anjing.
and one
Paling
team.
cool dah lu.
Who knows how this one's going
Keren
to
dah lu.
end up? Are you keen for the
Halo
first match?
Cidin, hai Timotius.
He was right. I mean, at the same time, it's kind of a. I wouldn't say it's a smart pick from Boom. Because if you take a
Hage,
look
kamu
at the
latihan nih,
recent
guys.
matches from
Kalau nggak kita
one team,
mabar
yes,
ya.
they were really
nobar.
strong. It was
Ih,
13-2 against
lucu.
another
Mereka
team,
matchingan
but,
semua sepatunya.
they don't have that much experience on
Bagus
it, at least
sepatunya
on
itu apa
paper.
sih?
So
MD
you
atau apa
never
sih?
quite know, and that's what Boom is
Bukan MD
banking
ya?
on.
Yeah,
MD atau
for sure.
bagus?
And look, I feel like moving into
MD.
Split as that first map, Boom, yes, they're probably going to have to start on that attacking
They
side.
should do
but
the same,
I've seen
yeah.
it,
Matching
depending on where
shoes.
you are in the world, like Split used to be so ridiculously defender-sided. But
Anjay.
it feels like the tides
Though
are
with the
shifting
new
with those
kicks,
slight map changes that have come through.
New
We're seeing some
new kicks ya.
specific comps as well. I've seen in our region, there's some crazy agents
yeah.
getting picked up on that map.
Mau
But
ya.
of course, that is what I would
Mana
label as
Bibi?
extremely
Bibi gak
creative.
dibawa,
I feel like we're
halo?
gonna see something a bit more meta
Itu
coming out of
kenapa
this team.
ucok di
What's kinda
mejanya
strong about
Fikri?
this is, for Boom specifically, it gets a little bit scary to deal with close range quarters combat, and that's like the specialty that you have to be known for on Split.
Ini ya?
And if you look at
Ini.
how Boom played in any of the other matches in their region, that's kind of where their playstyle is gravitating to. So Split might actually be just
What in here
absolutely
are those?
perfect for Boom as a starter in this series.
Well, it certainly leans towards their playstyle, right? Look, you can
I like
go
them,
for that early
the
mid
new
aggression,
jersey though,
especially
it's
to
like
have
very
that chance on the
clean.
defense. But
Yeah, I think-
everyone loves fighting for that mid control.
Very,
if
very
the defense are fighting
clean.
for it and they end up finding it without contention,
Wah, ini tuh kan kayak
they
rame
all
banget
just
gitu loh.
split it up, set it up, ready for some retakes.
Rame.
What is interesting you here, Quack?
I mean, again, like you guys were talking about it, and this is precisely why Boom picks this map. But
Wait,
for one team,
What the-
switching things
wait,
up
ada-
a little
wait,
bit.
ada
In the
Andy,
past, you
anjing.
might have seen Xiaowei go for that Sage, a Sentinel
And dia
pick,
udah
but
ngotot
today,
dia sekarang.
it's going to be the same thing as what Boom has. Double duelist, you got Xiaowei on the sky instead. I don't know. This could be very interesting.
They're looking in the mirror. We've got that mirror matchup coming through
Kayak
in
bocil
terms
semua
of
gitu
the
ya.
agents.
Iya,
So it is
cowok-cowok.
just going to be who executes better on the
Ini.
day. Boom, it is their debut
Ih,
here
tuh
at
kan
Ascension
colek message
Pacific for
aku.
2023. But one team, they might just be warmed up from yesterday. That could be an advantage in the long run.
Yeah, the big thing about this composition is it gives you so many options even if you don't have a Sentinel. Actually, you don't need a Sentinel on Split because as long as you can jiggle peek, again, because of the tight corners, it's very easy to see where the opponents are coming from unless you royally screw up your map control.
One time
and yeah,
Split.
the double controller just adds to that.
Exactly, because Viper is kind of that pseudo sentinel, right? And at
True.
the same time, you just have so much more value bringing this toxic screen that can be used to mentally condition your opponents and use it as an option. This is precisely why they bring Xiaoxi in, I think, for one team.
So he certainly felt like a bit of a Viper player yesterday. So as that specialist, we'll see if it's going to be enough to hold it down in this first half of the
Famosi, nggak tahu
defense. But of course,
Famosin.
look, you've just got that static utility. Once you put that wall down, especially when you're on the attack, you're half committed to it. And if with these skies coming through, there's so much information gained coming through with that wall as well. You can just
Gue
send the
yang
guiding lights in. If
deg-degan
you can
anjing.
figure out someone's there, someone's lurking at least. That can be false info, that can be true info, and you just have to send the Trailblazer off the back of it. The issue is, with the Trailblazer, you only get one shot at using it each round.
Precisely, and I think that's why we want to see a lot of fakes being sent out, but at the same time, the double duelist for both sides. We know this from Boom. What is a double duelist going to look like for one team?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah,
There's no frame of
precisely,
reference,
exactly.
to be honest.
That's the thing.
Wait.
That's why this is
These
such
shots
an
are so
interesting,
zoomed
decision
in.
from one team
You can't
esports.
see their pores.
Are they going to show us a different color,
Itu
a different
dia
look to
Famos.
their playstyle?
Iya.
Yeah, well, I guess we're about to
Mana
find
ya?
out.
Bisa lihat ya?
Second series of the day.
Famos.
Up against Boom, and it's split for the first time here in
Famos
VCT
letter.
Ascension Pacific 2023.
First time, first game, first showing for Boom Esports. And they're going to give us an explosive game, I hope, Pastor Rai.
Can't wait for this. Winner is actually going to be the one on the raise
let's see
as well.
again.
Well, we've seen how explosive he can be on a non-duelist. What more can we ask for when it's the raise in his hands? And I did mention this before. Rainy and Winner were from AHQ before, where back in 2020, 2021
Oh my God,
was
it's
one of
so
the best teams in
sad.
Southeast Asia for a while, for a bit.
Surely.
And then it just
Ya
changed. But
si-
again,
ya
shows
si
how
Fikri
quickly
Famos
this
sih.
team
Enggak,
and how long
Famos
these players have
doang,
been
nggak ada
competing.
E-nya.
How this region has
Nggak ada
grown
S ya?
as well. But, I mean, all that said and done, again, experience-wise, it's kind of different, and you see a lot more from Boom. And this
Kenapa
is,
nih?
again, a map that they played, you know,
Tech boss.
statistically 4 times.
Kenapa
One
lagi
team
nih?
esports only once so far.
Capek dah gua.
Not even in South Pacific, but here we go. All right, a lot of support from Boom Esports, specifically with the
Ih,
guy
gantung banget tangan di
and
sini
his
sumpah.
girlfriend holding out this banner.
It's sleepy.
And who's the one in the banner itself?
Si
That's
Walip.
the coach
Enggak
son,
ada,
I believe.
Cok.
Yes.
Coach. Yeah, the guy doing push-ups at Masters Tokyo too.
Anjing iya, Cok, Wilson.
Right. I mean, it's a lot of fun. We love this region.
Yang dipakai Fikri
It
emang
knows
iya.
a lot for us, and they
Nggak
give us
mungkin
the
ada
ability,
E-nya
so
sih ya?
It's always great.
Wow.
Iya loh.
Yes.
What's the other?
I
Apa
can't
Jose?
eat Indomie because it's
What?
very bad for my health and I'm very sensitive.
tahu,
But I've
gua
heard
juga
it's
tahu aja.
amazing. Maybe once in my lifetime. I will actually try to take it in
Kenapa ada E-nya, Cok?
for, you know, for sustenance. But speaking of sustenance, now she's already been fed 1 kill. And that stops the pressure from the pinch, maybe from ropes all the way through A main. But Blade or other Boom looks like they can still try to pinch onto the B side.
Oh, no.
One team, they're very ready for this.
Yeah, we talked about those punish plays, and you see how far back they play, and now that they've gotten a couple of picks, they're slowly
Bisik
going
banget ya,
in.
drone noise.
And it all starts with Xiaoxi, and that's that Viper potential, that value that you bring in. What they don't know, though, is that Blaze could have either gone through A, maybe back towards ramp, but he's still hiding inside. Tries to flick upwards,
No.
gets denied.
Thankfully enough, Severin does have spike in hand. There's a lot of walls placed on
Let's
A,
go,
but
Uchi.
he's gonna tempt fate and
Do you believe in
try
Uchi?
to
I believe
at
in
least match
Uchi.
his luck here. Xiaoxi is low, so if he can hit a shot off of Xiaoxi, that opens up the
Iya
entire
sih.
B site.
Kalau dia
Even if the
dapat
pistol,
Xiaoxi bisa
it gives
dapat
him a,
pancok poin
well, again,
bulannya,
gives him a
sumpah.
shot, a chance.
Aduh, anjing gede
That's what
banget.
we're looking out for. Based off of how much time has passed, though, Aster, I think this is a call from Xiao Yu as well as Rainy.
Anjing!
It's
Ente dah.
going to be a hit. He tries to
Aduh.
double back, but gets caught out by Xiaoxi instead. And this guy finds a triple in the first round.
Nggak apa-apa,
How
guys.
did they pick up Berserk so early in the round? We did transition quickly
They
into
just
the game, but Xiaoxi is just like...
Playing on top of A Heaven, you know, outside of ropes. Because it was mid-control from Boom, and I think Berserks must have gone up the rope.
Up. That, well, considering where he died, I guess so.
Either that or he went up ramp.
Yeah, I thought he did the variation of the paranoia play,
Sheesh.
but now it was like the star into the gravity well, catch someone there as he dashes in from A main. Well, unless we can see that quick little replay, well, I can only assume, at least for the moment, but we don't want to assume, is
Anjing,
one
wih,
team
baru mulai gua sakit
underestimating
perut, Cok,
Boom
capek
even
banget.
just on the pistols.
Yeah.
Sakit.
They're always playing so carefully,
that nervous?
one team. Disciplined, not over peeking out. And this gives Boom a little bit of space to work with, but the question is, does one team really anticipate their positions pushing out? And with the guns, of course, at the same time, Xiao just peeking out from top heaven will be able to find
Oh.
one, and then it's Xiaoxi with a double
Having a
outside of it.
blast.
Yeah, big punish altogether. Remaining players just going to be outside, separated from each other.
Jadi emang
So
baru
close,
Uchi
yet
doang
so
yang beli
far.
siapa.
What's the weapon in the hands of Famous? He only got the classic,
mainnya
so unless he's
Ketahuan.
insanely lucky and insanely cracked on a classic, it shouldn't meant to be. Ooh,
Anjing.
okay, fade away. All right, I'll take it.
Farming
Daily
orc,
charge
Cok.
on the spike, or on the ultimate.
Boleh.
Get what you can. They know he's there on sewers because he was making a lot of sloshing net sounds with the water. And Xiao Yu just says, thank you very much for the free kill.
Slash. It's a flawless win. Okay, 2-0. I think it's also interesting to point out that, you know, despite Xiaoxi not really being subbed in all that much, he can really give us a lot of kills, a lot of good plays when he has the right positioning, right? Look at how he played inside of this Nebula and just went in for that run and gun spray, managed to find 2. Winner as well, though. This is the first time in 60 days that he's ever picked Raze. Very rarely on the Duelist, but now we're seeing it. Will it be that strong?
It's probably the possibility because it's split. That's why it's the first time we're also seeing, because they prepared for it, they have a strategy for it, they know that the winner's going to be playing as that extra duelist, but it's the first time we've seen it for a while now. So that's probably also a byproduct of such a pickup. Any case, Boom is having difficulties here. Xiao Yu Well,
No,
me?
bebo ka
No,
tuloy.
you down to my Marshall.
No. It is the spray
Ay, hindi
through
natin
the
limit to.
toxic screen.
Mip!
Unfortunately.
Oh, ow.
And my God, for a map that Boom picked, they really are having a tough time trying to find these entrances. Everything's being smoked off and being controlled by the passive positioning from the one team esports player.
Let's go, Risky!
They're trying to segment their fights.
Bisa Risky
But the
check ang
comp
gacho
can
disco
actually
chumbayan
go
ng
just
Risky.
hard onto a site with like 5 people. That's what it could be built for here on attack at the least. But
Oh, hindi
they're
ko
playing
rin-
slow. They're trying to catch
Let's go.
one team off guard, but one team's just so aware. The timing also on that snake bite, beautiful as it kind of primes up Severin to go down to Rainy, who does have the Spectre in close range. They got a bite to it, and again through the smoke, they keep getting caught over and over again here, Quack.
Well,
Bosowek
that's right.
yun.
There's 10 seconds remaining.
Run.
We took way too much time. This is not what I was promised. Xiaoxi spins around, winner from the top of heaven, and one team
Santay dulu nggak sih?
just collects on 3
Sa-
rounds. So, I don't know.
Effortlessly.
Effortlessly. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Got you.
This is not supposed to, we were promised explosive, chaotic gameplay. Boom, I want to see them go fast. Boom, boom.
Yeah, boom. Boom,
Go
boom, boom. Don't play alone, yeah.
Ka-chow. But I totally get where you're coming from at this point. Maybe it's Boom testing out the feel of one team. You can get a lot from watching one team's. What was that? Oh, okay.
No more tech box.
Yeah. So you can get a lot from watching one team from that previous game against Sersha, but Boom has never played against this team, or if they have, it's been a while.
that?
So the play
Let's
style,
go,
the
let's go.
tempo, very different. So they still have to adjust to such things. Berserks though. Okay, trying to play very close.
let's go.
The damage on the Stinger, it's biting pretty
Woo!
hard. And he's giving a chance here. He is alone,
Let's
but
go,
he
let's
can
get-
dash back into cover, maybe even pick up weapon if he wants to. Winner's right there.
Anti-
Headshot angle, but
Anti-ko.
with the Stinger in hand, and again, his opponent full in HP, it's wishful thinking he could be able to clutch that.
It's all right, but this was so much more damage than we've seen in the past 3 rounds. Sure, round 4 was a win for one team as well, but slightly more doable for Boom Esports. I mean, one team are so great at these punish plays, playing really passively. Like you mentioned, Asra, as well, segmenting the map. Because look at how they're positioned. Each player kind of covering a single portion, a single locale of split. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, if they kind of play into their game, like one by one, slowly walking into them that way, no way they find this. If they overrun them together as a full squad instead, like this, they might be able to push them off. And with the sprays through the nebula, a sudden triple kill comes out of nowhere. Chaoe trying to replace his fallen teammates. Might just be in a world of hurt. Yep.
Let's
Punished by
go.
Berserk.
Let's
And now
go.
B-side completely cracked open.
I think Boom realized what I just mentioned as well. They can just push together, and it's
Yeah,
going to be
dude.
effective. There you go. Flawless round from Boom here. Unfortunately for Xiao Yu, his op shot did not connect. He got slowed by, I believe that was the Trailblazer, and then his teammates
was their
who thought that
op
maybe
two?
Boom will push through the smoke once again. We'll try to actually chase them and push through the smoke once again. But Boom was like, you know what, I'm just gonna
I'll just check it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot through the, and then gets like 3 people, or 2, and then 1 from A main because of the Viper's spit somehow being a, graveyard for Xiaoxi.
Which is awesome. I mean, yeah, okay, sometimes maybe the magazine's zine size, ammo capacity was nerfed, but if you have your 3 teammates all together, everyone spray at the same spot, surely you find something,
That's
right?
75 bullets still altogether.
Good math.
if it's the Vandal, if it's the Phantom, 90. If it's like 3 people.
Damn, dude. Okay. Nice. I like that. But that's what it is, right? Playing fast,
Tech
playing strong
boss
together,
lagi.
and that's how they need to kind of go up against One Team Esports. Meanwhile, at the same time, One Team, they're trying to find different ways around this too, because they know that there's the potential. So far, earlier on, segmenting the map, hiding inside of smokes, that's what worked for them. Now they're going to have to switch things up.
Yeah, definitely, especially when Boom are starting to understand the one and done play style that One Team loves to get to start off with.
Monitor arm is
And
everything.
them having, what was it, like the Sky in motion, Trailblazer is a nasty utility
Dingin
to
tuh
deal with.
katanya
And
gitu
even
sih.
though there was that nerf with
Katanya
the boom bot and such, 5
Yeah.
seconds, if you're close enough, you're still going to get screwed over if you're not careful.
Right, and just playing it around the corner sometimes of certain spots, like perhaps garage, maybe even mail
gue
room,
nyala ya, cuman
you are
kayak kecil
able
banget
to
gitu.
kind of surprise your opponents just with the Trailblazer lunging out, or maybe using the Hawk to actually gain information that way. So there's a lot that they could play around,
This
but
jacket is
that's
kind of
the conundrum at the same time. Both teams are playing in mirror compositions, so you can expect a lot of the same
James,
moving
ini James
parts.
guys.
And
Say hello to
it's
James.
a bit of like a
James.
puzzle
Uchi.
for both IGLs, both coaches, I think.
Yeah, it's a mind game because when you play mirror matches, it gets a little bit stressful because you're like, they also have the same thing that we are using?
Dude.
That's annoying. But yeah, I definitely do agree where you're coming from with this. But what's good about the one team is they built themselves a solid foundation at the beginning of
Ucok,
this
Ucok ini kenapa ada di
game.
meja Fikri, ha?
Looking at
Ini
the
harusnya ada di meja
I don't know where the eyes
Dustin.
are. Is it the black
It's the-
beads?
Where's BB?
That could be the nose, and then the slight like white
Oh,
on the
no.
top of it could be the
Tapping
actual eyes.
I can't unsee it now. Thanks, Asteroid.
You're welcome.
It's the Hypno, Hypno Toad. This is Hypno Hamster. And Asteroid was hypnotized for a second.
Yes, but as I was mentioning, they did create themselves a good foundation. They still have some money to buy. It was a little bit expensive though, because again,
siapa
there was
itu?
that commitment of the operator from Xiaoyu, so they have to rethink about things. Thankfully, the tech pause gives them a little bit of leeway. I do believe that if you're on tech pause, you
Apa
can't
sih
talk with your
namanya?
coach. You can only talk with each other. But still, that's a
Can't
big
move either.
thing for one team. You can't move either, but you can move your mouth and speak.
Udah sore.
And use your eyes to kind of talk to your teammates.
Yes, dart your eyes around the map, or as
Telepathy.
I don't know if this is a
Tinggal
thing, a
nyisir
Southeast Asian thing or
kamera.
Filipino thing, but you point with your
Let's
lips.
go.
Oh,
There.
yeah. That's a Filipino thing. Marquis has told me about this before.
Yeah, shout outs to our boss.
But yeah, I mean, I think at least in this this ballroom right now that we're in, this stage, a lot of Boom fans, and it's really this team that we're all looking forward to, but they haven't had the best start so far. So, you know, we were talking about it, and with a mirror composition as well, I think this is a composition that Boom Esports has so much more experience with. They're so much more used to it. I expect them to come out even bigger or even more explosive. Look at this. They got 3 ultimates in this round.
Yeah, and again, we haven't really seen the true potential of Famous yet, who, again, we have been showboating during the panel that he's been one of the biggest factors, or at least the big factor that has also solidified his place as the primary duelist for the Boom Esports roster, because you can be as good as you want,
Ay,
but
kamu
if you're the
ngikutin
best,
ng
you will
Bebo
always
ya,
get
mainnya di-
your pick as a duelist, because that's just
Tempatnya
how
Bebo
much
itu.
impact, the duelist
Si
has
Bebo.
been. It lost luster like last year when
little
there was
bit.
no duelist comms, but people started thinking, you know what,
Uy!
duelists are still pretty damn
Anjing
good.
3
in this
cok
game.
aja.
There we go.
Famous is pretty damn good himself.
Elbow.
They're going in, and Famous has
Oh,
taken control
no.
over the site with Berserk coming out from elbow as well.
No.
And with this firepower, they managed to stop them for a second until Rainy comes up on a swivel and shoots all their heads with a Vandal. Still trying to stay alive and trying to flick back and forth. He thought he was inside the Nebula, but Shiro, with that passive position, turns things around.
Oh, nice
Gets
banget.
one towards screens as well, and that leaves Xiaoyu, the last one left alive. No
Wait,
tailwind,
Oh, no.
whiffs a shot.
Let's
Unfortunately
go,
punished from
no.
right underneath his nose. Boom Esports
Oh, let's
certainly
go.
still
No,
alive.
Leo
That's
jawit
automatic
nih,
though from one
bos.
team. The throw of the nade from
Leo
winner to
Jawa.
flush out Shiro's positioning and then loses,
Gila,
and then
dapat 3
Xiaoyu
langsung
couldn't
sudah.
actually refrag because he's just way out of position to get that. And you saw Shiro was already doubling up alongside Blaze King and then whiffing the shot onto Blaze King. Lots of big no-nos here, especially through Rainy's heroics
Itu
when he gets that
annoying sih,
3K.
smoke-nya, anjir.
That is a big blow. As you mentioned,
Bumbu tujuh
still not too bad
semanda.
for one team, but
Iya,
Boom
Pak.
Esports finding their rhythm bit by bit.
Aduh, gue mau ambil kopi, Cok, saja.
Still though.
Oh.
Off of these tiny mistakes now.
Suke-suke
Went
lu
in for
ya.
the Blade Storm, then just quickly
Suka-suka
punished and
lu.
red by Berserks in that moment.
My man got
Di
fooled. He's like, is that our own wall? I mean, we got a Viper. I could pick up my blades here maybe. Xiaoyu's like just happy trying to get it up, and then curtain down.
Curtain
Sup,
down.
bro?
You thought.
Sup, bro?
You thought
And-
wrong. Good sir.
And now they're cutting noise. Look at this from Boom. It actually baits Rainy out. We thought these guys played defensive and passive, but somehow lured out into the open. Xiaoxi trying to play around the toxic screen, but he is greeted by 3 barrels of rifles. Berserk's now going in as well. Xiaowei eliminated and pushed out. It's going to be winner, the last one left alive.
Maybe this time he's got to have to just stave his hand from pulling that trigger to going all the way through the B side, even though it's a 4 versus 1. Bit expensive, especially that they got no more money now. Maybe last round, maybe there's a chance, but gotta have to save it here.
And that's like maybe I don't know, 20, 25 seconds left to go on this spike.
Yeah, I actually might get called out because I laughed like a
Itu
silly.
dia guys. Boom tuh harus main berlima anjir.
That was just a little bit silly.
Kakinya
We
ayo.
like being silly. That's
Kok kamu kayak baby
keep things
talk?
lighthearted.
Baby talk gitu sih lucu banget.
At least until something crazy happens. And again, sometimes it's shenanigans. Sometimes it's, you know, Xiaoyu thinking, hey, I got an alt orb, give me.
Well, I believe Xiaoyu should have his blades up now. Yep, there it is. So there's still some fighting presence here for one team, but they have to quickly understand that they can't go for these insta peaks anymore because Boom, they're not even playing in the own playing field that they want to go for, that one team want to go for, which is, you know what, when they started the round, we're going to have a stare down somewhere on A main or B main, but no, they play with their smokes, they play with that util, and they try to isolate fights. And that's the big thing about controllers on Split.
Yo,
It
chill,
doesn't only give you a lot of options,
Don't
it
be mad.
also
Sorry
gives
deh,
you a
enggak
lot
apa-apa
of
weh, lucu anjir. Aku bilang
artificial,
lucu kan?
like segmented angles or segmented zones in each and every part of this map, and that's why you love to use the
Jangan
Viper
minta
here at
maaf
this point.
ya, aku
And
jadi nggak
you
enak.
know, coupled with Astra as well, and that's kind of what these
Nggak
teams
beli
are
bundle
really
baru
trying
cuy,
to do.
enggak.
Timeout
Aku
being
beli
called by one
knife-nya
team
doang.
esports because they are now slowly
Bundle-nya
starting to see
kemahalan
that,
weh.
you know, maybe tiny mistakes, but also how Boom starts to aggress into these sites. We saw it exactly happening on Garage,
Sama
but
aku kan
mid
nggak
as
pakai
well.
kayak
I think that's one of
Marshall.
those areas in the past couple rounds where Boom really just
Marshall
went
sama
in
aja.
and dominated.
Well, one team realizing that dominating factor that is how Boom is just, again, getting these rounds, so they've called a timeout very quickly. Realize, understand, and respect it. And now that they have, I mean, it's a very weak buy, if not a broken
Sayang banget beli
save
knife
from
iya sih
winner.
sebenernya tuh
But they got
sayang,
ultimates.
cuman
They can
gimana
make
ya gue
something
nggak
happen
mau
here.
kayak
I
beli
don't know if
8.000
Xiaoyu's going to be
700
feeling heroic or ballsy enough to just
Belum
peek
bisa
out,
main nggak?
get a
Bonus
kill in
kan
the
ada
back
itu
away
lagi
like
di
Rockville a couple of
jadi
couple
stand-in
of
dia
games ago.
main
We'll see.
main
There's the
main
potential,
gaple
but
di belakang aja.
at least looking at the mini-map, Boom's game plan is simple, it's effective, it worked in the past round, so
Kirain jadi
let's kind of try to do it again. Not quite able to find a pick, but at least Boombot denied a little bit of maybe false information for one team. These guys are trying to control mid again. They see the stars there, and that's why they're positioned around this spot.
Xiaoyu has a dash. Is Xiaowei near? Because if he has a flash, this is the perfect time for this Jet to play the aggression. But no. So they have delay utility, but Boom knows
Yeah,
not to push
menanggung
through that
banget sih.
anymore. So they're just gonna keep burning
nambah
these
300
out. Xiaoyu actually took damage off of some of those utilities
300
as well.
ribu
Xiaowei,
ya,
though,
3 km pun 300
Oh, okay.
ribu.
Xiaoyu's
Aku
heating up.
pengangguran anjir.
Blade's gone. Nade's here. He's trapped in the
Masa
corner.
itu,
One
bro.
left.
But can't really push through as the Cloudburst blocks out his vision.
Terus aja jadi
And now it's just a tiny corner because of that cosmic
Kurban.
divide.
Emang dia,
Boom tries
aduh, ya
to
Allah,
find a bit
Rainy
of ground, but actually denied by Rainy. What is happening, Asterai? How are one team doing this?
This is bad when it still
Bang
has a
Usman
double
Kurban.
satchel showstopper. Whether
Oh, no,
how it
G2
happened or not, it's not going to be up for
Cete
grabs
cok.
there as they
Cete
need to just fend off the opposition. Berserk's
Dapat
actually
senjata
whipping
itu,
out the
senjata
blades,
hilang
and they're
ya,
not
gitu
waiting
ya,
for
kamu
their
nyadar
big
ya?
star. Oh, this is not too good. In any case here, though, Rainy and Xiaoyu are the only ones to remain, and they can take their, again, they can take their sweet
Let's
time.
go!
But Boom is just going to keep pressing the issue on, and one, they had the advantage, but they just didn't wait. They had all necessary tools.
Iya
They got the
kan? Nah,
showstopper, and they didn't wait for it.
gue tuh harus
That's
sebetulnya
what
tuh
I'm
udah ada
wondering as
7.000
well. I
VP
mean,
kemarin, cuman
maybe caught
gue
by
mikir kayak lo harus
surprise from
nambahin
Boom a
2000-an lagi
little
biar
bit, but at
bisa
the
beli
same
battle
time,
pass
just
sama
slowly trying to get in a
Bandel.
little
Gak mau?
bit closer. They got punished.
Okay, I'm not that
And this
into it
ties
sih
things
sebenernya.
up 4-4. Boom
Sorry,
Esports,
my
despite
cup of tea.
losing several teammates with
Not
their
really my
advances
cup
onto
of
the site,
tea.
they turn things around.
Turn things around and made it even better for themselves because one team, well, at least they've been
Terus
forced
main
to
kalau
use so much
lawan
in that fight.
sekelas
Thankfully enough, they have the money
kalau
now, the
Projo
capacity
terus
now to
nggak mau
buy.
iya Cia.
Bit odd, but
Terus
okay.
kan maunya main
Saved
kalau
up.
udah di
Xiao's
flank
back
kan.
on the operator. And
Sure.
Boom just
Tier
trying to get a
1
feel
ya.
for
Ini
things.
kan
They
masuknya
started
tier
off slow
2.
towards
Tier
garage,
1
but
kan
now
franchise ya.
aggressively in towards mid. They've managed to take control over
Teori
this spot
sedekah
and
poin supaya
possibly
dilipat
calling it clear
gandakan
that no one from one
anjing.
team is up around vents, no one
Yaudah lah,
from
nasi
one
udah
team
jadi
is up
bubur
around
ini.
mailroom.
Soalnya kalau misalnya
They
karena aku
have
udah beli
a
Navy
few
doang kan
options, and that
bingung.
could be an A split.
Udah nggak bisa ini. Jadi mahal banget kalau aku beli
Despite-
bundle lagi.
Yeah. I do like how Shiro's not actually pushing up on B main when he heard the flash. Because
Oke,
usually
saya
when
ambil kopi ya.
you hear that flash, you're
Sebentar.
thinking, they're trying to actually clear B main and just make sure that nobody's there. Which is kind of good as well. But you know what? It's the push from Boom Esports already coming in through mid, bullying with the ultimate here. But Winner's also done the same, but he doesn't find anything onto the A main angle. Rainey's been solid. Xiaoyu accompanies him with the operator, which is also a very, very big thing. But they need the assistance through B main right now. Berserk tries to isolate some angles with the Cloudburst, and it's working here. But Xiaoyu not gonna get denied. Shiro inside the smoke, can't really find too much. And he's by his lonesome, and Xiaoyu picks up the finalizing kill with a 3K to finish.
And once again, going back to it, Boom trying to go back to a slower pace, trying to pull off some fakes here or there, finding openings up towards middle. Just not quite being able to break into the B side, especially when you have one team working around their own Cloudburst, working around the site, and
my God, I
Xiaoyu
bought some
landing his
snacks
shots
too.
with the operator.
Was that a good game? Oh, itu ada
Pretty nice as well.
Bulgarian
Maybe
di
it's the
sini.
reason because
No way.
Winner again, you think that Winner's ultimate might have been bad, but maybe it's actually enough that it circumvented the players of Boom around. Because again, gotta respect the showstopper. They thought that they could go around the other direction. That nade is gonna incapacitate Xiaoxi if he did not back away in time. Thankfully, the smokes give him some leeway to do so. But as I was mentioning there, maybe that was the linchpin there. The use of the ultimate. It doesn't get the kill, but it gravitates the opponents
Oh my
for
God.
the other teammates to get the kill.
Still, I mean, into this
Rizky
round
gacor
too,
cok kalau di sini sumpah dah. 12-6
all this
tuh deh.
utility spent to take mid
This
control,
is
and
Rizky
Boom are
punya
trying
map,
to find
no?
ways to break open the site.
Emang dari dulu pas
Look at
zaman
the
AE juga
positioning, though.
Jate
One
gokil
team
sih di sini.
so ready for it.
Nice
A
banget.
bit of a trade, but now they
Nice
have to
trade.
divert their attention towards
kemarin main kayak
stairs.
gini.
And
Menang
Nebula is up. Can you really
betul.
break open into the site? They still have no idea that Xiaoyu is back site. There's the peak, the tailwind procced, and now he's looking up towards heaven. Famous tries to go in. A bit of a trade from Berserks. Not quite as tight as you'd hope, but still good enough
Nice
to break
job,
in. Now he's
Citizen.
looking for Xiaoyu. Swaps to the shorty and
Gila,
dives
Rizky,
straight
Cok.
in. Picks up this
Oh, no.
operator though. And unfortunately not
Let's
able to
go.
connect, but thankfully
Aduh.
Blaze King is here to assist. Rainy now up from the top of heaven. Viper's pit deployed. We've got 20 seconds left, boys. Where is the spike plant? Up from top of heaven. They don't even need it. Shiro just peeks out. They go in together to secure the frag.
Atas Devin.
Boom.
Devin tuh
A little bit. I
Taiwan
don't know.
dulu ya?
This is chaotic. Not as fast as I'd like, but 5-5.
The thing is, I talked about how great they are with microaggression and being able to adjust on the fly. Very minute
Gacor.
things that was helping them. Shiro wasn't pushing up to B main because he had to make sure nobody was going to be helping the rest of one team, maybe from the flank all the way through attacker spawn, unknown. But the reason why they weren't planting the spike there, because the smoke would have actually given cover for Rainy there.
Yeah.
So if
Tapi
if it was, who was this? Blaze King started
Coba.
finding the spike,
Si
that would have
Rizky
allowed
punya
Rainy to
jet
maybe
ya,
jump
jamet
in,
banget anjing.
catch him, and force Shiro to actually
Mukulnya
push out to the
bagus.
smoke, which would have been to his detriment. But since they waited, they had time, 16 seconds, like you mentioned, that was plenty of time, especially when they knew where
Annoying
Rainy
gitu
was.
jetnya.
Yeah. But into this round now, early A aggression coming in from Boom, and it just makes one team feel so uncomfortable. Quick rotation of positions from Xiaoxi as well as the rest of the squad, though, and they're trying to set themselves up to go in and take more space back against Boom Esports. These guys just trying to land some of these positions, get the spike down. Unfortunately denied out of heaven, though. And that could be a weapon retreat. No, it's still a little bit open. Maybe the cloud burst. No, it actually fell down. Oh,
Jatuh bang.
unfortunate.
Jatuh bang.
Well, they can keep them trapped inside a side, maybe. They already have sheriffs. Not bad to kind of try to do that. If Xiao Wei can get a couple more kills, he's nearing his ultimate. Xiao Yu, whatever happens, he's going to have his. So timing is going to be crucial to be able to get
Nobar
that.
bang.
Wow.
Berserks. Okay, here it is. The swing
is so smart.
Not gonna work. And I
Let's
could
go.
hear somebody shouting in my back. Blaziken was the one that like roared when they were doing their team
chant.
huddle,
Yeah,
team
team
chant.
huddle.
And I feel like he's the same one doing the shouts as well, the roars in the back. Yeah, we're getting these rounds, dude.
You have to. That's how you keep spirits up, and that's how you get yourself psyched up to play this way. And I mean, this is precisely why they are that sharp and that good. You've got that adrenaline flowing, and at the same time, for one team, just to make it a little bit closer, we bring ourselves into the last round of the first half. Oh, a Viper's Pit. Kind of okay. Well, he managed to dash past it, but he's going to go back around and straight into Xiao Yu. Boom managed to find themselves with an open B site.
Well, to be fair,
like you said,
all of that noise made an A main, made one team think that maybe we can actually push down the B main and catch them off. But it was a ploy, it was a trap. You activated my trap card and you fell into the hole. Berserks.
Oh no.
Finds another one. He has the blades up too. Winner. This time, he ain't gonna be the winner.
Nah, he's gonna be
this,
the one
guys?
putting out the pot of greed. Finds, you know, kills, and then he sends them to the shallow realm. That's right.
17-7, bro.
He's cringing at me, right?
Risky on fire.
I'll do you one better. One team, they gotta believe in the heart of the cards, bro.
Ooh, there we go. It is time to duel. That's
they have
the end of the first
for the past
half.
couple of rounds now. 1v1. And it seems like these past couple of rounds, just to finish off what I was mentioning, it's been just boom, again, back on track. This is what we were expecting from them, and they are bringing it out for us. They are showcasing what they got in spades.
It's just, you know, 7-5 still,
demam
not
panggung
as
gitu.
close as you would think, but good enough that it puts Boom Esports
Tahu
out
gue
on
tuh
top. I
kayak
mean,
winner
one
tuh jago
team
gak sih?
still showing signs of life, but towards the end of it, they were definitely getting confused. Whether it's a bit of noise or utility being sent out by Boom Esports on several other parts of the map, they kind of get surprised by this like B or Bravo squad from Boom Esports, like in Garage. Like Xiao Yu thought it might have been clear. I think that's why he peeked out.
It's usually the reaction to stimuli, right? There are some teams that get
Cok ngeri
crazy
banget Rizky
antsy
anjing.
once they're
Sumpah.
like, guys, they're
Emang ini tuh map
committing,
Rizky
they're
Cok, ya nggak sih?
seekers here on A main, they're gonna
They
find
must
me.
be, yeah.
They must be here, and then people are like slowly creeping up B
I
main,
think
maybe
it's emang.
check just in case there's the lurk, and then no, that's actually the entire
Yeah,
squad.
guess what? I was
They-
here.
Yeah, but it was me all along.
Pull the mask
Siapa Cok,
off.
siapa? Gak liat lagi gue.
So that is what we have now, switching over onto the defensive side for Boom
Duh, siapa
Esports.
Cok? Gue gak liat ya.
These guys, I don't know.
Jer, nggak liat, Cok.
I want to expect them to push out, but judging by how they've played so far, maybe a little bit more controlled perhaps. And with those segmented
Sumpah gue gak liat anjing.
toxic screens like you
Bebo
mentioned
raja,
for us, right?
raja mid sumpah.
Well, they have to actively look for where the opponents are. That's the one weakness of having no sentinels on split is you have to be very respectful of the map control that your opponents can actually get. So again, actively peeking is going to be good to just get that positioning in. What did Severin buy?
kena, Cok.
Shield. No, did he go?
He went regrowth with a heal.
He went everything. He didn't get shield. He went the full
Gila,
util,
bebe.
the
Full
util,
util, bro. The real
route. Ooh,
support.
Berserks, he saw
Oh.
Xiaoxi. Is he gonna chase him down to the ends of the
Kejar.
earth? That's gonna be interesting.
That'll be fun. But it's also a bit of a bait. Oh,
Oh,
wow,
the
he
ding.
reads it. Expects the corner up by rope
Let's
and
go!
punishes Xiaoxi. A big
Anjing,
opening
anjing.
pick from Boom
Anjing, anjing,
Esports.
anjing.
And now good positioning as well. But the one thing they're lacking, though, Asarai, off of that, is big intel. I mean, look at the positioning on the
nice
minimap.
banget
His
nggak
teammates are all around the B site.
And they can't actually chase for him because Xiao Yu already used his tailwind previously. Now can hide inside. Oh, they know that there was the contact inside, but the smoke winner still finally finds him. Thankfully enough, 4 versus 4. And the site taken.
Nice.
Spike plant delayed a little bit through the nade toss of Famous. And it's going to be a full-blown fight for the site. We'll see how this goes.
Just trying to go in for that retake. You still have Blaze
Ah!
up by
No,
the top heaven, but no way!
Baby.
They let Xiao Yu
Nggak
stay in the
dicek,
corner.
halo.
Not checked, not good. And the only one left that can bring us back is Blaze King. He gets dinked as well. Down to red HP, and he is just stuck, Asarai. Maybe thinking about going back towards ramp or staying
Hari-hari
alive long
nggak
enough to
support
dive the
terus ya.
spike. Goes in for the peek instead, but unfortunately whiffing the
Udah kan
shots,
yang
draining.
tidak kah?
Finds that win instead. It's 6-7 now.
You think that was
Aduh,
a bad
bebe,
push
bebe.
out from Boom, but the flash really pressed them to just focus on the site
Aduh.
itself, giving Xiao Yu time.
Cantik
And I'm not
kan.
going to take this away from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu did a fantastic job punishing them for that mistake of not clearing the pocket angle where he was positioned at. Look at that, so quick to just transition into the second target and just get more kills. And you know what this does? It gives, again, that boost for one team. It gives Xiao Yu more creds to put into his buy into this round. He's not taking any chances. He gets himself that bulldog. Boom, though, they're playing tricky.
Wow.
And they're pushing in.
Banyak.
Oh, I've seen this from Boom before.
Oh my god, he actually whipped with the bulldog.
Second
Ow.
or, you know, double, triple peek. Everyone with the pistols running through. If you were surprised, yeah, you get punished. But now that they've gotten a read of it, one team, they back up and they punish Boom again. This is what they do best. Once they have the information, once they know what the plan is from their opposing team, they'll be able to play around it. And that's 4 players from Boom Esports completely gone now.
Cok sumpah-sumpah ini.
Excuse me, but yes, it really was. Sorry, I had,
No, it's all
Kopi
good.
I
Milo
had
enak
something
banget.
occupy me for a couple of seconds there, but now can Berserks actually occupy his opponents? He's got everything to be sneaky with a kill. Like, he's got a cloud burst, he's got a dash, he's got the shorty. Speaking of it, shorty's like 300 right now, so it's not whatever buy anymore on like a thrifty. It's a commit.
Iya,
That
anjir.
is
Sekarang
about
shorty itu kayak
the price of like
udah
a
nggak bisa
cloud
setiap
burst and a jump.
setiap
You
Iko
interchange or
beli
the,
anjing. Kalau bener-bener miskin tuh
updraft, you
nggak
interchange that.
cannot
It's pretty
afford,
pricey,
babi.
to be honest.
It really is.
Dia siapa yang tidak, Cok?
But still, I mean, again, the game plan from One Team Esports, it easily puts them back up neck to neck. And talking about those Bulldogs, man, that's right, they get to carry those into the next round now, and that is something they can use against the full buys from Boom Esports.
You see just birds flying everywhere, and Berserks gets out. It's the Trailblazer that gets slowed, but it actually works in the favor of Boom. Did you see that? It actually slowed the other Trailblazer, and Berserks is chasing in for the kill. I thought he was critically damaged, but nah, just pseudo damage. Nade's being thrown out, and they are still fighting hard for A main, but what they don't know is Shiro and teammate coming in for the big flanks. A flawless round
Cok, nyokap gua ini.
that actually
Ke
blew
kamar,
up in
anjir.
one's face.
Let's go!
What?
Gila,
You mentioned
Rizky,
it, that
Cok!
Trailblazer, I mean, that
Gacor!
dog
Rizky,
did
29.
everything.
Oh my
It
god, oh my god.
helped Berserks
This is what you want to
just
see,
to stay alive, and at the same time,
Sheesh.
fighting fire with fire. Something that One Team Esports perhaps isn't really used to, or just going for that proactive
Berserks
play
is back.
outside of A main, outside of A ramp. You can see they were trying to fall back a little second, but unfortunately, when it comes down to it, retrieving the spike and everything else, they were the ones punished instead. So 8-7 now. They do get to buy back up.
You think maybe they could have retreated though? But I mean, the angles that both the flankers had for Boom would have just been still detrimental. So I think the choice for one team, even though they didn't know the flank was coming, to just keep fighting was a risk, but it was a risk that they just had to commit to it because they already committed the bodies, they already committed the utilities to fight. If they lost it, they could have just lost the round in kind. So gotta give them props to just fighting for that, but it just felt very short since Berserks was just on fire again.
And that's
Oh,
what you want to see from a team like Boom
Si itu
Esports.
ya?
I think, you know, maybe it's taken them a little bit of time, but now that they're finally awake, finally coming back into it, playing this style, they can keep it up, and it's something that one team esports might not really know how to adapt to. And
kebalik
that's
9-20 itu
potentially
kalau
also a
Rusman
reason why, you know, Luke, as the coach, calls for this timeout. They need to find a different. They need to find more depth in their playbook, because the default so far, and this is common for so many teams, is to have that early bit of mid presence, maybe garage presence, and then you leave your Viper play, Xiaoxi, on the alert to punish anyone who might come your way.
Break half time sebelah kiri.
Any play that comes his way, he's not able to punish as well severely as I guess one team was kind of hoping for. Severn is just holding an angle here. What is that for? Because Xiaoyu, or rather Berserks, is right behind him, holding a very aggressive yet close angle. And if one team want to press the issue here on the B side, hello, but they're so quick to adjust to that. Berserks, if he makes this again, there's like 3 people, maybe even 4, waiting for him to make that mistake. Winner just gets out in time.
He's clear. Tailwind unfortunately spent, and teammate unfortunately lost. But you could see the idea, but also the inhuman reaction from one team. They actually managed to dodge that flash in time. Just to be able to bring this back. And this weakens the defense so much because you don't have that many players left to play on those segmented sides of the map. You still have 2 on A, and now they have to rotate over. This takes so much time. Berserk cannot land this shot. This is going to be painful. Here's the Satchel looking for Winner, takes him down instead, and brings us to an even fight. I say that, Rainy just drops onto them, and all of a sudden the side broken open. It's going to be that retake play coming in. Famous tries to chip them and buy a little bit more time for Shiro to get into position. Spots down the star. And the gravity wall doesn't quite pull players in. In fact, Shiro loses his head. Oh, this is a little bit devastating as Famous cannot quite connect onto the final shots with that many people peeking at it at the same time.
Big mistakes from Boom, and great punish and follow through from one team here. Gotta give credit where credit's due. Berserks, very smart play inside that Cloudburst. That's the usual thing that you want to do. If you know the Cloudburst is there, you know that the Tailwind or the Jet Dash is coming right after. So he was there to intercept the dash and ultimately also actually use that Cloudburst against a Winner here who was playing a game of hide and seek, and actually he was the one that was sunk to the ground. Thankfully, again, the follow through for one team was strong enough, and Blazeking actually got caught as he was dropping down. I think he was flashed by Xiaowei, couldn't get back into cover, punished, and as you mentioned it, brought that post-plant situation into a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, right? Like tiny details, and it turns things around for one team. And this is how they play. That timeout from Luke just gives them an edge over all of these tiny little positionings from Boom Esports. I mean, Berserk certainly tried, but one team were the ones to take that round in the end, bringing us to an intense 8-8.
Sure enough.
Still trying to poke and prod, but Boom Esports now being ever so controlled. They're spending a little bit of utility just to kind of get a read on how these guys are playing. Okay, Berserks. All right, he's in the garage.
Well, expend the Tailwind just to get the map control. I mean, I think that's a fair choice. You don't usually have to use it for aggressively, again, going for fights. If you can get that information, excuse me, that's going to be huge. Okay, this is good, because you can see here, Severin's actually holding mid, so that's why you were seeing 2 players actually hold up aggressive on A main. Blaze gets been spotted, but again, the smokes are there, and they can't flush him out.
Well, turns out they can if they just peek into it. Shiro will be able to find a double, but Xiaoyu gets a double of his own. Famous on the site has to be the one to stay alive and anchor, but unfortunately not quite able to do it. Teammates from the top of heaven, though, and still trying to shoot them down. Deny that spike plant. There are only 5 seconds left. Follow along with the Seeker. This guy could be concussed. He might die to something. Oh, with 10 HP, he will not survive. And Boom Esports finds themselves a lead.
Expensive. And
Buset itu suara apaan sih?
through grit and grime, they had to fight tooth and
Kayak
nail for that round win. But it was close. They could have lost. Xiaoyu took damage, very hard damage that Xiaowei could not heal up.
Mantap,
And
baby
that
bisa
ultimately leads to just
santuy
making
gak
it slightly
nembaknya?
easier for Severin to finish off the fight. You can see here, team replay real quick. Smiles of satisfaction as they get that round win. But again, expensive as expensive.
bawa bibi sih.
What's good about this is that it pushes the economy of one team down once again.
Kabar aku sih.
With that
Baik harusnya.
potentially momentum for Boom,
Dia na yang
I
aing
don't
sih ya.
want to count out these guys.
Boleh nggak tahu gua.
Xiaoyu still on the blades, Xiaowei with a Sheriff and Seekers. They might not necessarily use the rest of their
Kamu nanya
ultimates
apa?
in
Aku
this
nanya
round,
siapa,
but
bro?
if they start finding picks, that would be the go signal. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, still playing controlled, still trying to be safe about it. They've gotten so much information off that one Hawk.
Yeah, not only that, the blind just kind of deters Xiaoxi from setting up his smoke. I think he wanted to throw out the smoke somewhere on A main
Gua kenapa nggak
or
suka
A heaven
minyak ya?
just so that they can create a little bit more space for Xiaoyu to get closer. They don't
Let's
want
go,
him to
Boom,
be
let's
that
go.
far with the blades. They want him to be in a position where he can start really dealing some damage. You see it here. Severin's oh, he can't get away, but thankfully enough, Famous is in the corner there. Help his bro out. Down goes the wall. Down goes the life of Rainy. And his only winner to remain, stuck away from the rest of the team, stuck away from that spike and into the embrace
Lucu lagi.
of the judge of the Viper of Blaze.
Lucu lagi dia ngewok
I
cok.
got you. I got your back. And that is precisely how this team plays now. I mean, we saw how controlled they were being. And this is exactly the reason why. They knew that one team were about to try to poke and prod around these different spots on the map. And that's something that they've been doing the past few rounds. And with Famous just kind of positioned outside the top of heaven, he's able to double back in, help his teammates. A lot of the utility coming through as well. The setup from Blaze King with the toxic screen. Severin just arriving in time. Boom seems to have a good read on this, but perhaps this round will tell us a different story.
Masih menang, Mak.
Any damage done to Blaze King? Looks like that's going to be a no. They see the smoke. I think they still have to think, especially with, again, the economy of Boom not really being in tatters, that Blaze King should have the judge. So you can see a bit of respect, but they can burn out that fuel, isolate a little bit. And Blaze King's trying to play tricky. He can't play on mid because once the smoke dissipates, he has no cover whatsoever. But here, he's got a chance. He can get CQC and get a good fight. And what's another issue is Winner naded the wrong area, the wrong angle. But maybe, just maybe. Oh,
what?
See that? They actually committed a showstopper just because
pala
they
lu.
feared
Tadi
the
dia bilang
judge
sih kayak
that much.
Dingin banget nih tempatnya.
It's so expensive though,
Dingin banget
Asteroid.
tempatnya.
And at the same time, Blaze King
nyabun nih
actually
katanya.
peeking out because of that
Divisi tuh
showstopper.
nggak kuat ini anjing, nggak kuat
It is a
dingin cok.
worthy kill, and it gives them
Si Winner
a
yang
bit of
kidal ya?
access towards B Heaven. And with that, the Cosmic
Oh iya,
Divide,
mouse-nya di kiri ya?
potentially they go even further into the site
Aneh
itself.
anjing liatnya.
They take out Famous away
Bisa
from the
bayangin lu.
equation, and the only one left is Severin. Look at how he's playing though. Just trying to stay alive down at the bottom of hell. Hears noise from above and tries to play around. So sneaky. Xiaoxi will be able to snuff him out though. 10 seconds remaining. He has to stick the spike plant, and Shiro is banking on that fact. Takes out Rainy. Now with Garage Presence, he goes
Aduh.
out. But the drop from Berserk,
Ada.
just a bit of noise, and Xiaoxi goes in for the punish. It's a 1-on-2 with a Viper's Pit. Well, 1-on-1, excuse me, with a Viper's Pit up. How do you play around this? You have to tap. You have to kind of get your opponent to show and reveal himself.
Wah! Oh my god, no! Holy shit!
Headshot to boot.
Nice banget anjing. Gila.
Shows why Shiro is a controller master in his own right. He
Leo jauhin nih,
played
Dek.
Xiaoxi like a fiddle. You saw what he did there? Tap the spike. Xiaoxi was nowhere near.
Gokil,
and
gacor.
he waited. Did Xiaoxi actually try to pop a shot through the spike, or did he just try to get closer for visual confirmation? Oh no, yeah, there we go. We're seeing it right now. Look at that.
Yeah.
Shiro's just so aware.
No shot, but
Let's
you know
go.
that's just that bait.
Yeah, because the thing is, if Xiaoxi actually played to try to go around, there's like, what, 5 seconds before the Viper Spit closed off, and if he wasn't running, that would have been like a good 7 seconds. So Shiro absolutely knew that his opponent was going to be right in front of him. Again, those just minute details and the understanding of these players to capitalize on that just goes to show why they're the pro players in this situation.
Really smart. And now he's got his own Viper Spit. He uses it to block off mid completely. 1 point away from match point. And Boom Esports having won many rounds in a row, like this could be really problematic for one
Kalau
team.
dingin
If
tuh
they
tangan
can't
jadi
find a
kaku,
round right
ya
now,
nggak sih?
their economy could be
Makanya kan
broken,
pada pakai
and
hand
they're
warmer.
spending so much just to bank in on it. Xiaoyu trying to flush a couple out of position. He peeks out of
Tapi
his
iya kayak
clockers
waktu
at the right time.
biasa sih kalau
Xiaoyu
misalnya
to
lagi
assist.
kedinginan main tuh kayak
And they
tangan tuh
should
kaku banget.
have the sight. Cloudburst is a bit of
Hai
a runaway, and
Valentino,
that
hai.
encourages the peek out from Severin.
Kamu lagi
They
di
go
Europe ya?
back towards heaven instead. Maybe
Aku
a
lihat story kamu
better
seru banget
angle
lagi
from
di
here.
Europe.
No, it's
Probably a save.
operator.
Maybe just hoping that one team gets a bit too greedy and pushes up all the way through alley. But oh, cool! It's the RES.
Oh nah.
But
9-11 is okay.
gotta give it to one team. Very
Aduh, gua benci
disciplined on
banget
how they
makan
went for
di
that push. There was a
PCMG.
risk for Xiaoyu because he already got tagged as he was pushing up onto Shiro, but he waited for
I
his
already got
teammates
shit
once
on
again.
my
Again,
keyboard.
you're seeing a lot of discipline here for one team. Even though they get bullied out from time to time by Boom, you do see that one team's
Aku baru bersihin keyboard
mentality and how they
anjing.
approach these rounds haven't really changed, and it's still allowing them to execute this well, even though Boom
Iya, lagi
is
nge-switch. Oh my god,
threatening
seru
that match
banget.
point and that possible
Have
game
fun.
win.
And you have to
Kamu lagi
commend
liburan
that
atau
mental
lagi
resilience, right,
mau
Astra?
sekolah?
I mean, the way
Iya,
that he
dia
played
mau sekolah
that,
di Swiss juga kayak si
the entire
bareng
team,
Alex.
Xiaoyu just kind of perched up on top in his Cloudburst. The team to push in off of it at the same time. It's so tough for Boom Esports to react to that quickly, especially when you're trapped
So,
back
oke,
site. So,
santai dulu ya guys ya.
sometimes the operator and everything else, it's very tricky to work with. And keep in mind, that was a round where the Viper Spit was spent. So,
Iya ya anjir.
Blaze King back to the judge, and now
Sama
he's
L
playing
di
on
orang.
towards A.
Si
But
Dina sombong.
look at
Wah,
the speed at
bisa
which
goyang
One Team Esports are
sombong
heading
nggak?
into the
Halo.
site.
Famous is aware of this though, like he's looking for it.
Aku
That
sih
wall
gabut
is
sih ya.
about to go down. And Severin, now that he
Kalau
spots
diajak
nobody
chat
actually
mah
coming
enggak.
through ropes,
Ooh.
has chance to sneak up right behind, gives him access to that Seegers,
Kemarin
and
tuh aku sering
the
banget ribut sama
hand
si Al.
of one team has been forced, has
Kayak
been
hampir tiap hari anjir.
exposed. They know exactly where they are, and you can already see that with the movement of Boom around the minimap.
Liburan coba.
Yeah, you don't have pocket aces. I'm calling your bluff, says Boom Esports.
Kirain mau
Still though,
sekolah juga kayak si Al.
it's gonna be one team trying to find what they can, pushing in towards the site. Berserks with a punish, Famous with a
Dapat dua.
hold. And this
Do I
sends
play
Xiaowei
Mobile
reeling,
Legends? No.
just
Sorry.
trying to run away, but he goes into the open arms of Blaze King. What a read! The game
Meme banget
sense.
Babil. Dari tadi begitu mulu di
They
tali.
both went down the ropes the exact
Same time, yeah.
They're like looking, I think
Turunnya
it was like
barengan cok anjing
Yeah.
lah.
I want someone to like edit that and put the Mission Impossible theme song over it.
Oh yeah.
As they
Teng
go down
teng
the rope.
teng 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 teng
It's just
gitu.
unfortunate
Ding,
for
ding, ding,
one team though. I mean,
ding,
because like he was slow, he was alone, and he's just looking for a
I know
route.
that.
But you know, it's a great read from Blaze King, and this gives them match point and the broken economy for one team.
Wow. Berserk's not even phased by it. At that point, any other Jet would have just used the tailwind out of contact and just dashed away. If that was the case, that would have been really good for one team because now they know no more dash, no more super aggressive Berserks holding these god-awful angles for against us. So
Tatap-tatapan dulu lagi. Iya cok.
they're hidden on this. Wow, Shiro's just
Babil.
and Rain is not gonna know better.
That's well.
No smoker. Oh cuma
Thought they would have
ada.
reacted to it, but no. Back towards mid, and hearing all of this utility, Severin is very aware, and he's calling it out from his teammates too. I don't know,
Hati-hati
Xiaoxi
Fenty ya guys ya.
lurking out by A, like unless he can find a pick, that's not the greatest position to hold at this
Weh,
point.
Dasin
and Boom
boleh
are
stop
very
pakai
much so in
judge nggak?
control over the entire map, Asurai.
Dasin bener-bener judge mulu dari tadi weh.
seconds, or rather 30 seconds down to that clock, half a minute. It feels like one team are losing so many options. And boom goes the dynamite. Xiao Yu's in a corner. Severin doesn't even have to peek this. Cloudburst gives it away. Does he have a flash, or will he right peek to push here? Xiao Yu's gonna have to try to do something because that spike is nowhere near being planted. And it's the blink of an eye, man. I just looked away for a second, and you see Boom cleaning up house, getting game number 1.
I mean, just simple tactics.
Uci mo senyum, Jok.
You
was a famoso itu apa,
I think on their attacking side. But towards the end of it, the way that they controlled the map on their defense, one team had no answer. Perhaps on a couple of rounds with the executes, but then that all fell apart.
Selamat dan sukses. Nggak, mukanya
He's a huge dude, and that guy is giving you like the
mukanya Wilson ini loh.
Motivation, like we got this, guys.
Bisa ada Wilson yang pilih
I'm
itu
gonna
loh.
be afraid, and it says like, yeah, we got this. Yeah, definitely. And you do see that after like 4 rounds of losing to one team, the bounce back, the rebound of Boom was hard. I gotta give it as well to one team.
Not an easy lane for Jackie to return to.
Yeah, and like Shiro now at this point, he is fine being left alone bottom, so they can move anywhere they really want. They can
Kalau lagi Cok, Bleed.
and get all that kind of stuff, but yeah,
Let's
Spirit
go
Breaker
Boom,
and
2-0
Phoenix,
langsung
just
bungkus
support
ya,
them. They can kind of
langsung.
move anywhere they want. And for Bleed now at this point,
Bisa main nama aku dulu.
and it feels like they have to be ready for a movement that's going to come around toward mid, around these coils, but you have to play around coil constantly, so it's not going to be easy. Jackie level 4. Supports are also 4 on the side of PSG.
Maaf, Mama. Aku nggak habisin.
Yeah, they're just messing around with Jackie under his tier 2 tower. He cannot catch a break here, Jackie.
Famos go.
Brutal.
Pressure's on.
Nggak famos itu apa?
Absolutely brutal. Yeah, he's just hitting 5. Morphling is going to be getting close to level 7. They're going to go for the play bottom.
Masa Bleed kalah lagi, guys.
Oh, he actually goes in aggressively to Dubu. Turns around with the waveform, tries to threaten the tech. He's
Aduh,
quite be able to finish him on his
Dubu,
own, but Whitey smiled in with the charge. Shiro turns into Vicious to throw out a soul assumption. Won't be enough to finish with the soul assumption, but the adaptive strikes back up, and that will get him. Shiro, the fast plays there.
Emang lagi
Not
gacor,
afraid
beda
to
kelas
turn
susah.
and just fight aggressively into
sedih.
what was an attempt from Bleed on his own life.
Corden will get a regen rune.
Kalau
you could see that Shiro had
kalau
literally
zaman
no
Mang
cares.
Jackie masih di
Just
boom, guys.
no hesitation whatsoever, just wait
Menang nggak?
so aggressively in.
Ngomong PSG
This is the
LGD.
kind of perfect
Kita menang
start
PSG kan?
I feel like you could have here for PSG LGD. There's
PSG
4
emang
kills
dia
on the
dulu
side of
belajar
Bleed,
mulu ya.
but it's all on a 5 spirit break.
I saw why you
So,
smile.
who cares?
Yeah, all part of the plan.
Yep.
As it seems to
Orang
be
Cok, orang
the
Cina tuh
PSG
jago
LGD,
banget Dotanya.
It's going to take quite the recovery for
nggak
Jackie
sih?
to have a game as an anti-mage this time with how slow of a start he's had top.
Ice isn't even 6. NTS, nothing to say. He's moving down bottom. They have 4 heroes set up to go for this Visage and for this Techies potentially.
I mean, are they aware of this, or do you think they feel that they've left this area?
They don't know this is coming. They're both like
Look, TP's coming in. Gonna try and burst Ice will live.
Okay. Look at nothing to say could have gone in. He's waiting for the storm. He definitely could have gone in and gotten 1 or 2 of those with a orb
Nggak
coil
tahu.
combo.
Emang-
He was waiting for Corden to show up.
Menurut gue di split
get the
Famos
kills, but
emang
they do
biasa aja.
force
Famos.
away now.
They're looking at diving. I mean,
Pikir
both
biasa aja
Ice
kalau
and
di-
Duba are incredibly low. Coming in with the orb, jump forward with the waning rift. They won't commit the dream coil. Nothing to say.
Saving
They've
him.
just settled for Dubu.
He's waiting for this storm.
I mean, he knows that Corden's going to want to try and fight here.
It's really smart, kind of the way that he's holding this
Jago
spell.
ya,
Because the only thing, if Storm comes in this coil, he's 100% dead every time right now at this point of the game. So he knows he doesn't. He could get the kill on Ice there, but he's like, no.
Why you
Save the coil.
smile?
Storm can't fight.
I like
Very
his
smart
name.
plays there. 3K lead.
Why you smile, guys? You guys know the why you smile?
All 3 lanes have kind of just been.
You guys know this?
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Your name what? My name is Chris. Signs for lead right now.
Chris. Sorry? Chris. Oh, Chris. Where you from?
I'm from Jackie, be careful when you show yourself.
Oh, okay. Why you smile?
Pardon?
Why you smile?
He was like, alright. I don't know.
Why am I here?
Why you smile?
Why am I tonight?
Yeah, why you smile?
Not sure what you're saying.
I mean, you smile, why you smile?
Careful.
That's for the vortex. Yeah, he's able to heal up here, Planet, and now the backup's hit. And a Dream Core's laid down, Corden low on the mana.
Why you
He's trying to
smile?
finish off Planet.
Why
Planet
you
will step into the
smile?
bramble, causes his death. But at the
Jangan ngomong
cost of the
elit
bleed
tuh,
of
Wahyu
Corden,
sama.
and maybe even DJ.
Semai.
DJ will get the fear off
Semai.
onto Wahyu Smile.
Semai wah.
Nothing to say. And Wahyu Smile, they'll continue the chase.
Apun
They'll get
kah?
both of them.
Good God.
Oh,
Hey, this
bullshit gini guys.
is a beatdown, really. They go
This
for
is
the
rough.
plant, but yeah, every time it's an instant TP. They were calling it. Like, he's like, yep, nothing to say. Hasn't used his coil. He's just waiting for the
Menarik.
moment that the storm overextends, and that's exactly
Menarik
what happens.
ya.
Three cores free farming. Anti-Mage the bottom of the cores by a significant margin. Not an easy game for him to recover either. I mean, Brezzo even talked about it a bit on the panel. When you're playing versus Spirit Breaker, playing on the map as AM is hard.
Whoa.
Try
Whoa.
mid.
Let's try and pot him as well. Shiro. The
Siapa?
aggression, Niu is getting gone.
Oi, kabur.
It's not enough damage. He's going to live.
He's alive.
Anjing kabur. Oh,
No
kabur.
way.
At the same time, ISO Size will also survive the attempts
nice.
that were being made by Shiro and Wahyu Smile. See Shiro.
Wahyu
finish him off. ISO Size throwing
Smile.
out another soul assumption, but they
Ini
just
apa ini?
don't quite
Visa
have the burst
guys.
damage
Nggak ya?
to destroy
Mang
this
Jeki
Morphling.
pakai apa
Ooh,
sih?
this is actually pretty decent here to turn into. The Grave Chill, when you swap back, is super nice with that attack speed.
Shiro.
I mean, Shiro's just playing on his own. And, oh my god, it's a solo.
He's done
I
it on his
feel
own.
like Shiro is the most
Tough game for Jackie.
used
Tough
IGN.
game.
Like,
He's bottom of the
literally
net worth. He's
Shiro
different cause.
everywhere.
And at
Every
this rate,
country
he's
got
probably
Shiro.
going to stay down there
Got
for
at least
the
one
whole of this
Shiro.
game.
I mean, Corden,
Yeah,
they're helping him. It feels like they're helping him more this game of setting up the runes, but it feels like it's not really helping at all for the overall game. Everyone is just, I mean, there's not, it feels like they're just unable to play together. They're all playing separate. So I feel like now for Bleed, maybe it is a little bit of a time that you might have to group up as four to try to give space for Jackie.
What's
See if we can
Jackie
get the smoke.
playing?
You
Kok
gotta
I
try
nggak
to do
lihat
something
Jackie
like
dia tadi.
this.
Catch here,
Anti-mage. Oh,
DJ
pakai
Dubu
anti-mage.
and
Oh shit,
Corden.
anti-mage is pretty OP,
You
no?
need a big kill though. You
Oh,
want.
this
And
is
that
not
ain't
being
why you're
holding
smart.
smoke.
No, it isn't.
You,
You don't
you've
want
killed
it.
this Spirit Breaker time and time again. It's not doing you any favors. You've got to find something bigger.
The scan.
This would be the big one.
They got the ward. This one they should get.
Now Shiro is farming in a
guys, I
safe
do
spot here,
toilet
bringing
first,
the...
yeah.
He got the shift off. No way.
Mumpung
Oh, it's a level 1 shift.
nunggu bentar.
They needed that. It's a good kill.
He was quick. I mean, he definitely he saw the, of course, the blast off coming in at the last second there, but quick shift. But gets punished for his greed of his skill build. 4 points waveform, 3 adaptive. Usually you see just a second point maybe for the attribute just to be careful, but Shiro gets punished.
Yeah, they get something good there, Bleed.
Yeah, much needed. I actually think this is what they need to do. It kind of feels bad because you're going to start losing efficiency around the map, but I do feel like they kind of have to run around as like 2 to 4 heroes to try to catch Jackie back up in this game, which, I mean, it feels grim, but it might just be something they have to do to sack themselves for them to try to catch back up. Uh-oh.
Get the coil set up on the Corden. He's gone. And so will Dubu going down as well.
Well, they got met with the numbers. Nothing to say, having a godly game.
And Shiro, he's got his eyes on DJ. Putting the chase down, he's been able to turn into the Dark Willow, drop the cursed crown upon DJ. Setups there for nothing to say to clean up a second.
Oh, man. LGD's like, all right, you guys want to stick together? We'll bring 3 or 4 heroes. We're way stronger than you, even with a number of disadvantages. They easily clean up everyone. And yeah, Jackie, it's just gonna take too long. It really is. He needs so many items this game to deal with this Morphling.
Still, of course, trying to get that Battle Fury, but
Yeah.
it's not coming anytime soon.
7k lead, 14 minutes. A blink now on nothing to say as well, too. So even easier forms to him to catch this puck, or catch this storm, catch this AM.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another smoke. Leader on the hunt. Corden and Dubu. We'll find Shiro last time down here. Doesn't look like they'll find him again. Only the Phoenix Planet.
They barely even hit the tower zone. Like, bottom tower's only lost like 600 HP. A situation that they needed to be able to get some type of map advantage at the least to try to get some space with AM. This is tough. Losing their 2 towers so early. Jackie doesn't have anywhere to farm. And he's going to have to show himself in a wave, and that's just potential to kill him.
But they're going to go straight for him. Yeah, they've got Dream Core's there. Tried to save himself with the spell shield, tried to get away with his own pig pole. But yeah, nothing else to be done there for Jackie. He's gone again. His tier 2 tower, 15 minutes in. It's going to be in a spot of bother.
Oh, and they even have the glyph up for the bottom tower that also keeps the creep alive top for a second there, so even more damage. Easy pickings continuously.
Full pipe now, Neo. And at the least, Bleed, they were able to snipe Shiro's courier, and they did have the Manta recipe on, so Manta will be slowed down.
Plays though, around mid. PSG LTD already set up.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Nothing to say, almost level 13. Gordon only 10.
I was thinking about trying for this. So we'll settle for the rune. Not a fight to jump into. And we'll see again here on the replay. Jackie in trouble.
What can he do? I mean, he has
Blink was on cooldown, so he had to play for sort of the movement speed of the pigpole.
He's desperate to try to find farm. He has to like blink into creep waves, and when he shows on these creep waves with Spirit Breaker, you're gonna die. And speaking of Spirit Breaker, I mean, they'll get him again. That's 6 out of 8. But don't think he cares.
Not at all. Especially when they find something in return, they'll get DJ. Do pop the Supernova for that one, though. Still perfectly fine with that, because PSG not really reliant on the ultimates to fight right now with how strong they are.
Can hear that. He's distracting his all hell. What are they called? The flappers? The flappy clappers. I'm just going to call them the flappy clappers. The blowy uppy flappy clappers. Those things, they're being headed out here in Bangkok, Thailand. And
it's great.
I'm very glad that that's happening.
I mean, it's better than a crowd that's just like...
True. A little bit of fun's better than no fun at all, right? So my point was, one team's Ascent agent comp is pretty much tried and tested. It's the one you would expect. And yesterday, it looked very, very strong. But for Boom, what are we going to expect in terms of the agent select?
Same thing.
I feel like same thing.
Same damn thing.
But the thing is, again,
nothing special.
I've talked about how Famous is, you know, one of the players to watch out for. Berserks has a really mean KO, so that's also where I'm kind of also
are they being
wanting to steer this conversation, just looking at how very beat down one team could be if they're not able to deal with how he set up his flashes for himself or actually alongside Famous. Again, the alley-oop, as we mentioned on Split, was very detrimental, and it could actually show itself once again here on Ascent.
Okay, so Berserks, you're saying he's going away from the jet that we just saw?
Oh yeah, because that's the thing about Berserks is it's very interchangeable with Famous. Depends on the matchup, depends on the map, but Berserks has shown that he is very capable, proficient, capable with also going for the flasher agents. And again, the KO, because KO is like a hybrid entry duelist because of how he just is. But yeah, we're probably going to see that here on Ascent.
I really think so.
He was pretty good at going forward. I think, you know, that's what I like about him. So I can see how he synergizes well with the kit that KO brings in.
Yeah, this composition, I mean, first of all, like, everyone plays the same damn thing.
Yeah.
Because it's all derived from, like, how the grandfather of Pacific, you know, DRX plays it. And then they have their own version of it. And when you think about how Pacific plays as a region, sure, everyone might adopt the same composition, but they kind of derive it into their own like individual styles. And that's the thing about Boom Esports. Like, you're talking about the KO, you're talking about Berserks. It's different from how one team had played it yesterday against Xerxia. So it might kind of just be a little bit confusing too, because one team, it's the same composition, but they play so far back, so passively that sometimes it works out. But once teams start to adapt to it, it's going to be problematic. And I think one team, they really need to go back to the drawing board and think about, all right, yes, it might have been overtime, it might have been 14-12, it was good. How do you make it better? Because they really need to find that answer if they are to start finding wins in Ascension Pacific. So far, they've lost one. This could be their second loss if they don't start to, you know, catch up to this. Yeah,
you know, if they cop this L today, then what's that, 2 losses taken, and that's
it's not great.
You'd be aiming for like 3rd at best, potentially, depending on how the rest of the group
Duh,
goes.
lama ngomongnya.
And that, it doesn't instill a lot of confidence.
Feels like a Shiro top.
I can't be interested in what they're saying. I'm sorry.
Maybe. I mean, all right, they've got it. They've got him.
Give it to Jackie.
I was going to say Jackie was definitely hoping for the last hit on that. Doesn't get it. Corden takes it.
Okay, well,
Corden
they just expanded a ton. They're already pinging the rush, so they're probably saying, it made it, when I respawn, go straight rush.
Just saying what
on the side of PSG LGD.
I don't know shit.
A pretty decent kill at the least.
I mean, a couple of times, right, that they have killed Shiro. It's not really been enough to change sort of the whole dynamic of the game. Still 13k lead for PSG LGD. They're showing that they can bring down the cap.
Jackie, be careful, you're showing in the lane.
Dream Boy is on.
Anjing ditobrok, Cok. Mati lo.
Gonna get
Aduh.
bounced out of the coil as well into the snapback. That's,
Oh no, that's Mang
another
Jackie. Gue baru
10
nyadar.
seconds that Jackie is gonna have to sit on the sidelines.
NTS
No, Mang
popping
Jackie.
off. There's just no stuns on.
Wait,
It's
why
such
is
a hard
this
game
like
to play.
good?
This puck is such a free game.
Anjir kalau gitu gue
NTS is literally
beli
doing whatever he wants. He's got
Enak
free
kan
reign.
ini
All
kopinya?
three cores have ways to disengage versus these limited
This is my
limited
favorite
stuns. I mean, yes,
coffee.
they're stuns, but they're telegraphed. You know,
Might-
people understand
might
when I say that, but hard to set up. As yeah, hand holding now at this point, bleed.
Mang Jackie. My son can farm better than Jackie. Bitch.
Oh, an ancient stack. Thank you very
That's
much.
why you don't have a
Steal that
son.
one immediately.
Out.
Yes.
So we are going to see that substitute
Oh,
come
Yendi is
through
playing.
for Ascent for one team.
Really?
and
Seriously? I
Jan
do
Lee
not
yesterday
approve
was
of
very,
the
very strong on this map. So keen to see what
men.
he's going to be capable of. Of course, it
Team.
feels like, yeah, Xiaoxi is
Team,
just
team, whatever.
a
Ah,
Viper.
kira- Iya ada Vivi.
Just a Viper. It's like just that one trick. that
Ada
comes
Vivi
through
Cok
and
sekarang.
just
Ucok udah
tries to
kembali
get
ke
it done
tempatnya.
for one team. And look,
Sudah
not
kembali.
much to discuss here in terms of those agents. But anything that you do want to touch on, because look, it's tried and tested. It's everyone on the agents you'd expect. I'm looking at Jarway. I need some more of those clutch plays to come through from him. I feel like we didn't get enough from him in map 1 of the series.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it, but I feel like it's just going to be a little bit different because, again, one team loves to play off of information, and it's a very careful, controlled style. Meanwhile, if you're looking at a guy like Shiro, you know, he's an initiator guy, but he also knows how to play controller, and he has that much more depth and knows how to find
Jackie di
fights and
fully apa
push
sih
off
fully?
into
Itu
the
item
abyss
ya?
at times. And one
Dia
team, you know,
dibully. Goblok.
this
Iya,
works,
Cok, dibully-bully
but
ini
again,
dari
just
tadi
looking
gua
for the
liat
extra
ya.
edge. I don't know, Asrak.
And Blitzking is very tricky to go up against when he plays that Omen, because if you've seen the highlights that he's done in their own region in Indonesia, he's just able to play around so many tricky angles and
Guys,
get
Mei itu
multiple
sombong
kills that
banget,
it just
sumpah. Dia tuh
bamboozles
dulu
teams.
paling
So if
nggak
one
pernah-
team's not prepared for that,
nggak
it's going to be
pernah ngomong,
tricky
babi.
in that
Ih,
regard.
Bebo.
And another thing is,
Muah,
one team,
Bebo, muah.
if I remember correctly, feels like they were
ngapain
lacking
sih
on
Bebo?
mid
Lihat dulu.
control, more so on the defending side. On attacking, I'm not entirely sure, but something to just watch out for as well coming into this
Sumpah
second map.
jujur ya.
Now, what I want to point out is what I saw from Severin
Di
in
team 1 ini
map
gua kayak
number
nggak bisa
1
hafalin
was
ini yang mana
great
mana.
facilitation to set up Berserks. Now, Berserks on the
Wih,
initiator,
Do.
Severin moving back
Cutie banget sih,
into
Do. Oh
that
my
sentinel
god.
role. He can't really set up Berserks, so to say, and he's probably going to have to be one of those side anchors. You know, that's what you used to see once
Itu
KJ
kan
is
si
also
AA
there.
nih
There's no
kedinginan,
real chance
Cok.
at rotating out, so we might see
Kok dia ada jaket lagi sih? Ini
Maybe Berserks
jaketnya.
is gonna have
Dia
to
pinjam
start to
jaket
be that
orang pasti.
facilitator to help out the rest of the team.
Atau P2 ya?
Slight difference to like Chaoe as the IGL and the initiator for one team, right? But at the same time, you know, Asura was talking about it, that mid presence. One team doesn't really always do Killjoy utility towards mid. They kind of leave that open. If anything, maybe Xiao Yu plays around that spot with the updraft just to catch people if they do push in. But then
Ucok.
again, it leaves a bit of a
Ucok, itu namanya Ucok, guys.
Well, if you can find that
Ucok.
contact, it's going to be great for one team because, again, they're dictating the pace of how this game goes. We saw how yesterday when they were on that pistol, they would at least go for the standard, get that mid presence first, see if there's any contact, see if we can get picks. If not, we can always default for short. But I wonder how effective or how well they can catch off Severin that also plays very hard anchor on a site. And if he's alongside Blaze King, that can pose as a very big problem here, I think, for one team.
Well, I guess
Anjing bocil gue jago banget
the
dia,
unknown
Cok.
quantity is going to be how good these
Berserks
KO knives
gokil,
are just to
Cok.
shut down that KJ util,
Like,
how good the lineups
legit.
are, and how good
So
one
good.
team can be on map number 2 of the
Guys,
series.
kamu udah
We're
kelar
jumping into the
latihan
skies, we're
belum
jumping
sih?
into the
Aku
heavens, and we're jumping
nobar.
into what could be
Aku
the
harus
final
ngomong
map of this
sendiri.
series.
Truly, it has
Aku
to
ngomong
be it.
sendiri, Cok.
One team, we've been looking for them. They definitely surprised us for a second, but
Are you
can
done
they
with practice?
finally walk away with a true win? Yesterday, they won out on map 2. Can they do it again today?
Whew. Well, they have to push it to map 3, obviously, so hopefully we can see that from one team here because, again, for me, that hasn't been as exposed
Udah.
to the
Nambah.
Hong
Nobar
Kong,
yuk,
Taiwan
guys.
region. I am really impressed and have turned into a fan of this particular team. Winner Rainy, they've been grinding their butts off, and it has paid off, and it is showing. You're really seeing the fruits of their labor really bear fruit here in their performances, even though, again, they're losing the matches, but they are losing it with a lot of close calls against their opponents.
Yeah, a lot of experience gained, too. I mean, we were talking about the punish plays, and yesterday it was Rainy who was the one with the highest ACS on the team, so expecting that performance again for today, but right now, at the very least, it's going to be led by Xiaoyu with the team in towards the B site. Boom, trying to play off of this, only managing to find a couple of trades, which are kind of hurting them at the same time. They don't have numbers.
Yeah, and with the weaker weapons, just the classics for Blaze King and Severin, they might need to push up onto B main to maybe pick up the fallen pistols, better pistols of their teammates. I'm just looking into things.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, yeah, Severin's by himself. Paranoia thrown out, but his positioning has been exposed. And look at the angles here. 3 versus 1. It's a tall hill to climb, and he'll fumble all the way down.
Well, maybe it's the same story as before. Again, I mean, one team have been great so far on the pistols. Boom won none of the pistol rounds from the previous map, but they did come back towards the end. So just getting a feel for things, but at the very least, with such a decisive hit, one team are buying up on the big guns, right?
Yeah, again, I feel like people, you know, regular people like us might not like the Bulldog buy because I want to be able to just save my weapon, maybe get a rifle in the next round. But Bulldog is a very credible weapon, especially if it's not incredibly long range. In a sense, doesn't really have those super scary long range angles. Where did that come from Rainy? Oh, he actually tried to step on top of the box. You sneaky little guy, you. Cheeky.
Kok lo cepet juga sih kelar latihan?
Yes.
Udah jago.
I'll give him credit for that. That was amazing.
Betul.
For sure.
Boleh,
I don't
boleh.
think Boom expected that either.
Caster Indonya siapa ganti Indo kali? Ya ini kok garing banget ya Caster.
Careful.
Casternya garing kah?
Peek out. They get info out by
Masa itu gue bukan yang mau nonton yang Indo ya, cuma yang Indo tuh delay
Boom
lah.
slowly peeking into them one-on-one. Blaze King unfortunately punished. No
Blaze
more
King.
smokes. The rest of them have some
nih?
upgraded weapons,
Guys.
but I don't know how effective they will be.
Klik kok kayak nyabun-nyabun gitu. Waduh, nggak dapet.
Gara-gara dia pakai vandal gua, nggak gua bless.
Anjing vandal apa cok dia pakai itu.
Dia pakai gliss pop hitam terus badinya badi gua.
Oh iya.
Persis. Gliss pop yang emas terus badinya yang bulu marah. Nggak bisa, itu harus di bless dulu baru bisa nyala.
Lu bless dulu dong anjing.
Dia tidak mengizin, jadi tidak di bless.
Xiaoyu's up by 5 kills, 1 point away from his Blade Storm. Again, this is why this is their favorite map. If anything, you know, that's why I was talking about Fracture, and Mac was talking about it too.
Maksudnya di
This
kiri.
might be their permaban, but if you're playing against a team like one team, sometimes you need to
Nggak
ban
tahu,
something
kok tadi
else.
kidal itunya kali tadi itunya apa namanya? POV-nya kidal. Maksudnya player.
Fighting into it. Now it's a Boom that's trying to play a little bit more
ini
controlled.
main
They're not
udah.
peeking out too much, and they've got the
Pada
full
ngomong.
buys. They don't want to lose these guns too early.
Mana nih POV-nya winner?
That was a lot of commitment on mid.
Winner chicken dinner.
So Xiaoyu can't really push forward.
Kameranya suka nggak sinkron cok anjing.
Waiting for a little bit more
Amat
contact,
di
if not noise on mid, so
champion
maybe he can
mau di mana-mana juga
Tapi
kemarin
ini
gitu.
lebih nggak sinkron lagi.
Again, signs of again, just a smart player not really wanting to commit all of the utility just because, right? Both of the KOs tagging each other down in the process, no one knocked away, but one team getting a clear picture of what's happening. And as they wait for the utilities to clear up here, Severin's by himself, and he might get cleared out here by Xiaoyu. And Severin, he's still there. They can't really flush him out of his position. Finally they do, but this gives somehow Shiro access to the back of B. He throws out the utility, which exposes him. But this is still in favor of Boom.
Tingkat Jawir.
Let's go.
Satu lagi Jawir.
Let's go. Gila.
Jawir nih bos. Jawir nih bos.
Jawir semua.
Talked about it. That's right. And he is
Disiplin.
prepared. Here's the footsteps
Mantap.
that he knows the
Jawir.
pressure want to stick the plant. So just
Anchor Benny bos. Jawir.
Jawir.
Leo Jawir nih bos.
Leo Jawir.
Sumpah ya, gue lihat klipnya si siapa si Bowser main duo kan sama si Leo, bener-bener kayak docok ngomongnya anjing.
force it
Kayak
up.
cara
There.
ngomongnya
Dibilang
gitu bener-bener kayak Do,
itu
Cok.
Yeah, there it is.
itu kopiannya Do anjing.
Iya anjing,
But yeah, he
bener-bener
was just on
mirip
the
banget.
logs.
Cara ngomongnya
In
tuh
any
kayak
case, I
bacotnya
thought
tuh
Rainy
kayak
could deal
mirip
more
banget ya
damage
pokoknya.
here as well if you saw how he was able to deal with the one pressing through on
Ide.
stairs.
Engkau lu
and-
Kenapa
guys.
Andi mulu sih yang diituin?
Yang nonton tuh
Oh,
gitu,
dari
guys.
dari awal
But you
udah
know what?
berapa
Dari
berapa
kemarin tuh
ratus?
kayak gitu,
It's still
yang
a buy
dikasih lihat tuh
from,
cuman kayak satu penonton
one
gitu,
team,
soalnya
and of
kayak gak ada yang
course, Boom
nonton
just trying
dah.
to buy up again.
Dikasih lihat Andi doang.
Bulldogs, a judge from
Kasihan yang lain yang
Blaze
nonton ke dia.
trying to hold out outside of main, but they keep on going in for the fights.
Oh,
Berserks though,
gila.
just a double for a
Anak lu, guys.
second, and then
Itu dia ya,
down
bocil.
by Xiaowei. Blaze King's
Tapi nggak sih atasnya?
trying to spam and find them, but they're
Sumpah
not.
Dasin boleh
To be
judge
found,
mulu.
they're tucked away, hiding up
Tapi
on
judge
top.
Omen di
He's
sini
making
sih
noise with a judge
gokil.
too, so they know that he has the shotgun. They've
Mas
committed.
korban.
Warning sign?
Mas
They've
korban.
committed the double.
Oh.
Oh my
smoke.
god, no!
Jangan.
Oh my god,
Wah,
timingnya.
timing.
Lucky.
Timingnya, oh my god.
Xiaoyu
Dia
is
ngambil
just
senjata.
like an inch, a
Astagfirullah,
centimeter
Om
away.
Dustin. Pasti dia kagak tahu tuh dari atas
Spotting
bisa
him.
kelihatan.
He's gonna have to
Iya,
drop
iya.
down as the drone is there.
Oh my
Gives
god.
away his position. Nobody
Pisaunya jelek lagi.
re-attacking top short as you see Severin
Pisau kang
just
pukul anjing.
frantically peeking through
Itu
mid,
pisau apa, Cok?
peeking through B main,
Itu yang
making
bisa
sure
mukul,
that
kalau
one
klik
team
kanan
is
mukul.
not encompass any other
Aku nggak tahu.
control here. But the thing is, boom, they respect.
Jelek.
No more smokes, no more control and aiming.
Itu
They back
ada
away.
nih.
As they hear the utilities being thrown
Beli.
out, they know it's going to be
Oh,
someone
iya.
Yang
of a
refer
fumble.
bukan
Oh.
Double
refer apa
cloud
sih?
burst is not going to be enough.
Ada
Aku nggak pernah lihat.
rep bandel juga deh, gue cuma beli
Almost
pisau.
held. The
Let's
reveal
go.
comes through.
Let's
but
go, Bebo!
not break
Sumpah Bebo juga
through.
gak
Boom.
cocok di sini
Mukul
anjing.
klik kanan
What
nih.
a defense.
Kalau ini mapnya
Thought it was
ini
fumbled
kalau
outside of A
Berserk
main
tuh
with everyone
mapnya
peeking in,
split,
but
kalau ini
Berserk's
mapnya
brought it back
Bebo
around
cek
first.
Yeah,
Gue
thing
gacor
is,
banget biasa di sini.
really, oh yeah, that's the first
Tahan,
contact,
tahan,
amazing. The
tahan.
follow-up though, when one team was pushing in,
Si, ini
you
si
can already
Fakri
see what
ini,
was going in their heads. They
Fakri
hear the
mati.
the drone
Yeah.
coming in from Xiaowei, immediately goes for the smoke, and as they push in, the cloud burst,
Xiaowei.
how long does it last? 4 seconds. So that means that if they're closing down the door, there's going to be a time where the
What
players
the
of Boom
dog, dude?
can see through it,
Nonton
and
Anjing.
it seems like there
Siapa
were,
tuh
one
nyedot?
team was just not
Anjing.
really prepared
Yeah.
for players of
Goblok.
Boom to just challenge as the door was closing in. There's no gentleman agreement
Ngomongin
here.
game.
If that door is
Kenapa?
closing in, if we got a chance, we will take it.
If we brawl, we brawl. And you know what? Kids, ladies and gents, like this is why you got to respect your control players. You need those smokes to block off that door area, and the cloud burst just is not enough, especially at this level. So, back into it. One, they're trying to find that gap towards mid because that is how they managed to find the B site before. but
Nama
it's not
jetnya
quite
gimana
working
dipronounce
out
ya?
this time.
Ius.
Spike
Ius.
in towards A.
Oh!
They only have.
Oh.
Oh my
What
gosh, Aris,
the
here comes the
fuck?
Blade Storm. Xiaoyu.
Kenapa
We were
mati sama
talking
Blade
about
Storm,
it. This
Cok?
is how he plays up by mid, especially with the updraft. He finds a
Fakri
quick
pakai
double.
Gisma agak-agak
Weapons
ya.
retreat for his teammates. A
Harusnya
bit of a
lanjut
lurk
tapi
from
karena
Rainy, but
mati.
the footsteps
Itu
kind of
gaya.
causing him to turn the wrong
Udah
way.
diganti. Itu pandal gue juga itu gaya anjing warna merah. Stop ngikut-ngikutin gue anjing.
As Xiaoyu,
Stop, Fakri.
why did they get the double kill? It was on switch. They were
Stop
just
pakai vandalmu
bunkered up there
sendiri
for
ya,
some reason.
Fikri.
Hold up.
Tahu Fakri udah gue bilangin pakai
This
Chrono.
is
Chrono
Tahu.
better
hitam the
there are
best
more
aja.
bodies. Weapons
Pakai
might
vandal
not be
sendiri
as
kayak
much,
tidak
but
boleh ya.
this is still going
Gak
to be
boleh ya
flashes
ikut-ikutin
anymore
harga
from
ya.
Berserks
Oh.
here,
Itu
checking
dia tuh.
through the smoke,
Gliss pop,
popping shots,
gliss pop
hoping that
hitam
maybe a wall bang
badinya
can take
itu
one away.
vandal
Xiaoyu
kebanggaan
is
gue, Cok.
challenging, and
Wah.
Xiaoyu is going to get
See
played.
you.
Lay claim one
We
more, and
see
he gets
you.
himself
Let's
an
go,
ace.
bebas.
Denies, but
Aduh
there's
anjing
still
enak.
two players
Udah jago banget
to deal
ya.
with, and that Spike is
Ngeri
already
banget, Cok.
screaming
See you.
explosion.
Meninggal dong, meninggal.
It turns things around in this time.
Gila, coba di klik kanan. Bisa dapat tuh. Udah.
And it's just so scary with the way that he plays on that Blade Storm.
Bukannya
Again,
si ini ya, si Bebo.
a lot of attention to this one
Yep.
player
Wah,
Gila.
anjing.
from one
Gila,
team.
Gimana
You have to
sih,
keep your
Cok,
eyes
kayak
on him,
gitu.
especially with the Blade Storm up.
Oh,
A bit of
Pala
noise
semua,
all across the
Cioks.
other parts of the map, but it was all just a diversion. And at the same time, for Boom, you know, it's a good attempt at the retake, but they never expected that secondary
Fakri,
updraft
fokus,
on the
Fakri.
site. So now slowly starting to learn to adapt around this.
Kalau gini
They've
pakai
got the
akun ini
force
gak sih
buys,
guys?
the half buys.
Pakai akun dari
Iya,
Riot
pakai
kan?
klien
To take
klien
proactive
beda.
map control. Just
Beda
hold
akun
up
ya?
closer forward position.
Beda
with
klien,
the
beda
off-angles.
akun.
Oh,
This is such a menace. He just loves to play those shots.
anjing lu udah main lawan Deadlock kan guys?
Very economic, to be be honest. If you can get
Udah,
that
kenapa?
impact from that.
Broken anjing.
Severin's just
Ya.
Ya,
Uci!
ya.
He's gonna take
Uci!
the ball.
Diinjak terus.
Uci bu, buta coba.
Anjing, buta dia.
I mean,
Uci.
he got
Kata dah.
blinded, so he couldn't
Fakri kena
hear
jet
or
dis
see
kayaknya,
if he
Cok.
was getting pushed, so he was just kind of
Fakri
hoping that
kedinginan
maybe.
cok anjing. Fakri tuh
Gosong anjing.
cocoknya main di
Really,
warnet
in
anjing.
any
Si
case,
Fakri
that
teh
did push
kepanasan
Boom,
dia.
or excuse me, one team to go
Kalau kedinginan
the other
doi,
direction to A main,
sop,
but
suap.
this is just a weak buy for Boom here, or yeah, for Boom here. So nothing one team really has to try to be aware of or
Sampai pakai
wary
jaket anjing.
of.
Yeah, but I like how
Jadi
Boom
gue suka
is
pakai
getting the
jaket,
read
bilang
on
gak
this.
enak
Look
main
at how
pakai
they
jaket.
checked B main. Shiro kind of calls
Tapi
it
main
clear,
juga
so
kita.
chances are it's going to be an
Pakai
8 hit, and
juga
that's why this
jaket.
utility is spent now towards this site. But the thing is, your positions have to be good. Your guards don't have the greatest range, especially with Blaze King. So he's just holding up, making sure that they don't push into door. But guess what? Yen Lee with a fragment. Xiao Yu just going in again.
Rizky, kamu bensinnya sudah habis ya?
All the hopes and dreams are on his shoulders, and he's trying to find it. Managed to get the first. Shiro with a shock dart.
Shiro
But that's
gacor
the
deh.
best they
Shock
can
dartnya
go
sumpah.
for.
Wah, anjing.
Fury
Kita
now.
tuh.
We buy enough
Wah,
time.
mati cok.
More
Woi,
hits.
mantap dong.
Oh, that's
Mampus.
Dapat.
Oh my god, Leo Jawir.
Itu dia,
What
Cok.
did we
Jawir, Jawir.
It's again
So good.
Boom, knowing,
senyum,
understanding the
Cok,
situation,
Cok.
understanding
Anjing, Leo Jawir nih, bos.
Gacor.
that point that they gotta push through the smoke.
Ngeri,
We've
Cok.
stopped them from
Aduh, guys, lu di
again. We've stopped them
Korea
from pushing
sih ya.
up into the site. We were
Apa?
able to
Nonton
direct it
itu
fair
Thailand
enough, and I think
seru.
we're gonna see Famous. Yep, got the blaze,
Bisa,
and here
Cok.
it is.
Mau
Pushes
gua
through
di
the
Indo
smoke.
juga kagak bisa,
He missed the
anjing.
opportunity to at least get a kill, and then his teammate Shiro
Latihan ya?
doesn't let
dia,
his teammates' efforts go to waste. He had the Hunter's Fury, and he had
Kayak Mei,
the
guys.
understanding
Latihannya
that
di
he planned
warnet.
there. He denied it
Keler
there.
kuda lah.
It was close. It could have gone either way, but it went the way of Boom with just very, very
So happy
minimal
with
margins.
that. Again, yeah, I mean, they have the reads, and then they stalled perfectly. One team, because they play so
Jawir,
slow and careful,
Jawir,
sometimes they
Jawir,
lose
Jawir,
rounds
Jawir.
with time.
Jawir pride, bos.
That's not the
Bukan Indo
greatest
pride, bos.
feeling in the world, but they continue to press forward. Again, just kind of holding up outside of mid, expecting pushes or peaks from Boom. Look at Famous.
Ganti Vandal, Cok, Famos anjing.
Looking
Tuh
at him,
kan,
very close
top
on
ya
Arch
pakai
here,
Vandal
though.
gua.
He can hear or at
Nggak
least
mau
see
dengerin
their
gua, kalau
utilities.
void, Cok.
He's backing away smartly right now, as no one has actually garnered
Waduh.
any mid control
Obvious,
first. I
Cok.
think what Boom are reading here is since there's like 50 seconds on the clock, it has to be a quick little default somewhere. Any big utilities that they can maybe fall back on, it's winners lockdown. Question is, Shiro, he's actually
Vandal
still bring.
reboisasi,
Never mind,
Cok.
they have no command. They won't be able to do anything. They
Main.
won't have the lineup to stop the lockdown. So it's just going to be a full-blown retake. The thing is, Shiro
Coba tuh
can
sendirian di backside. Jawir.
someone away
Kita lihat
before
Jawir.
he gets locked or
Gimana,
detained
Cok?
Aduh,
himself.
Wir. Wir mati dong lu, Wir. Kenapa nggak swing aja Wir sekalian,
Oh
Wir?
no. Well, a bit of support from the team, but nobody really here to
Aduh,
come
ente
and
deh.
just catch him as he falls.
Ayo
Unfortunate.
ikut agama.
Severin got
What
clipped
the fuck,
out
ada
from the
cashback.
smoke as well.
Gak
So
logis lu, sering gua.
3
What the
on
fuck?
5. Not impossible.
Let's
If
go,
they can
baby!
find more picks, this is a great start. The
Coba
flash
semalam
comes
ini,
out from Berserks, and you were talking about him,
Flash,
Azra, but
mantap.
unfortunately,
Ya, Rizky
Kenapa
kenapa
nggak
just the angle being
swingnya
held by
begitu,
winner,
anjing?
and that's the punish coming in from one
Nggak, dia
team.
mau flashin lane.
2 players
Oh.
left
Kan dia
though.
nge-swingnya juga
Still very
terlalu
much in the fight.
paham.
They're trying to stay in the thick of it.
2v3
Famous,
situation.
one from the lane,
Oh,
the other
Wah,
out from
buta tuh.
Canoe. They continue
Oh,
to
let's
push
go,
in
Blaze!
off at the flash, but it's only good
Be
for
back,
one. The trades
Ama!
come through, and Blaze doesn't
Let's
have
go,
that
Bebo!
much time
Aduh,
left. The
ente
double
lah.
beat
Aduh, ente.
says that it's lights out, puts one team up by 1.
Wow, one team not making that mistake anymore. We're gonna go for the full extended duration of that lockdown, making sure that
Anti-bo.
every bit of nook and cranny on B is thoroughly checked by the ulti. So if you're there, if you stay long enough, if you can't get any kills, you
Wah,
just
anjing.
know that you're
Uci
stuck. There was the
ditembusin.
smoke, as I mentioned, from Blaze King to give some cover for Shiro. It was all for naught, and somewhere, somehow, Severin gets actually caught in transition. So one team, great start on this attacking side, and again, it
Oh.
shows to us that
Fikri mau beli
the
OP
second
nih.
map really is one of their favorite playgrounds against these teams.
Ascent, it really is. And they're off with their slow and careful push once more. Shiro just trying to clip some of them with a shock dart, but not quite able to catch him
Di spot
instead.
merah,
Xiao
Cok.
Yu just actually going for the peak. Yen Li still outside of tiles. They Oh, they're finding Boom bit by bit because, you know, it's this pistol round, and Boom sometimes you just want to try to pick them off or try to find a flank, and it just doesn't quite happen.
Definitely not happening
Anjing
here.
sumpah.
This
Boleh diem
one team's
di
very
main
honed
ini,
in, zoned in. You've locked and loaded on what they want to do. Boom
Wah.
keeps really against it.
Rizky dapat cok.
Well, Xiaoyu
Thank you
does
for
have a dash,
subscribing.
so I'm expecting Berserks to get somebody on the follow through of this.
Wah!
Unless he just swings out with the flash coming out
Mantap.
from Yan Lee, maybe to set up for his own teammate. Any case, that softens up the blow, but numbers still great, and the only thing Famous can really hope for is
Aduh.
his pistol with a classic.
Ini pakai klasik
but
sih boleh.
it cleared out very quickly.
Boleh bismillah ya,
Well,
bismillah.
Severine comes in. New challenger has arrived. Unfortunately defeated by Yan Lee. Still, Sheriff only managing to find one. So one team finding that lead. Can they hold on to this? It's looking good, but now
Indo.
all right, full buy from Boom Esports. Are we doing the Odins?
Kopi.
Oh yeah, Odin spam is great on Ascent. Mentioned in the past, might mention it now. Every wall is definitely bangable on Ascent here. We got that Odin. And alongside that, Famous actually copying the operator as well. This is the terror that teams that, you know, in the know kind of do on Ascent. There's this one thing that you can do on short as well, where you can just spam through short downwards on tiles. I think that was
And you get
what we saw with NRG in Tokyo Masters.
Wow.
So it's a very strong
I didn't
angle
say
to try
that
to
is.
work with. You can actually just basically paranoid people. They're instinctively back away, and you can get maybe a free kill if you want. If you're
Ini
lucky
kupingnya
enough.
nggak masuk semua,
Strong
Hyung.
weapon.
Kupingnya ada yang keluar dari
Yeah, clip
headset.
that. After I said it, it's his favorite quote. Every wall is
Lucu banget
bangable. All right, back to the timeout though for Boom. I mean, they have this buy, they have this setup for a very particular reason, and Meow is just trying to corral the team and give them the support because so far with one team and the way that they're executing, it's very slow, it's very careful. It's also unsettling, especially with the way that Boom plays, especially sometimes on the
Sumpah,
ecos.
Fikri,
It's a little bit
sipit
unfortunate.
banget,
The
anjing.
only way that they can get information sometimes is to
Fikri.
just go for those
PMS
face checks, those
kunaon
peeks,
ieu.
and they get punished for it sometimes.
Yeah, you
Nggak
can
tahu sih,
see
doi
one
kedinginan.
team starting to get
Ini aku mau es.
pretty much
Hello.
introduced, or what's the word here? They're basically adjusting very
Guys, aku lagi minum
much to the
kopi Milo,
play
enak banget.
style that Boom is trying to do.
Kok
If you
break?
start seeing Boom put out a smoke closer than default is, maybe a
Norak
flash
banget.
somewhere, you know that they're aggressively peeking, looking for aggression.
Tapi
And
emang-
once again, they're peeking out onto B main here. Not the biggest fan of this because, again,
Oh,
one
let's go.
team, they're so aware of things. If Famous peeks out, there's like 4 people waiting for him to go
Whoa.
that aggressive. Recon dart, though, and
I like that he's
Down
just
here.
holding the angle.
yeah. Rainy, I think, also popped the shot, so he knows
Please.
Rainy's there.
Tailwind.
Hi, hello.
Okay, now we gotta get out.
He's out! He's not out. He's actually
Yeah,
punished, and Shiro alongside him has been baited through. Xiaoyu in the corner, popping shots, playing ring around the rosy on the smokes, and somehow Shiro survives, thankfully. But the damage is done, and one team, they reacted and adjusted accordingly to the shenanigans of Boom once again. Again, they kept doing it every single
The
round.
tag,
Of course,
man.
somebody's gonna adjust to that. Of course, they're gonna know something
Ako yung
or
main
of
natin
how
dyan
to
sa day, pag
punish
ito,
you
game yang
when
ito
you
ada
try to
alok eh.
keep pushing through B main.
These
Coba
guys,
kamu
they're
request
making
alok deh,
waves, you know,
ke
the
Riot.
push and pull of it all, and just finding that
Bang,
adaptation is so
aku
important.
mau ada
Puts
alok,
one team
bisa
on
gak?
top. Thankfully, Shiro does retrieve the operator and keeps it out
Aku
of one
give
team's
alok.
hands. We have a bit of a lurk
Nggak
from
bisa lewat
Rainy.
winner.
He is just within range to give his team that support as they make their entry. But guess what?
Let's
Smokes
go,
are
Bebo.
spammable through and through. Blaze King will be able to deny the
Aduh.
first entry. Rainy answers
Kuku
back
kuku
though,
naon,
coming in from
sia.
short now. And Boom should be very much so aware of this. They're trying to keep them at bay though with this lockdown.
gimana
5
nge-planting dia orang?
seconds remaining, and
Kalah
that's
dong.
the round.
Yaudah, lentil.
Unfortunately,
Nice banget,
over.
anjing.
That's right.
Mantap!
Severin smartly placing himself on a position. I think it was Mac that mentioned it as well. KO Blade's going to be very important. Well, lo and behold, Severin wasn't tagged by that KO Blade, so all the juicy nano swarm setups still available. And once they didn't even need the recon dart there. I think we'll see it here. Yep, once that alarm bot started chasing down people
Itu
in, you
reconnya
knew
tuh
where it was
nempel ke
going through.
Bebo
There's
ya?
a target there. All they had to do was
Setannya kayak nempel ke
trace
Bebo.
trace the line. and you got
Iya
yourselves a kill. And that was like, what, 2 kills maybe?
makan telur.
And again, like it shows those smart setups from Boom. And it's just like that one pick, it's enough to buy time and call for Severin to place that lockdown. Changes everything. 4 to 5. Very close gap still.
Tai lah
One
kacau
team
anjing.
back to it.
Jadi terngiang-ngiang tai itu lagu.
It's our old nemesis. We still have an alarm bot.
Tiap hari.
Maybe not quite the nanoswarm. Xiaoyu presence very much
Guys,
made
spill
aware.
ini dong
So
skincare ya Bani.
the way that Boom are
Kok jidatnya
positioned right
kenceng
now,
banget.
just trying to keep them around this one spot to get further information if they
Lu skincarean gak guys?
Gua enggak.
Bani iya
Tapi
nggak?
kinclong
Spread
kan.
across the map, very much positioned to at least deal with the mid or short push. And this is where I've been
Lelaki tuh
kind of
puber 2 kali,
mentioning
bro.
one team was lacking
Mana ada,
yesterday
anjing.
is just that
Iya,
mid
Jing.
presence. So yeah,
Mungkin
breaking that door
jempol
down,
kepleset.
gonna make
Jempol
one team a little, or rather Boom Esports a bit antsy. Look at how many players
Oh,
they've actually
Achyok.
called back in here.
Yeah.
The thing
It's
is,
a A, guys.
Famous, if they can flash for him well enough,
Oh.
he's not gonna get really
He's not-
punished at this point. Wait,
It
there
didn't
was one
find
that pushed up through.
No!
Whoa!
Aw,
This is actually winner, but he gets traded up immediately.
a little bit unfortunate.
Nice, baby.
Famous now.
Kitty!
Rescoping, re-peeking, will be able to punish main. A bit of a flash though. Oh my god, Yen Li sets up Xiaoyu for the perfect double kill. Now it's up to Severin.
1v2
Through
situation
Garden.
with Uchi.
He's got quite the number of obstacles.
Do you believe,
ahead
guys?
of him.
I believe.
2 inside of hell, and they could double peek at the
Mantek.
same time. Just
Deus.
Xiao Wei with the crosshair placement shuts him down. So 6 to 4, one team extends
Harus
this gap.
pinjam jeder atau Severo dulu ini.
It was, oh my god.
I was panicking so hard because I saw
Yeah,
that
right.
movement from
Bang,
Winner
pasti
there.
hilang
He
challenge
gets the
kan.
follow through, and then Xiaoyu also just again adding insult to injury with that flash. to
Buys him
Smurf
out.
Smurf was
Xiaoyu.
nasty.
But I think like the biggest thing in that round was
Ciao
also
Bella.
just that tiny bit of presence around
Apa?
the alarm bot outside of
Ciao
pizza,
Bella.
outside of market.
Ciao Bella,
Just
ciao
buys the
Bella, ciao,
attention away from Boom
ciao.
enough that they actually
Mhm,
ditched
No,
Stay
no, no,
Short.
no.
That was painful.
Again, Boom. They had to respect it because I mean I don't know if they had to respect it, or maybe it's because they were forced so many times
Santai dulu
on
nggak sih?
retakes that they didn't want to play retake once again. So they
Ini ada
wanted
waktu
to
doi.
stop one team from coming in.
klasik
The
dong,
big problem
Famos.
was, again, because they lost that vision on mid, because
Wih.
they committed so...
Ooh,
All right. I see you, Famous.
that works
I
too.
see ya.
That works too. They lost control of mid this time. They're just going to be...
Let's go.
challenging
Rizky
the
dapat
fight.
1 nih.
Despite it being a save, if you have cracked aim, you could just turn everything around. But still, numbers now, a bit more logic from one team's side, and they will be planting their feet firmly down onto the A site.
5v4,
Here
wait.
comes
Win
the
na ba?
Scorpido.
Aduh!
Bit of a flash, stays alive
Aduh,
for just a second more, but then the teammates
Anu
just
kok
trying to do what
banget
they
tai itu
can.
bersih harusnya
One
dapat
team
ya.
still punching
Shiro!
through with the automatic weapon.
Let's go, Shiro!
with the Guardian might be the one to turn things around.
Let's go!
Recon with a bounce and
Aduh!
he tries to play off of it, but
Aduh,
Xiao Wei does
itu
not
lah, anjing
flinch.
Mexico dah. Check his
Again, one team, non-stop pressure, non-stop.
Com,
Yes, again,
com,
full
com wah.
confidence in how they want to basically
Uchi,
relay the play
Uchi.
that they want to
Uchi
do.
struggling
They
with
lost
that.
control in mid for a little bit, but they didn't hesitate to actually just go straight up for the A side, knowing that again, Boom is going to be on the weaker weaponry. They
okay.
don't
Santai dulu
want
sih.
to really challenge Famous to maybe tempt Fate at that point. They know that he had the blades. They know that he's going to be insanely difficult to beat down. So why not
Hari-hari.
just concentrate the utility into one specific location and just try to catch them as they stand. That
Oh
is
my
utility,
God.
and
Wah,
that
gila,
is
gila,
utility
gila,
that catches Severin.
Gila-gila utilnya, Cok.
Oh,
Uchi
Xiao
gak
Yu
dikasih
right up in
ngapa-ngapain,
his face
anjing.
immediately.
Switching up that pace. Shiro spends the Hunter's Fury too, and
Yeah,
it
true,
just
true,
catches
true,
one, but
true.
the spike will still go down. So we're in for a big old retake, Asarai.
Suka update Flash B.
No retake indeed.
Ooh.
Utility to flush out Xiao Wei. And he is bravely spraying through the paranoia. Unfortunately, he's not going to connect, and Berserk silences him. And right beside him, the Null Command keeps Berserk's alive, gives him that information, but it's all for naught. Blaze King whiffs the shot. He puts Xiao Yu down to 11.
Toxius jago sekali,
He
Cok.
thought he got it. You saw that he stopped shooting. You knew that he thought that he got it.
See
It's a
you.
little bit
Udah
unfortunate.
lah, tinggal lihat
And it
aja.
puts
Kenapa?
us at a 4-8 with
Nggak,
one
dia
team
lupa itu.
4 rounds
Apa namanya?
ahead. These
Lupa
guys
bikin.
have been kind of just
Lupa apa?
confusing us. I mean, going back and
Itulah kayak
forth
gitu.
into it, right? Sometimes they go slow and then they switch up the pace.
Yang
If
kayak
you're
gitu,
in
makanya
Boom's
bikin kayak
shoes,
gituan.
no shot that you expect that.
Kenapa ini, Bung?
Xiaoyu is a guy who
Santai
goes
dulu.
in
Nggak,
with
buat
these
buat
executes,
buat
and those
dipakai.
updraft plays
Tiap
have been
hari
surprising
gonta
Boom
ganti.
Esports all
Nah,
day.
I agree.
Apa tak lu mau gue pakai?
And we did see this a good chunk
Wait, what?
yesterday too.
Iya
where
tuh, winner tuh, guys.
Xiaoyu would just peek out of
Keyboardnya
nowhere
di
with the
kanan.
blades, get a pick, dash
Oh,
away.
fuck,
Ucil
It's
skipping
the
Ucil
the
di
formula for a
di
jet,
EW tuh
but
shock
it's a
bisa.
formula that Xiaoyu has definitely
Tadi
made
nggak lihat
into
tuh
his own.
abis ngancurin
And
Jikon
it
kena
is
molly
spelling
di flash
trouble for
buta.
Boom because they can't figure out how to deal with this.
Flashnya
And
flash
that
shock.
4-8 is such a testament to that. One team really showing to us what they
nggak
got
ada
here
time
on
skip?
Ascend.
Udah.
We talked about,
Udah
or
dikali ya,
we
kan?
mentioned how we wanted to see a game number 3.
Game saatnya pakai
It's truly
Kagura
a
ya.
possibility at this point.
Lu pakai mole, lu main mole
Definitely.
guys.
If they
Yeah.
can keep this up,
Oh my God.
I mean, such a strong
Kenapa ya, Tak?
attacking side. We saw how punishing they were on defense
Apa?
yesterday against Zersha.
Diam ya.
This is
Itu
a team that has a lot of
gandengannya
potential.
Raffi, Cok.
I really think Ascent is like one of their strongest maps. Teams in future will have to really either
Sambil
study this
ngeradit
VOD
aja dah gua.
or just ban this outright against
Gue
one
gak pakai
team.
Sheriffnya. Sheriffnya pembawa wifi.
That being said, though, one team
Sheriffnya
still
enggak. Sheriffnya kayak
definitely
Arken
want to
bikin wifi
win
anjing. Gak
this
bisa gue.
particular series because we were already saying that when you lose one
What do you
game,
mean?
you lose one series, that's
What do you
fine.
mean?
You can't lose the second one
Bisa.
because you need to build up. Because again, it's a race against the others. Obviously, the factor is you have to get the best results
Tiap
in order to
hari
get to the
Dina
playoffs.
makan
Dot, 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 dot,
telur.
dot. And now
Oh iya,
one
lupa
team,
bilang
because
itu
they're the
tuh
team that
menurutku.
replayed
Apa
or
menurutku?
have played once again after
Ngomong
after
apa
yesterday's
ini, gua?
matches, they really have to have themselves a score on the board.
That's what they're fighting for. Same setup as yesterday, though. I mean, not the exact same, but same idea. And I think Boom kind of prepared for this. Look at all those
Nice
footsteps,
banget.
all that
Gak
noise
salah.
up from heaven,
Salah nice.
just
Lupa.
coming up from behind. But
Aduh.
right behind them at the same time is the rest of the one-team squad, ready to deny that spike plant,
Nice shot, though.
spending the utility. They dropped
Oh,
down.
no.
A couple of players from
Oh,
Hello
let's go,
will be
Beba.
able to answer right back, and that's
2v,
Blaze King with the
2v1 nih, boleh ngeri.
frenzy. A double
Anjing.
kill answering through. Xiaoyu, the
Wait.
last one left. He's got to go, so the taps have to be sharp. He will be able to get the
Let's go,
first.
Bebo, please.
22 HP, though.
Ah!
Oh, my God. And Blaze just
Wait,
looks
kan-
for him, baited out into the open.
Chill aja sih ya. Kan dia yang harus
Xiaoyu
Ya,
Shoot.
salah
Any of these.
pencet anjing.
Xiaoyu
Aduh,
is
salah.
not breaking down to the pressure.
Aduh, salah
He is not
pencet lagi.
crumbling.
Babi
He
nih
is
gara-gara tackle.
thriving.
Tiap
Quack.
hari aku makan
One team
telur.
right behind him, fearless. They literally just flashed out and charged through. There
Badi
was the
makan
trades
telur.
for Blaze King. Oh, nasty
Gila.
flick.
See you, jago banget see you.
smiles
See you.
knowing that he is one step or
Oke,
adding
enggak.
more steps
Iya,
into
kamu
pushing us.
gak
As
usah
I mentioned,
See
again,
you.
this is game number 3.
Jangan lupa di like ya.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, Blaze, you know, with all the confidence that he had, really
Gak
wanted
usah
to go in for that
nge-fix
final
ya.
frag, but at the
Orang
same
dia
time,
harus defuse.
Xiaoyu, my goodness, he deserves that one. If you can flick that sharply, I mean, you're great.
See you.
Back into it.
Gak mau,
Again,
gue mau manggilnya see you.
yet to find a single pistol win so
Shoes. Ya
far.
nggak sih lebih enak dipanggil
Um,
shoes gak sih?
And one team
See
like
you.
coming
Itu
into
dia.
this really strong, full swing, and now controlling the entire map.
Udah bagus padahal anjing.
They're not even afraid to just, again,
Fuck
jiggle.
kata gue
Wait,
teh.
whoa, look at Blaze.
Fuck lah kata gue teh.
He's
tadi.
on A.
But he can't go through heaven, though. He can call players. Oh, no, he got spotted by the drone or the turret. He's by himself. If he can hit a shot, that'll give them some bearing, but this is nothing to them right
Babi ini
now. Winner's
Luoyi.
just intercepting so well alongside Rainy. It's going to be hell to get through all of this. Shiro somehow manages to, well, go through the needle. Xiaowei is pretty much aware of the push coming in from Shiro, and all they can maybe hope for is a plant on the spike, and the plant even denied here. And Boom, struggling once again. The struggles that we saw on Split kind of showing itself magnified here in the second game.
On a map that is one team's pick, yeah. so much. I mean, the way that
you ain't making it to that point.
he was waiting for that push out. And Blaze got me excited.
still a
I
game
really
two
thought
that
like
needs
he
to
would
be
manage
played
to find a
afterwards.
drop on them with the shrouded steps underneath.
I think the winner of this should just win 2-0.
Underneath Winner's turret.
It's long
They're
enough
not
for
quite
two game
able
out.
to close it out still. It was a good bit of damage though. So we will have a couple of players from one team on pistols.
Problem is, again, in that situation at least, as long as Winner's still alive, the utility's still alive, and the fact that he's still holding Heaven means that Blaze King just can't go through Heaven to just push through things. Oh, Green has been spotted, but
wow.
Okay, Winner's still above somewhere there, so he has a spot to
Cross mine,
deal
aduh.
some damage, and maybe he might be able
YOLO!
to do more damage.
YOLO!
Is helping out. Oh my God! Thank goodness I have my teammate with me, or else that would have just gone so horribly wrong. Xiao Yu. No way he actually wins this battle. He is a demon incarnate.
Alhamdulillah, ya Allah,
But not this time, but that was
expensive.
Expensive for Boom.
They're
Santai dulu
shouting
ya.
and trying to keep
Banget
up
ini mah.
that team spirit. I don't know if I'm
Lama
crying
banget ini,
or
lama
laughing
banget.
like tears of joy or
Yang
just
bunuh
like in
bebo
pain
lagi.
right now. Oh my
Nggak, gua
God.
pengen lihat POV.
Crazy executes going in. It looks a little bit messy, and I guess this is the chaos that we were looking for. But Azurite, Yen Li is a really strong KO player. The flashes that he's been setting up for his team so far is streets ahead of Berserk.
Udah jago tak.
Never had a second thought of that. And I'm going to get called out for this because I was hyping
Serius?
Berserk so much,
Batu.
but he is not able to show what he has got. And you're absolutely right.
I've seen him do better
Lah
than
kan
this
udah
before.
jago. Kalau dulu
We've
kan
seen-
belum jago.
We've seen that in the previous game, but you're absolutely right. Yan Li has just been phenomenal. 17 assists already all throughout, and this is just becoming a thorn for Boom to just pick off. It's just so problematic, and they haven't closed the door. Maybe it's broken through. If they can't deal with Xiao Wei, Winner's still going to be pushing in on this, and finally they do. This gives them a little bit of chance. Winner finds the pick onto Severin, which places every single player of Boom inside of the site. Thankfully enough, they have some utilities to keep things a little bit maybe even. But with Winner getting the kill here, I'm just saying words right now.
I mean, they're trying to turn things around. They're trying to get a little bit proactive. They're forced to go out. And the lockdown will be destroyed, thankfully. Still just trying to play around the positioning, though. Blaze tries to go in for that burst, but my God, one team. With a push out from stairs, they managed to pull them apart.
They're tearing apart what Boom is trying to build at this point, and you're absolutely right. Man, I'm just looking at like how they approached that fight. They were so cool, they were so calm and collected. They knew exactly what Boom was trying to do. They figured out as well quite quickly that all the players of Boom were just stuck at the back of the B site. And what's even worse here is Boom couldn't really do anything. As long as Winner's still alive, he had the threat level to just, or had the threat to just throw out that lockdown and force Boom into an uncomfortable spot that they have to fight out, obviously, because they don't want to get detained and such. And now Boom, the trouble's just plaguing them even further. One team is like 2 rounds away to keeping this series alive.
It's not just that, too. Like, Boom have to go with the half buy this round. Like, oh, economy, numbers, that's right, help.
Leave me alone. There's those famous Akira moments where Boom, I mean, they're thinking about how to beat one team, but one team they're thinking about how to just close out this game.
Look at how far back they're playing still. Like, if you're Boom, you're forced to go in with a peek. You're forced to try to find something, anything. But without, like, true information on the site, it's so difficult to break something open. If anything, they can hear the KJ utility on B. Maybe?
But yeah, that's gonna just not really phase one team at all. Because the thing is, as long as the KJ is there alive, mid is gonna be safe with the alarm bot. It's actually placed quite far.
Let's go, Bebo. What the fuck?
Come on.
Just 21 seconds. They have to start pushing the trigger.
Nice
How is this happening? They're finding
Famous?
these picks out of nowhere. Famous isolates the fighting. It's
It's
raining.
ya.
Rainy not ready
Itu
for it.
dia, bro.
And
Yang
somehow, some
ditunggu-tunggu ya,
way,
guys, ya.
boom, they found themselves
Gila-gila
access
nice
to the
banget
A side and
sampai
even a
ending.
numbers advantage here on the
Yep,
post.
clear.
I mean, you know what? You were talking about it. One team were not faced. That much is true. They stood still on the site, but maybe
Udah
for
kamu
a
saving
second
aja
too
ya,
long,
cewek
because
sama
that was
winner
the
ya.
very reason how Blaze
Aneh
King
banget,
managed to
Cok,
go in
tapi
with that
setahu gue tuh
Ferrari
orang
peak
Kidal kayak
outside of A short,
biasanya tetap
finding the
pakai
first
mouse di
player,
kanan nggak sih?
and
Ini
then
diganti,
Famous to dash in with that stinger
Keyboardnya
CQB.
khusus gak?
It turns things
Keyboard
all
khusus yang
around,
kebalik
baby,
gak?
and he's
Ke
got
mirror
that
gitu.
Vandal now.
Gimana
I mean, we're
anjing,
just like
Keyboard
spectating
di
people
tangan kanan.
getting dropped across the map. We're not even seeing Boom players actually get the kills. It's the other side. It's
Jadi
the other side. To be
IJKL
fair,
gitu?
they got the weapons. They should
Apa
have the highlights.
PL
But it's on the other side of the board. But again,
Just caught by surprise.
caught by surprise. But again, Boom
Jeez, nice
is
try.
on a disadvantage here. One definitely have some rounds to buffer through. And again,
Uci, let's go
they
Uci.
have shown that they can punish Boom in that transition. So Boom's
Oh,
ability here to just execute is severely,
Ntar Uci bisa
severely
tiba-tiba step up.
dwindled down.
Main-main
That's one thing I'm really scared of too, right?
Lord Uci.
Yeah, Boom hasn't had the best performance so far on this map, but right now, in this instance, Xiaoyu with the Blade Storm, it's always something that Boom hasn't quite expected, and here it
Waduh.
comes. Strikes
Pakai
Blaze King
OP.
face first. Completely blinded, tried to turn away, but just cannot play off of it. And that means controller's gone. Xiaoyu finds yet another
Anjing, dibuang
three
lu anjing.
weapons.
Kunainya
They
what the fuck?
continue to push into the site, but without the dark cover that Blazekin could have provided, the team looks like they're starting to fall apart, man. It's 2-1-4.
Oh my god.
Shiro.
He just threaded the needle there, but
Oh, no.
Xiaoyu so aware, so prepared. Berserks, he has very little room to work in, very little room to wiggle in.
Gimana Cok kayak gitu?
Gila
Anjing,
nih,
terpuruk
pertem-
ini,
pertempuran
Did you realize
Cindo.
that was the play that
Cina dan Indo.
Sersha did yesterday
Cina,
against,
Cindo.
against one team?
Cina dan
And one team
Indo.
took note of that, and they did it against Boom, and it actually worked.
Just the
Wow.
flash from short, and then everyone walking up catwalk.
What the heck
Lihat
is
dibuang Cok.
happening?
That's impressive, though. Like, you pick it up and adapt it that fast. All right, props.
Dan di disrespect.
So this is now one
Iya,
team at match point. Boom are half
Telur, telur,
the rounds that
telur.
they've got. And
Tiap
that's a lot to
hari
catch up from.
Bani
If they
makan
can
telur.
make it happen, that would be a
Bani
big
beneran
comeback.
tiap
But
hari makan telur gak? Guys?
it's
Iya.
quite
iya.
unlikely, Aster, right?
Iya.
Quite
Lu juga
unlikely,
nggak?
indeed, so we're probably preparing
Nggak.
ourselves
Enggak, dia
for
rebus telur,
that
bener-bener
bind
rebus
match.
telur.
Sumpah.
Looking
Dia
us
nge-gym, Cok.
right in the face.
Iya.
Seems like the
Oh
timer
iya,
has
lagi nge-gym dia.
called.
Iya.
Meows just
Kacau
gonna have to
Bani.
give.
Oh my god.
I don't
Gym
know
rat.
what he's saying at this point. The timeout was kind of
Anjing
late.
Lailanya maniak.
You know what I'm saying? It could have been
Laila.
maybe the round before this,
Laila,
maybe
anjing.
before the match
Telur,
point
telur,
was
telur.
Kasian
reached
banget tuh
by
ini
one
bener.
Tiap hari
I guess
Jangan
Bani
late than never
makan
at this
telur.
point.
Might
Telur,
as well
telur.
use it.
Tadi Bani makan telur
Let's
berapa?
see
guys?
what they can cook up for us.
Dia
Because
biasa kalau ngerebus
so
3
far, it's
atau 4.
Pagi
one
gitu.
team. You know, we were talking about that Blaze
Nggak tahu,
Storm,
gue
and
bisa
again, it
sore,
just keeps
bisa
surprising Boom.
Anjing gak
They
nyangka Cok
had
si
such good
Bani jadi gym
buys,
rat.
and I think an operator too, but it just got
Dia telur,
completely
Beneran
demolished.
telur,
Yeah,
telur,
this
telur.
game took a completely different turn, and you're absolutely right. Teams really have to
Jersey baru Boom
send
bagus gak
out
guys?
or not. They have to be
Jelek.
prepared.
Jelek,
One
bagusan
team
yang
here
kemarin apa yang
is
sekarang?
fearless,
Ini jelek
if
banget
not
sumpah. Lu kagak liat
unbeatable
jahitannya kayak kebalik
at
kan,
this
Ning?
point.
Jahitannya kurang sih, bener-bener.
Kayak kebalik.
Kayak
Bajunya kayak kebalik.
What is Boom supposed to do at this
Kalau
point? Like, I'm looking at things, and
desainnya
it feels
lebih
like
bagus bisa bagus sih.
they're
itu
doing
sih.
the same things that they've
Kalau
been doing,
ini dibikin
but then
apa
one
ya?
is
Kerahnya
just
yang kayak
so aware, one
Kayak
step
apa ya?
further. I don't know, I'm just gonna rush into the side and then
Ada
get caught.
Udah suruh Rizky yang jet
Kerah.
aja,
Kayak
udah.
kerah ararki yang itu
Utility,
tuh
yeah,
gak
from
sih?
one team.
Yang
Oh.
Keeps them on
jersey
the site.
ararki yang
Got Famous just
kerahnya tuh
tucked away
kayak
inside of
ini ada yang
Wine.
bagus Cok.
Meanwhile, Boom, the rest of them are just kind of anticipating
Bukan yang
peeks out,
sekarang.
whether it's mid or B main. Doesn't quite find anyone though. And look at the positioning from one team on the other hand. So far back, Casterai.
Again, they're gonna take their sweet time to just hold an angle because they're on the driver's seat. They don't really need to fear anything. And the problem is this setup from Berserks might be good for flushing out the back of Halls, but Xiaoyi's position is yet to get dealt with, and there it is. Yep.
Got the trades going through, but the Hunter's Fury and Yen Li on the site, it's been completely blocked off, anchored down. Shiro is trying to find an entrance through short. It's unfortunate against 9. You don't have a pass. I'm sorry. Severine's the last guy left, and without that many kills to his name, he really. It's just so difficult, so oppressing at this point. The door's shut in his face, Asteroid. What are your options right now? You got 10 seconds left.
No time. Even if he gets into the side, winner's still there. And you need a good 10 seconds to maybe catch winner off. No time, nah. GG's. That's gonna be game number 3, and out of nowhere, Rainy actually goes from the shadows just to catch him off as a fadeaway kill. Solidified a second game. And that was very smart. Xiaowei using the Hunter's Fury, not only to catch them in transition to the side, but also to give cover for Xiaoyu. One team is evolving at a rapid pace, and my mind cannot comprehend it. And it seems like Boom Esports could not comprehend it either, because they can just find no chinks in the armor, whether it's the start of the first half or the end of the second half.
Because the armor is that pristine, dude. Like, the way that they play so far back, so careful, so defensive. Boom weren't able to find any of those opening picks, unless it was one of those miracle rounds like what we saw from Blaze King from before with the Thrifty. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but such a great performance from one team. Xiaoyu, Xiaowei, same story as yesterday, with adaptations that they've learned from Xerxia. So great job to them, but you know what? We're gonna have to go to another break, because after this, it's gonna be map 3, and who knows what will happen then.
Anjing lemon.
Hari-hari kalah. Hari-hari Boom kalah. Aduh, telur.
Ini gitu kan. Cocok dong.
I don't know, a tier 4 or a tier 3, and then like blinks out, TP space.
Bleed doh. Bleed.
Guys,
Bullet.
this is
Guys,
the
lu main Dota
first
nggak sih?
day
Main
of
kan?
groups.
Main, kenapa?
Like, you're gonna be spent after
Dota
today
yuk.
already. Oh, Noob is gonna get jumped. Do they
Jago
have
nggak Dota lu?
division?
Nope.
Not yet, but Tofu does have the gem. They finally get the kill on
Sumpah ini Marcelnya bagus banget,
Roshan
anjing.
has respawned
Gue
as
tadi
well.
make the best shock
Lu nggak
Marcel.
beli
Nice,
bandel?
classic 3,300 gold for a 1 hero kill.
Beli.
Checks out.
Ah.
Don't worry though,
legit,
Noob
seems
has got a
needed that money.
Noob has a new rapier available. Has a second one being
Kamu
built up.
sabang
Could afford
lemon
2
apa
more
deh?
if he wants to. A reminder
Ada
of
ya,
someone
Cok.
else's gold.
There's still a cheese on the floor that Tofu just
Kembarannya
denied.
lemon.
Okay.
Yeah, who cares?
So who's
Man,
got?
this
Oh
guy hits
ini
fast. I
beda
like it.
game kocak. Gue kira
So
ini
Drachu's playing with double
bodoh
rapier.
sekali.
Seer zone.
48 menit. Oh iya lu
Yeah, a bit
anjing.
too slow.
Hah?
Drachu's so gonna die.
Hah?
Sabar.
Lama amat anjing.
I mean, it could be
Kamu
nice
2
with
jam
the
dong.
double rapier
Oh iya udah
plus
hampir
the
habis
blood
30
mist
Cok.
that you get like a super big shield.
Ini apaan? Underlord anjing gede banget.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Tofu.
I mean, what?
Lucu banget tofu.
I'm trying to think, like, if I'm a player in this game, what would I
Atau
even
udah
think of
maksimum
to
nih.
do in order to...
Itu
Helm of the
Like now to-
Dominator
Cebuan anjing.
backdoor.
Itu cebuan ya.
Bots TP
Like-
on that and then Fiend's Gate back every single time.
Kayak lebih cok 12.000.
Like, they
Sounds
don't have
sick.
Helm of the Dominators yet. That's surprising to me. To
I
just
guess
split
now
push.
even
Cari main
when you
2
play
game
against
gitu
Megas, you
Dota
can
ya.
do it. I mean, if you're gaming Gladiators, you already have your
Udah
Dom. Like,
capek
Celery is
kalau
just...
segame
Celery
2
is
game
everything
begini.
in this game.
Satu
He's your
mapnya
carry,
2
he's your
game, 2
support, he
game.
had your auras, you can TP on his creeps. He's got the big bros, he will save you. He's the man.
The man, the myth, the legend, Scott Sterling.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
they're gonna
smoke up,
smoke
it's
up.
time.
Yeah, now it's time to finish this, or at least no, slightly extended. Going in, jump onto Corey, pops the BKB in response. Quinn's dropping pretty quickly. Durachi gets the rupture off. Quinn needs to be able to chain back, does get the chain back. Ace vacuum wall comes in, Corey dropping low, but Ace as well. They find the kill onto the Darkseer. Buyback immediately from Corey. And they just need to disengage. Speaking of which, Nullify comes out onto Tofu, but the Lincolns blocks.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to VCT Ascension Pacific for 2023. We are here coming at you live from Bangkok, Thailand. Both teams looking ready as ever.
The battle in Ascension, I think it's gonna be really tough. It will be challenging, it won't be easy.
It's gonna be very chaotic.
I think this tournament will be like very hard and a lot of pressure.
Buat tim yang tanding di Ascension, we can't just play not to lose. We are here
to make sure mistake won't happen again.
So I think friendship is something which makes Orangutan different from all other teams.
Si paling friendship.
Just want to say, are you guys ready? Because we're coming. As the home team, I want to show them that, and we have lots of strategy and firepower to beat any team in here.
Mình muốn thấy những điều bất ngờ ở giải đấu này, chẳng hạn như những ứng cử viên vô địch bị loại ngay vòng này.
All the team here is a winner of their regions. I think this tournament will be like very hard and a lot of pressure. We won't like scare anyone. Bleed has no fear.
Do we play against the Ascension teams? Yeah, we need ready for it.
We feel like we didn't get the opportunities that we deserve, and we're gonna prove why we deserve to be here.
저희는 칼에 갈아고 나온 게 아니라 총을 들고 왔기 때문에 都已经在这里了，我们不怕，来吧。
Karena kita itu boom, kita itu confidence, kita itu pengen mendominasi sini ini dan kita tuh pede banget kita bakal angkat piala ya.
You better bring your A game because we're not gonna mess around.
Konten kampanye lucu cek. Gitu doang sih ya. Gak ada konten lagi buat Ascension. Ini paling.
Welcome to VCT Ascension Pacific for 2023. We are here coming at you live from Bangkok, Thailand. Both teams looking ready as ever. Extreme confidence coming
Got
through.
a good game
and also
yeah,
LBY bringing an
they
extra.
lost, but they had some good ideas which they were able to utilize. But it comes into full swing on Ascent. You're looking at the stats here again, and that is staggering. 14 first kills over the 5 of Boom. Boom just could not find any way to deal with the first contact.
Yeah, and the thing that also stuck out to me was the difference from what we saw from Boom, because they looked so much better on Split, right? You had Severine and Berserks. We were talking about it before, setting up Berserks to be the most impactful player, the highest rated player in Ascension Pacific so far, and boy, did that change going into the second map. I'm sad, right? Like, I was like playing up the storyline. Yes, we have a new contender, but since he had to move into that facilitation role and Severine just couldn't find the impact, didn't have those flashes, and was getting caught out all on his own round after round, man, it just looked like a completely different team. So I'm hoping moving towards Bind that we get to see them find that form, because that first Boom we saw today on map 1, I want more of that.
Yeah, it's just so crazy, but at the same time, like, you think about it, it kind of is a different team. All these role swaps really kind of, it can be a little bit tough to adjust to, especially when it's just map after map. It's crazy, and you're thinking about how they actually played on this. For one team, on the other hand, right? Like, it's so much value that they find, especially when they start out in the first half. They were anticipating plays from Boom, which is crazy because they were the ones playing on attack. And with how passive they were being, they were still able to sneak those rounds away.
Okay. And here's something kind of interesting, though. I wanted to add to what you mentioned about them reading the plays of Boom. Boom had this weird thing where they would just try to slow peek certain main angles, right? B main, like 3 rounds in a row, and one team was able to catch that, you know, very quickly and just be able to punish it severely. And then Boom was just like, what else was supposed to do? They go to A main, they got one good round in, but then after that, it just fumbled. And again, Xiaoyu was just having none of it. He was just punishing, he was getting kills, and he had that highlight where we saw the double kill on Switch somehow through mid with the blades. Absolutely insane.
Xiaoyu, just the Blade Storm Bandit, the Blade Storm Beast, getting away with things that should not be allowed in the game of Valorant. But you can just tell his mechanics are on point when you have the buff of 100% accuracy for 5 shots. And then it gets refreshed as well. If you're that good with left clicks and tracking while you're moving, while you're in the moment, it is just so impressive. That's the word for it, for sure.
I have no more words about this. Again, how
Oh, yang filmnya ngiwau mulu ya?
Yeah, these guys are just again, absorbing everything and
too much anjing.
Through process of
cringe banget ya dia deh.
Yeah,
they're just throwing stuff out very quickly.
At the moment, at least going into Bind, something that's nice for Boom is one team only have 3 reps currently on Bind, and they've
justru itunya yang di itu khusus untuk
took,
orang-orang
10
yang
rounds
itu.
off of Zerja, wasn't able to
Maksudnya kayak
close it out.
creepy banget
So
sih The
we'd argue
Weeknd
that
itu
that's
kayak
probably
tapi katanya
the
emang
worst map
sengaja.
we've seen from them.
Emang
I'd
sengaja,
say,
emang
because
bikin
yesterday
kayak
took
gitu.
it to all the way to the regulation and to OT before that one, I believe, was the closure of the series. So being the closure of the series, I'm sure that one team took away a lot of learnings yesterday. They haven't had a lot of time to incorporate those learnings, but
Itu bener tuh berarti.
Tapi si Jenny tuh kayak screen time-nya dikit banget
I
ini.
think so, but
Ya,
also,
Sama
I mean,
dikit
first
banget
of all,
kayak lines
13-10,
dia tuh.
that's not a bad
Mahal,
score.
bro.
It's really
Anjay.
close, and judging by how they're improving, like,
Tapi gue yakin
there is a
ngomong
chance
kayak
that,
gitu
again,
aja.
they could take this away from Bleed. But
watch
the one
watch
difference
count-nya
is
itu
we don't
gara-gara
have Xiaoyu on
count-nya
Blaze.
gara-gara si
He's
Jenny
on the
ini.
Raze on this map, so that could be something. Yeah, exactly.
50% gitu.
I was actually going to add another thing to that.
30% gara-gara itu, 70% yang ngiwau.
Xiaoxi again, possibly.
Viper.
If exactly right, because
True.
again, Yanli plays the initiator.
40 lah, 40
Xiaoxi is the
gara-gara
dedicated
Jenny
Viper
anjing itu
player.
rame.
He played Viper yesterday.
So Jenny
If
pertama
they
kali main
decide to
Seven.
bring out Xiaoxi, he was good on Split. Yes, he was definitely, but you cannot deny the capability, the influence that initiator from Yanli has. At least today, it's been good. And if One Esports wants to kind of keep that fire going, they might mix things up possibly here.
And I'm looking as well at the comp that we're seeing
film yang
from
seru lagi
Bleed,
nih.
the most recent one. They did opt to go to that Raze, so staying on the single duelist. But the game before that, they had the chamber, and that was that was actually a year ago.
Pasti nggak nonton.
It's been a while.
They actually have not played a lot of Bind. The only reason it slipped into that series with Dominators, I believe, is because it was that best of 5. So yeah, no real recent reps other than that one game
Dia lupa
against
kayak headphone apa
Dominators.
headset sih?
I will add though, at least,
Headset, kenapa?
when Berserks, I can't remember if Berserks was Boom at that point. they were pretty insane. Berserks was on a jet back then, if I can remember it, and that was one of the big highlights for him. So I do believe that at least players here have that experience and have that ability to create those highlights. That being said, Hicks here.
Yeah, and you were right. Xiaoxi is back. The sub has come back for this third map of the series. And I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do on the Viper again. The specialist, the double controller setup. We are going to see Winner going over to the chamber. Keen to see how that one plays out. So far, it's had a mixed success rate here at Ascension Pacific. And on the other side for Boom, they're going to be going with the Sova. They have, in history, also brought that Fade in, but opting to go for the Sova today.
But it is your favorite thing for you, Mac, because Severine back and as the initiator, he could set Famous up, and that is one of those key ingredients for Boom's success. At least that's what we saw in Split. So hopefully they'll give us a better performance. But for one team, with the way that they've been improving so far, I'm expecting great things from them, because this is a team that's very capable of turning things around.
Oh, fuck.
I totally agree. I have nothing else to say. I just wanted this game to start already.
Mate, I'm feeling that one. I'm feeling that one for sure. The
Caster start game.
The cast, do you have the button?
Dude,
do you know where the button is? I forgot the button downstairs, guys. I'm
Dang it, Mac.
sorry. I'll bring it up next time. All right, let's go to a 10-minute break. I'm joking.
Viewers might take us seriously there.
Reverse jinx, reverse jinx.
No, so what I'm looking at here, so Famous, we've heard big things about him, right?
Yes.
But this series, he has been sleeping so far, not performing up to the expectations that I'd argue we'd all have for him. Only 21 kills in the series. That's in 2 maps. That's not a lot. And he's playing that duelist. He has to be the one that Severine tries to set up for success here. We were talking about that facilitation. But if Famous isn't able to hit his shots, then the facilitation is all for nothing.
It's the be-all, end-all for a shooter game. You just have to hit those shots, and if Famous
it's a shooter
isn't
game.
able to perform in that specific regard, it's going to be tricky. Now, what at least I like about this competition specifically for Boom is that it is built to force the early rendezvous from Winner. So at least you're guaranteed to force him back on positions where he might give a lot more leeway to the players here of one team.
Well, I think the game is not too far away now, and I can't wait to see what Boom can do to turn their tides around, man. Because yes, they came out swinging in map number 1, a split. Map number 2 didn't go their way at all. Let's see if one team can thrive and really silence all the haters. Everyone saying that they were going to be at the bottom of the group. It's their time.
Let's see if that happened. Still. I mean, looking at the statistics so far from before, one thing that stays in my mind is that once they lose a couple of players, the individual performances aren't that strong. They need to work together as a team. So that's what I'm expecting from them on this map.
Definitely, their individualistic plays supposedly should be good, but at least from my perspective right now, it hasn't really gone the way of the Indonesian roster. And what's even more troubling here is they're going to be playing into this map without a Sentinel. Winner's there, so he's going to have a good placement on his trademark. It's going to get so much map control here. So you know Boom has to be pretty active with how they go for the contact here, unless they're willing to give that map control to one team and just fight them as they push out.
Sure enough, but still the fun thing at the very least for this matchup between these two teams is they're both playing double control. They're both going with Brimstone Viper, and that's always fun. If you love lineups, this is one that you want to look out for. Not many teams do this, but still, we're starting things out really slow, Astro.
Both teams knowing the gravity of things. I mean, again, it's a group stage, it's a round robin. You can not technically lose at this point, but every single game, every single round is going to be so crucial. And how did Xiaoxi just bypass Blaze King out of nowhere? Shiro not really phasing away from the situation. Oh, that Precondar is going to screw him over because they're already near and dear to him, right beside him. And one team pushing up, pushing in. They got the sight. There's the flag coming in from Famous. He's denying them, but he's also not getting any help from his teammates.
Ya Allah, Fikri. Ada,
I gotta be honest,
ada.
I think Boom were a little bit
Telur.
Wangi banget, Cok.
Telur, telur.
Pada pegang util semua, bohong.
Gila, Xiao Shu, Xiao Shu.
chased and hunted
Xiao
from
Shi.
behind, but guess what? His
Gila udah
teammates
4K ya, Xiao Shi,
Sumpah,
Xiao Shi.
Ace
got
kah?
the classic,
Ace, Cok.
looking for the
Wah,
ace,
Ace.
and we will get it in round number
Anjing.
1.
Pegang util semua.
Iya anjing, Xiao Yun nih bos.
Ascent maps start
Kung Lao.
heavy in the minds of Boom, as it seems like they just weren't fast enough to deal with. They saw the push. You saw.
They heard the footsteps.
They heard the footsteps coming into Hookah.
Hari-hari kalah
nothing.
pistol
And then
tiap map.
Famous
Tiap
was just
pistol.
basically 1v4ing, not hitting any shots. As I mentioned, nobody was playing with him. They were stuck at the back, not of the A side, of the B side.
Xiao Shi.
It's a big,
Not a good Mama. feeling.
it's a big Haya moment.
Yep,
Kaya.
Hopefully they fix whatever it is, but still, the setup.
Ay,
I
ay, ay.
like the setup. It can be good. It's just the
Ay,
timing
ay,
of
ay.
things. Maybe playing a little bit too far back. Blaze was not able to react in time. Now, with the buys from one team, they will be able to
Winner.
have their way with this round, starting things off with that very specific pick.
And again,
I
it's
feel
a
it
scary thing as
coming.
well of facing a
feel
chamber.
it
You think the
coming,
chamber is great at just controlling a zone?
Iya,
No,
anjing.
he's actually pretty good
Ngap-
at pushing a
ngapa
zone
gua
too.
bohong,
If he can
tak,
place himself
anjing.
in a spot and then
Kamu tuh lagi
place
pakai
the
dua
rendezvous
Discord
there
ya?
and then
Atau apa
push up
sih?
even further.
Iya,
That's kind of
kenapa?
scary to kind of deal with. To say at the least, someone is sizzling right under.
Biar rame, Cok.
That was Berserk. He was taking the snake bite like a champ, but it ain't
Buset,
working.
buset.
And
Anjim,
Boom
Tius.
Esports. I
Ngeng.
gotta say it, this early on,
Secel
it
yang
started
gacor.
on Ascent, it's starting here now on Bind, they
Cok,
lost.
nih bawa-bawa kalah nih, boom nih, Cok.
Boss Lamb, found by Rainy. He's a shepherd.
Iya,
He's,
boom, bawa
married.
kalah nih, boom.
Well, Blaze the last one left, and there's really not much that he can do. And to be honest, like,
Iya, makanya
how the rounds
harusnya
have
nyari
played out
poin
so
Cok
far,
ini
these
sekarang.
guys haven't done so
Harusnya
well,
mereka ngefarm one
on the
ini,
pistol
Cok.
rounds. Boom Esports,
Kepala gue
they
sakit
managed
ya,
to
guys,
recover a
pengen
little bit on
pijet
split,
nih.
but
Telur,
still
telur.
always a rough and rocky start. Like I'm talking about it before, I like when they're playing together as a team.
Tiap
When they're able to push
hari
in
Badi
and
Mahadal.
together and maybe get just some information and then fall back. But if they're looking for those individual duels, if you're trying to find some of these linear angles, they tend to get over.
Ayo, gas.
No one trades.
Telur.
It's tough.
Gotta give credit then to one team.
Ayo, Cok,
because
kita
they've been
five man,
good
Cok, ntar.
at being able to force those isolated fights against Boom. We might have made it sound that Boom are making a lot of mistakes, but one team are forcing Boom to make those mistakes as well. As you can see here in these highlights, you saw that. They were so just, again, waiting on that contact on short. Somewhere, somehow, you see the double satchel from Xiao Yu, and he just catches Shiro with his
Ini
hands
gara-gara
down,
tackle nih
thinking
pasti
that the
nih.
push was coming on the
Pasti
other
tackle nih.
entrance on that bat side. That being said, though, this is going to
Santai,
be
lu berarti harus
a high
nyamperin gua
round
dulu,
here
Vi.
for Boom. This is going to be incredibly important for them to get, not only because it's for the economy and the round itself, but the overall rhythm of the game just isn't really favoring Boom whatsoever. This is...
Oh,
they're
kamu.
needing to just get out of here.
What?
Whoa,
Still,
Bebo.
he dodged the flash. Blaze still alive. Berserk's and
Anjir.
Famous. They strike back. And all of a sudden, one
Itu
team
dia, Cok, taktik tumble, Cok.
completely
Ini Onyx,
dumbfounded.
Cok.
What just happened? We had the utility
Mok
going for us.
terus.
Somehow, boom.
Aduh,
came out on
winner.
top. 2 players left. A
You got some
Bulldog,
winner
a
there.
Sheriff, maybe a Headhunter.
Probably expecting that they vacated A short because of the utility thrown, especially for that snake bite. But Blaze King, he's feeling a lot more brave, a lot more courageous. Stays in the angle, actually hits the shot.
Winner,
and then
winner,
one team
chicken dinner.
look behind them. There's another player of Boom right in front of them, waiting at the other end of U-Haul just to intercept.
And that's what I mean about Boom. I love
kenapa
their
kagak kesini,
setups.
Edin?
When they work
Hah?
together as a team, yeah,
Lu kenapa
Blaze
kagak ke
just
CS:GO
not
aja?
afraid
Oh, iya.
because his
Oh, iya,
brother's
iya.
right behind him. Because Famous is right
Lu.
there to receive
Rame banget,
if
Cok.
anyone does push. The Trailblazer,
Ada Raffi
shot out
doang,
by his
Raffi,
teammate.
gua, Jo, sama
That's the power.
Takel.
Does give you a bit of a holler back.
Kalian
when,
lagi mole?
Not sure if you remember Blaze
Enggak.
King in the Tale of Two
Orang
Kings.
lagi
alongside
nonton,
the Dirty
goblok.
King as well.
Lah iya.
Oh,
Di
nah,
Discord
yeah,
situ
that's a
ya.
throwback, right?
Iya.
Well, these two are just lighting it up for the Indonesian scene, and we're seeing half of that show itself here.
Ini Belen terus.
The
Oh
hype
ini
man,
si
and he is
Frostman.
Itu
really
Raffi
shot.
anjing.
I don't know if the viewers can
Tiap
hear
hari
him through our
Bani
microphones, but
makan
again,
telur.
he is roaring
Telur,
there in the player area for the Boom side, and I love it.
If you can't hear it through our microphones, I'm sorry. You're missing out. It's your fault that you didn't buy tickets to Thailand, that you didn't buy tickets to Ascension Pacific, because the atmosphere here is
Anjing.
nuts.
Brother, chill.
Tuh.
We're in Thailand.
Tuh
Maybe
kan,
other people
si
are
Rizky
in
pakai
other
vandal
regions
gua
as
lagi.
well.
Si
You know, they can't
Gua
always.
lagi.
We can't all go through.
You know me, I'm
Bangkok
Top pakai
like
vandal
you
gua
do.
fix anjing.
Alright. No, I'm kidding.
It is hype though.
But
If
yes,
you-
but yes.
If you ever have a chance, go check out Valorant Land once in your lifetime. All right.
Gak apa-apa.
Still.
Ini Anan beneran apa
Into it
Soundcard?
now, next round. A bit of early round aggression from
Bukan
Valorant.
Andan goblok.
Siapa tuh? Oh, Jocelyn ya anjing.
Still controlling bats, but
Lu
tolol sih.
Halo.
Gak jelas.
Halo
Gua
Raffi.
tahu coba lagi full screen dan main ML coba nggak bisa lihat Discord.
Halo.
Gak ada
Siapa
minat.
Raffi?
Severin punished, pays with his life.
Well, at least Blaze is
Kenalin
alive, and
aku.
he can play around two.
Oh, Dina ya? Oh, alah anjing.
Shiro is
Kok
behind
gini?
him.
Apa
Sorry,
suaranya
gue
kenapa
kayak
kayak
Anan,
pertama
Cok.
kali denger anjing? Sorry, sorry
They
nih.
actually peek into this. They
Lagi-
want to take the fight against
Oh,
the dink was
oh,
good.
oh.
Oh, and the double spray.
Telur,
They got the idea
telur,
that
telur,
nobody could really push through Hookah
telur.
anyways, and if they do, I mean, Severin was, or rather, Chow Wei was already down, so might as well keep the pressure pushed up. This is gonna dwindle, if
Ada.
not just limit the opportunities for one. They saw a winner. Well, push for push. back to
Polos
back.
banget tuh.
Chow Wei.
Wajing. Main swing aja tuh gue
The
liat.
king was
Kayak
lurking
punya
at
side
elbow.
shock.
Aku tuh telat sih ya.
Boom Esports look a
Xiao
lot
Shi.
more convincing in these
Xiao
past
Shi,
two
Xiao
rounds,
Shi,
but
Xiao Shi.
that's still a bit far from what we kind of want to see.
See
From them.
you.
But one, they still have some options. They got time.
Gue sekalinya main
I'm
rank,
not
aduh.
gonna lie. I get
Gak punya
nervous
roamer,
whenever I
babi
see
dah.
them start
Nah,
to
pasti
take
orang lain.
fights
Kalian
against
naik apa
one.
weh?
True.
But
Aku
it
belum
works
tahu.
out great, and thankfully Shiro was right behind Blaze. They managed to stifle that push coming out of long.
Jadi
And
apa
that's
Cok?
what we need to see more
Oh,
from Boom. And for one team, like, how do you work around that? You know,
Oh.
the utility so far with
Hampir
the
dapat
way
tuh.
that they play slow sometimes, they will
Winner
get
with
punished
the
by
Winnie.
these team pushes coming out from Boom. So trying to work their way around it against this time. They will have sheriffs. They will be slowly making their way out, looking for those opening picks, and Boom just playing it safe.
Shot alert to delay. Hunter's Fury.
Ya Allah, Rainy nggak bisa nembak ke
It's a
drone.
weak buy for one team, and Boom. At least they have a clear picture as to where one
Telur,
is
telur.
wanting to actually face a fight. Shiro far enough though that if Xiao Wei actually hits him with a headshot on that sheriff, he's not gonna go down. But
Oh yeah.
case, oh,
Oh.
winner. Hello.
Kenapa di OYPB?
Blaze set that trap up. He knew
Oh,
there was a
sabar,
chance
Cok.
for
Oh
winning
yeah.
a lot more.
Itu dia, Cok.
Being a smart,
Itu dia, Cok.
smart Samantha, but not this time, Samantha.
Not this time.
Ntar tunggu ada yang lempar granat gue giniin.
Well, we're not negative Nancy's here. We're going to be a little bit more positive.
yeah.
One team still trying to find whatever they can because
Nah, ini
that
emblem
many
sistem
players,
baru.
they might just
Oh
be
yeah.
Gila, gue cuma pencet-pencet
Oh
doang
my
main.
god, they are hyped up.
Wih.
Rainy
Takel tuh ngerti
able
dia
to
bocil
turn
emang.
back around just to find a couple more, but here comes the rest of the
Emblem
squad.
bukannya udah lama ya?
Blaze.
Yang baru
is
kocak.
Oh,
fired
ada
up.
baru, ada yang baru lagi.
I'm really
Yeah.
hearing like a lot
Ini
of
nonton
just
video dapat hadiah nih.
In the middle of rounds, like, can you imagine your opponents hearing that?
Iya,
That's what LAN's all about.
Yes.
Sa kok
If
tumben
you
sih
feel
kamu
the
nggak
pressure
bucin?
from playing at a tournament such as this, it is what it is,
Apa?
right?
Kok lo
But in
tumben nggak
any
bucin, Cok?
case, Boom here.
Tidur orangnya.
If you feel the pressure, like, maybe this is not the sport for you.
Wow, real talk from
Ah.
Quack. But I agree. In any case, though, Boom definitely coming back to form at this.
Anjay. Mereka menang.
Lah,
kenapa hitam, Cok?
Sama, Cok.
Nah, lihat.
Gua kira
Kasih
gua doang anjing.
advertisement tai.
Nah, kan.
Anjing berisik banget babi. Soundnya gimana sih?
Indonesia pindah Indo.
Famous who was just placed somewhere
Soundpad lagi gua ngomongnya soundpad bangsat.
Other than that, it was just boom again. Not
Soundboard anjing.
Soundboard
anjing. Oh, soundboard ya. Ngenter gua soundpad anjing.
Hahaha.
Soundpad.
Oh yeah.
Still just kind of trying to play around it too. This Viper's Pit really funnels one team in towards the A site, and 3 players are here just waiting to spring that trap. Berserks, oh my god! Satchel right past him, famous hurt.
Resi, kiri lu Ki. Woi, wah,
He's not on jet, but he's still able to
Panis banget ya.
Xiaowei now outside of the teleporter, Blaze kind of pinned down. Gets tagged through the wall.
Let's go, Do.
It's up to Shiro, but
aduh, Do, lu clutch sih mantep sih, Do.
Spike going through the teleporter, can't quite find
Ya
the
loser,
shot.
Cok, kata winner.
What is up with just Hong Kong and Taiwan regions producing these insanely cracked duelist players? I mean, again, can't remember which player it is specifically here, but we also have a teammate of Kang in this
Anjing. Transfer Bang BCM Mandiri, Cok.
Yeah, they used to play together like back in.
Jago banget anjing nih orang transfernya.
Transfernya jago banget tadi.
Dina, kenapa ada Dina anjing?
Apa, Cok?
Lah,
Aku nggak lihat nih.
You're really seeing the
dari tadi udah ada di wah, kontol gak jelas anjing.
Oh, bukan yang di kamera maksudnya siapa?
Iya.
Di kamera.
Di kamera, tak bukan di
anjing.
Tolong.
Tapi kurang apa anjing?
You hear the shouting, you hear the yelling after right, and Xiaowei is scared. Oh, pulls out his knife at the wrong time too. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
It's turning into a skirmish.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Whoever is just able to shoot better is going to win better. Again, it is such a shallow analysis, but the way that the rounds are going, back and forth, you're already seeing punches being thrown on either side. And again, both teams are just taking it.
You have to think about it because, like, why would you call such a strat? And maybe you want to catch somebody surprise. Maybe you just want to take the fight to themselves.
Astagfirullah.
Is what you need for that mental reset. And it works
Aduh, saya celet, Cok.
Ya, Siu kenapa Satchel lu kagak sius, Cok?
Jeduk, Cok.
Shaking with all of this. The showstopper
Dem
not
Satchel not sius.
but then comes the orbital strike.
Aduh.
They stay away from it.
Delay mereka TP kan, mantap. Tidak ada orang di B. Telur tiap hari Bani makan. Kenapa ultinya kagak buat retake aja? Ulti hall itu risky.
Bener. Weh, TP di tempatnya sama anjing.
Ya Allah, telur masih dapat. TP-nya nggak bener. Astagfirullah.
TP di tempat yang sama.
Nice TP, motherfucker.
Masih gak mati itu.
Masih gak mati lagi anjing.
Again, it's the punches being thrown and both.
Kangen AWP chamber yang duar.
And show, open the door. We want the challenge. We want the action.
Open them doors, do.
I mean,
I'ma leave the door open. Tuh kalau gue jadi blimnya gue bukain tuh pakai apa klasik terus temen gue mati.
And it brings us back to an even scoreline. I mean, winner managed to keep them at bay.
Dustin kagak lempar. Weh, Dina, Cok, ngeliat no.
All the way in. The rest of the team, Xiaowei with the Seekers too.
Mirip rambut sama sabar. Tadi matanya kayak menor gitu kayak lu.
Menor.
Menor kayak gitu. Matanya menor.
Telur.
Everybody's getting wiped off the face of the earth, and they still have money.
Woi, he's dead. Aduh, Fikri.
By the orbital strike, somehow Shiro gets access to the back of the A site, but they know exactly where he is, so he's gotta have to go and dig deep.
Anjing, ini orang nembak-nembaknya segitu semua, Cok.
Give me your power, but it's not this time. Not
Gue nama winner, Cok. Emang nih winner banci banget. Pantesan anunya winner anjing.
Emang lu pernah lihat?
There's still an uncovered angle here.
Anunya tuh
benches.
Yan Lee got his chance on Ascent.
Winner,
I got my chance
small
here
PP.
on Bind.
He was the one with the ace in the pistol round. And again, just thinking about this for Boom. I mean, with the ultimate, that orbital strike, it really just trapped Boom Esports players and allowed for the rest of the team to execute on through. It has to be, I mean, I'm not sure what informed that decision, but some kind of a read. And it works a treat for one team. Off of that now, you know, finally Aserai, yeah, we're not going to be able to buy up this round, Boom.
Yeah, it's going to be safe for them. Usually see the coaches looking a lot more chill when they actually communicate, but I can see a bit of, what's the word here, a bit of
Aduh, Jawir.
stress.
Jawir khawatir, Cok.
Talking to his players. I don't know what's going on in my head. I can't hear it.
Jawir
Can't hear it
paling.
honestly, but I can only assume
Fikri sih make vandal
he's
gua.
just trying to give them certain instructions on how to approach the fights here, because Boom, when they get around,
Siapa? Emang lu siapa ya, Fikri?
they don't. The ability for them to re-encapsulate and hopefully deter one team is very lacking.
Yeah, I mean, the past few rounds where they did win, again, they were playing as a team, they were setting up, they were taking fights through one team.
Gue sekarang udah bukan nonton Valorant lagi, Cok. Gue sekarang nonton YouTube recommended gue Onyx Kairi, gue tonton, Cok. Langsung belajar mole gue ya.
Kalau gue bukan ML, Cok. Clash Royale, Cok.
Anjing.
Best deck 2023. Si is too broken. Anjing.
Kalau gue dulu itu best COC attack Queen Walk apa? Queen Walk belum. Lalu belum.
Maybe the interviewer to ask some certain questions about how are you so good, one team? Why are you like this? And why are you like
Bang Ucil pakai
debut tournament in the international scene after a good
Harus pakai crosshair PB dulu, Cok, baru menang, Cok. 1-2-2-0 number 1, Cok.
Why are you like this? But I don't mean that in the bad way.
Of course.
Idolnya nyalain itu audionya PB.
Despite the same composition, same-ish setups, and now the strat towards the B site. Look at how Boom Esports.
Yawei. Aduh, Do, kenapa lu ngapain, Do? Kenapa lu ngeceknya pakai badan, anjing, murahan dasar.
What?
They're
trying to hunt him down. He just goes in for the repeat after repeat after repeat. Oh,
The
it's showing.
winner. Oh my
He slams it down.
god.
This was not supposed to happen this way.
He could barely shoot.
Pretty awkward round as well from
Demam
First and
panggung.
foremost, it was
First game.
pretty obvious for all of
Aduh,
us.
Cok,
The jump peak from B long from Shiro, he's like, you know what? I feel like I should check this. I feel like I didn't check this for like the past 10, 15 seconds. And as he swings, I was like,
oh
yeah, there's everybody here. You guys got a TP. I do like it. I mean, they went for a one and done on the A site, and they're just banking that maybe Shiro could find a timely swing here before
Diratakan sama winner, anjing.
onto the B, and maybe
Gimana
they can catch
dia
him on
gimana
TP,
mencetnya ya?
Keyboardnya di kanan makanya.
Yeah, no, not really.
Custom
Not this
keyboard
time.
kali. Di mirror.
Kalau Kelox juga tetap WSD dah. Kayaknya. Soalnya dia
Tapi bahannya
yang
diganti.
kanannya kayak jauh gitu.
Having winner on the bit of that lurk, or at least one player, and Boom weren't quite able to catch him. Winner was so sharp on those peaks. with the Phantom too. Now it's going to be 4 to
Tolong ya,
6.
jangan ceknya jangan pakai badan
Boom
lagi ya.
struggling to fight back. We got Famous back on the operator. And he's locking out B
Bisa
long.
lah ini 4-6.
Look at what's happening
Cuman
on the mid.
bau-baunya sih bau kalah ya.
Presence towards short, A short, but also coming in through towards Hookah. A blind Hunter's Fury from Shiro.
Do, ada dok, hati-hati dok.
Oh my god, Xiao Yu.
Ya! Oh, tuh kayak satu lagi. Astagfirullah, Sius. Aduh.
Still on the other side of Garden, but lo and behold, Xiaoxi from behind. Berserk fights
Ya
back.
Allah, Ki sikat lagi. Aduh, terkena stun, tidak bisa cabut ya.
2 players left from Boom, and they are trying to find their way through this, but
Anjing
now
di
that the
timingin
operator's
tadi
picked up,
pas plan di spam.
it's all down to Blaze. His teammate's gone, and the angle still being held. Toxic Screen gives him a bit of cover.
Keren juga one winner.
Mantek grade 2 boleh sih.
Getar. Dia mantek minum map anjing pakem tuh mata.
Takes him out
One
first.
winner, Cok.
The repeat coming through from Rainy. That teamwork, those numbers from 1 are too overwhelming.
There's some questionable plays as well here. What was the
Ini asli
reason
OG
as
dah.
to why Shiro...
Iya, kalau Ogi gede banget sih ini.
Tipis
Isi chatnya famous onliner.
Aduh. Gue gak mau baca chat anjing.
Telur. Babang Fikri, kok kamu onliner?
Second kill again with the wall bang, but unfortunately didn't know that. Lo and behold, Rayleigh's right here, still on the site itself because they know exactly where this Blaze player is going to be coming out of.
Itu pas lagi berlanjut ya.
Iya.
Oh, ini ada nih.
Itu pre-match-nya
5,9 anjing.
Because Famous was holding the angle on B-Long, maybe there was
Ini oddsnya 7 kali ya, anjing
Ya,
kalau
goblok.
$100.
Goblok winner.
Bet $100 dapat 7.
Udah ditungguin deh maju.
Itu dia
Goblok banget dah.
Gue bingung kenapa mereka kalah sama winner, sok winner retard.
Ini namanya ini WWC deh, cok, winner chicken dinner.
Aduh,
Tak lu kalau bet boom $50 dapatnya banyak, Cok. Bet boom, bet one. Kali 7 anjing.
35
anjing.
35 kan dia.
Iya 350 anjing.
Mantap, Cok.
Dapat $350 anjing, bet $50.
Boom Esports doesn't quite have the range at this distance. Xiaoxi makes it through.
Anjingnya mau ditembak Molly.
GG.
Gila, Cok. Si Yus butuh objek untuk ditembak, Cok, si Yus. Ya, mantap. Itu dia, Cok. Dijudge dulu ya, adik-adik.
TP lah bener, iya. Dikejar nih. Oh.
Senjata AWP.
The spike has been delivered over to B.
We've
got one more player
Ki,
here.
tolong ya, bunuh ya, Ki.
Far off the map, and Boom punishes them in full.
75 oke lah.
Heard the reload as well.
Lama-lama jadi kayak
As Rainy
What?
was just staying in showers or bats for a good moment.
pakai
And
judge
absolutely
mulu
right.
anjing.
Shiro, quick decision to just run away already, knowing that the inevitable plan on B will have to come from one team, knowing that again,
Telur.
That being said, though, that went really close. If we look at how the fight kind of compounded up on itself,
But it
very
happens.
close.
Yeah.
Jawir.
Ideas from one team and with the protocols too.
Jawir.
But with the way that Boom kind of read it and then just positioned themselves, I mean, it's a good call from their team to decide to rotate over, in fact. So, a really close first half, 7-5, but one team still actually in the lead.
Definitely agree. Not only just with the points, but also it just how they've been controlling this series so far.
Kagak berisik deh katanya. What the fuck?
Telur tiap hari.
Nothing they've been trying to do has been truly working for them. And when it does, they can't seem to build a lead off of that. You mentioned how they have to play together and certain stuff like that. Maybe the change of the sides, maybe with them being on the attacking end, that's going to be a more credible thing for them to materialize here. But definitely one team with this comp, with Winner, just stomping them with this chamber. This is still going to be an interesting fight nonetheless.
I think it's very much so possible. I mean, apart from Winner, like it's also Xiao Yu with a satchel, and on that attacking side, it's so strong. It always catches Bleed by surprise. I mean, excuse me, Boom. I think Boom will have a better chance on the attack because this is what they dictate things on their turn. But the one thing is, like you mentioned before, Aserai, they don't have that Sentinel, so they're always going to have to watch their back. And I think one team are making a play, banking on the fact that they're not going to watch their backs. Well, we have to push in, but a flank is coming through on the other side. Blaze will be around, but no!
What?
Can't quite win the duel.
What the fuck?
Still
Orang kenapa?
picks up a quick double
What the fuck?
Despite the spike being planted,
Gigi cok si Susi.
Diam lu anjing.
Iya cok.
Gue diajarin Delvi tadi namanya bacanya Susi.
Iya makanya cok. Baru sadar gue juga ini bener Susi.
Ah kentot lu ya.
Aduh, kenapa dilatih sama Sius, cok? Sius.
Nah, itu baru nonjok Sius.
Susi.
Anjing, babi lu ya.
Berapa sih pistolnya mereka nggak ada yang menang sama sekali gitu, satu aja gitu. Kenapa bohong pistolnya sama sekali dari tadi kan kagak ada menang pistol anjing.
One map, oh iya, one.
Astagfirullah.
Dia kayak mini Jing anjing, ini Jing in the making banget.
Dia lost six pistols anjing, diem loh.
Sus.
It's a reaction, right? Because Xiao Yu is ready to pull that trigger. Whereas Blaze, you know, he has to react for it. So now, with that win, it's going to be a big...
Koko Andre, udah kan game-nya.
Udah bro.
Ajib, see you.
Nge-wave lah.
First pick off instantly.
Aku lihat winner cok.
Still at the ready.
Winner
kagak lah,
cok,
nge-gym
winner
gak bisa
cok.
nge-wave bangsat. Nge-gym nge-wave meninggal goblok.
Lu makan telur tiap hari gak, Dre?
Hah?
Kalau
Gua bukan cewek,
Bani
guys.
nge-gym, kalau Bani nge-gym makan telur tiap hari.
Kok lu ngerti sih, Din? Kok lu what the fuck?
Emang dia makan telur tiap hari, Cok?
Maksudnya apa?
Telur tiap hari dinamakan telur. Dina ternyata selama ini yang makan telur tiap hari Dina. Oh Dina ternyata.
Iya bego Bani maritat. Ngapain makan telur tiap hari? Bisulan lu.
Ayam, Bani.
Dia mau jadi bodybuilder. Makan telur tiap hari.
Iya katanya dia makan telur tiap hari. Tapi bukan yang kalau apa yang bodybuilder gitu kan dipecahin langsung dibuka apa gitu kan langsung ditulis gitu. Kalau Bani direbus tuh, telur rebus.
Iya.
Rasa nih Ciawes mau jemuk CS anjing.
Ingin makan ayam. Lebih enak dan rasanya. Makan telur tiap hari yang pahit.
Winner Kuba katanya.
Dia makan telur kuningnya nggak?
Bisul gua.
Makan lah kan telur itu, telur rebus ajib.
Biasa orang putih.
Tahu gak sih lu telur rebus yang kayak di warteg-warteg? Yang bulat bener-bener bulat.
Hah? Putih.
Ada aja.
Tahu tak? Apa sih gue cuma bilang putih doang.
Ada aja.
Kok semua orang kok kayak mengerti gitu sih lu otaknya jorok.
Mengerti apa sih? Enggak, gue bingung lu kenapa
bahaya.
Tidak usah mengelak ya Dina.
Tahu gue bilang emang gue cewek. Dia langsung kayak what the fuck?
Enggak, gue baru denger anjing.
Telur yang mana nih?
Cewek tiap hari makan telur, cowok.
Tergantung, tinggalnya satu rumah bang.
Telur.
Iya.
Maksudnya tinggal satu rumah apa ayamnya?
Aduh ya
Frekuensi sering atau tidak tergantung rumahnya ya.
Anjing kena bonus Cok.
Jangan ketawa mulu, Cok. Ini kalah anjing. Aduh. Pusing gua.
Lah, justru itu harus diketawain, Cok. Kenapa ini, Cok? Kenapa mereka kalah sama Sius, Cok? Mereka dibantai sama Sius, Cok.
Awal bulan main PB dah ini mah.
Maksud lu apa, Cok? Pulang duluan anjing bang.
Kok lu ngerti tak? Lu parah lu. Gue sih nggak ngomong ya. Tenang gak, gue tungguin. Salamin buat Cahaya juga biar stuck 8. Wak.
Tentu, Cok. Gue pulangin Cahaya dulu, habis itu gue yang pulang, Cok, biar kita
itu dia ya.
Langsung PB ya.
Merap tuh gunnery ya.
Itu dia, Cok. Gak dari batalion Indit.
Ini udah jago badan nih si Sius ini Jayus
Iya,
ini.
Jayus bagus sih Jayus.
Jago sekali dia jing.
Fox
Ini
Boy
gua
lagi.
mainnya anjing.
Anjing.
Apaan lu tadi ngomong
Haters banyak nih haters.
Way insane.
Beda
Haters.
100 banding 2 lah.
Nge-drop dari Huka terus sih, gagal terus Cok, udahlah.
Aduh, Cok.
Buka ulti nih dia.
Oh iya.
Kan?
Lewat anjing, lewat.
Aduh.
Biasanya suruh push up tuh Kur. Kalau di kelas biasanya suruh push up tuh.
Gue Jawir.
Terus anjing semua tim.
Has to be planted. Change that timer down to about 40 seconds. He's been completely surrounded.
Anjing tik jongkok gitu, Cok.
From whence Rainier came, but it's just gonna be the shot instead. This is now, first of all, bonus round lost. Second, forced by also lost. Your economy's completely gone, dude.
Oh iya.
5-11. No.
Nggak Sersia kan?
These are risks
Iya,
that
Sersia.
Boom are willing to take. And this is also a rookie mistake though. From Famous, look at that on the kill feed right there. Actually dies to the molly of Rainy. Whether he was unaware or the damage was too great that he didn't get out in time.
Wah, guys, selamat malam. Terima kasih atas obrolan kayak 5 menit ini. Terima kasih.
Tanggung jawab bro, jangan lari lu.
Yang tadi itu suara way insane ya guys ya.
With one team just being a really good team in this entire series.
Deg-degan gini gue jadi.
Santai lu bro.
My God. Winner gets another first pick.
Gak ada yang nonton kok deh.
Menonton cepet lu. Putangina. Mulut gua kotor banget.
Telur.
Astagfirullah.
Lu harus cek ini dulu, Cok. Cek air dulu anjing, jangan langsung ngomong.
Nah, biasanya yang live kan cowok-cowok ini nih ya, bodo amat. Ini astagfirullah.
Apa bedanya, Cok? Kalau cowok-cowok ini live-nya lebih lama, Cok.
Goblok banget lagi anjing.
Kalau cowok-cowok ini, gua konten eksplisit itu tuh kayak udah. Kalau ada cewek, wah,
kabur lari.
Lucu.
Ini namanya way inseng ya guys, way inseng.
Namanya Andre Aryadi ya.
Iya, tanggal 30 ke Mangga 2 temuinnya.
Gua di substitute. Hadir gua enggak hadir.
Way inseng guys, way inseng.
30 lu mau ngapain lu?
Biar lu ditungguin aja duluan, Dre.
Ah, itu bagus 30 bener guys, 30. Lu tunggu memang udah tutup no anjing. Tawa mulu lu.
Realization-nya.
Oh, what the?
Lu anjing main Matrix ya, siapa?
Iya anjing, wah jago banget gue, Cok, santai, Cok.
Di klasik babi.
Apaan mereng? Pukul mulut lu anjing.
Klasik ah.
Iya, Cok, temen gue Uranus weng. Wuhu.
Harus pakai
weng. Cok, buru cepet. Lah, gitu dong. Ah, musuh gue pakai Layla, tak pantas kalah.
Makanya lu tau kan kenapa kita kalah terus kan?
Enggak, Cok, Layla noob, Cok.
Huyo.
Nah, dia ditinggalin biar temennya yang bunuh sih.
Huyo.
Mati dong tuh Brimstone.
Aduh, shower. Woi.
Shower satu. CT keluar. Ya,
Aduh.
CT keluarnya nggak
Aduh.
dilihat.
Aduh.
Udah dapat belak. Aduh, udah dapat loh CT keluarnya, tinggal showernya diliatin yang lain kayak gitu.
Xiaoxi.
Waduh, momentos.
Blaze King lurking on the A side still has the option to go through the hookah teleporter.
Halo.
He has double snake bite. Does he have a lineup from short?
Ooh.
There's a
Ada
possibility it could
ulti,
be. Well, he has a TP
si
right now.
Xiaoxi.
If he can survive and not actually get screwed over as he comes out through hookah here,
Wah.
that's gonna be huge.
Anjing dapat lagi.
Now he actually got picked off by Winner. What is happening?
Oh.
Shiro gets picked off.
Wow.
Gak mati, cok.
Gila.
Nice chill.
Oh.
Ini suci.
Ya dideketin.
Ya.
Ya Allah.
Sedetik tuh.
Boom, looking to get for picks first.
Aduh, cok 6-12, cok. Aduh. Looking very bad.
Ini Vilo Bibi.
Sabar. Tenang.
Babi anjing. Lagi main mole cok ya.
Oh shit, I'm dead. Bentar.
Klasik katanya.
Nggak,
Oh, lagi jangan-jangan.
Rank, cok.
Oke, bro, udah.
Invite lobby apaan, Kur? Malo kan?
Iyalah.
Kalau PB mah nanti via awal bulan.
Now they're in match point, Asterai. And this could be it.
Both teams at least do have
Kalah ya? Jago ini one ini ya.
1-1.
Rapi cok, cuman nembaknya gak konsisten anjing. Kadang
udah nggak main mid dia.
Nggak main mid.
Anjing menang loh.
Aduh,
Gila.
pusing, cok.
Terakhir orang main mid anjing.
Sampai market anjing.
Iya lompat.
Ya dibutain temennya cok.
Bebo disacul.
Okay, this gives a bit of chance for Boom.
Aduh, ayo Cil, pecel. Nice.
Megang tuh jam tangan benten anjing.
As the rest of Boom.
Nah, itu
Itu dia Vic, nice Vic.
To just basically pick anywhere.
Masih bisa
Woi, plan, lama plan.
Winner udah mau saving dia.
Kagak dia nunggu on TP itu. Wih,
Heaven 1. Laki nggak sih Vic?
Kayak denger sih Dre, level 1.
Nah itu dia ya.
Nah,
itu dia, Ciok.
Pick. Tuhan menciptakan biji untuk menjadi laki ya. Takut anjing. Loser nih ganti nama monyet. 5 lagi bisa yuk. Abis ini udah gak ada match ya?
Ada.
Enggak, masih ada apa?
Ada nggak sih? Ini baru match kedua.
Ada satu lagi.
Oh.
Ada.
Fancy.
What we're seeing from Boom here. You know what? I've mentioned it once.
Fancy.
It's not as convincing, but if you get the rounds, you get the results, it doesn't matter. You still get.
Kalau punya sponsor Zoe, Omen, Logitech gini, oke man. Lu jangan tau mulu begodin aus.
Lah, Logitech kan equip. Zoe monitor. Satu lagi apa? Omen deh.
Ya,
PC.
Apa cok? Omen PC.
PC.
Nyemok.
Omen nyemuk. Waduh.
Maksudnya Rizky gacor mampus.
Harus dikasih jet, cok Rizky, cok. Atau kasih race. Udah double dualism aja tiap map. Aduh, disikat sama Sius. Fikri. Itu dia ya. Stop pakai vandal gue ya, Fik.
Kayak glitch
Tidak
pop
baik
dia.
untukmu.
Dia mau jadi
pakai glitch pop.
itu.
Glitch pop hitam enggak, dia pakai glitch popnya sama kayak gue, cok hitam yang emas. Terus badinya yang itu bulu marah.
Bulu marah cuma punya kita guys itu.
Itu dia, cok.
Kita original itu.
Bisa.
Itu dia, cok.
Masih bisa yuk. Comeback gak sih?
Anjing. Winner di bos gila 29 anjing. Dasar kidal.
Udah kayak lu main di Ascendant anjing.
Winner. Winner, winner,
Bongkar dibantai.
winner.
Bonkers
Bulan nama
dibantai
2
semalam ya.
Rusia anjing.
Sama Jemkin.
Jemkin. Ki, jangan macam-macam ya, Ki. Sudahlah, Ki.
Menang tak perdana menang, Cok. Santai, Cok.
Duit lagi jelek ya, Ki. Tolong ya, Ki. Dia AWP, Ki. Oh, ada flash, mantap.
Weh.
Ya Allah. Untung aja dia whiff.
Aduh.
Oh.
Mantap.
Orang udah deket masih pakai AWP aja.
Makanya. Dia nggak punya sheriff apa?
Dia nggak pasang kice kali ya. Kentot.
Dia nggak beli sheriff. Ada lap pelurunya max anjing. Bangsat nih orang.
Sekarang max-nya 6 doang ya?
Bisa-bisa aja. Kagak. 8 anjing.
Masih 8 kan itu nggak max ya?
8 itunya cuman di itunya kebanyakan kali 8.
Wah, dapet 3 Rizky, Cok. Hoki.
What the fuck?
Parah.
Tapi
Parah. Ini guys namanya Frostmine ya. Ini
Mak
namanya
lu parah.
Jadi guys namanya Frostmine ya.
Tembakin. Kelihatan gak sih? Kelihatan dong. Ah, itu dia Ki. Aduh.
Wih, dapat anjing.
Susi Gaming.
Iya, Cok, emak gua gaming, Cok.
Itu udah boleh kena replay mulu anjing.
Aduh, no.
Ayo.
Itu gimana cara bisa dapat 2 anjing udah ketahuan.
Jago banget anjing si Sius anjing. Jago banget Cok Sius.
Ayo lobby.
Jago banget nih Jayus.
Jago banget anjing Sius. Cok Sius.
Ada yang ngomong Sius gitu.
Jayus Cok.
Sius.
Lu Jayus, Dre.
Lah itu biar keren aja pakai X goblok. Asli namanya Jayus.
Jayus Tambunan.
Kocak hoki lu. Cina.
Sius bisa ke recon tapi nggak
Aduh Cok Sius. Cok Sius. Cok invite gue Cok.
So happy too. You can really see the
The
joy
one.
in this team
Mana Cok?
getting that.
Sabar gua relok.
I'm lost for words.
Nah.
They just silenced Blasking and the rest of Boom.
Ya Allah Jawir.
How they started this series. They had a statement.
Ente Jawir.
Okay, it's still somewhat fair.
Oh no, mukanya mereka.
Mukanya bete
Tidak.
semua.
Mukanya mengset semua. Fikri ganti Vandal cepet. Jangan pakai Vandal gua.
And the one who tripped up in the choreography of it all.
Winner chicken dinner.
Unfortunate.
Anjing, mana sih yang Sius itu? Ini ya yang pakai jaket hitam ya, itu Sius.
Enggak, yang kedua yang paling kiri.
Yang ini yang warna yang jam
yang kedua ada
Besok suruh ganti baju, Cok. Jangan putih, feng shui-nya bau kayak. Pakai yang hitam.
Jersey baru jelek, Cok. Itu kayak kejahitannya kayak kebalik, Cok.
Jahitannya kayak kebalik.
Warnanya kayak kurang.
Enggak, lu lihat jahitannya kayak di luar kelihatan gitu, yang pokoknya depan belakangnya kayak kebalik anjing bajunya.
Invite, kur.
Winner Xiaoyu still incredibly crazy as usual.
Kur. Kok kayak lagi manggil.
I'm not quite sure where it all went wrong for Boom.
Winner, Cok, winner.
But you could see that they still have some of these great ideas.
Okay.
With Berserk getting that
Go.
of course, Winner doing the same thing.
Go.
Mak lu TDM anjing.
Well, go well for
Go.
There's literally no way that they would just shy away from trying something to get that control back in their hands in the game, whether it's
Andre mana Andre? Aduh kenapa Divan Andre,
every
Cok?
single player of them again ready and anticipating to go for that swing. It doesn't matter, they're just always prepared for it.
And that's part of the reason why. I mean, not getting that rest, but still able to kind of just play around it all. Welcome back, Mac. I mean, that was a game.
That was a game. Kicking it off as well. Xiaoxi straight off the bench, coming out in the pistol round with an ace. that certainly set the tone for the game. A stellar first half, and yeah, it just felt like Boom couldn't find the momentum coming out of Ascent. They just didn't get enough done. And then moving into Bayern, just couldn't find their feet. Yes, there was a late match resurgence. I heard the crowd going wild every time they won one of those rounds. But I am so stoked for One Team Esports. Getting a win like this over Boom, putting Taiwan Valorant on the map,
and like
that
lure them
is
away from the
something
creeps.
that
I think
I don't
that's
think a lot of
really
people were expecting to happen today.
Get the
But
slow
arguably,
in,
the
takes the last
that we've
already,
seen
the
here
minus.
at Valorant Ascension.
I mean, for our predictions, yeah.
Oh yeah, for
so
sure,
much.
for sure. Yeah, against all of our thoughts for sure. Look, I'm talking about Xiaoyu. I'm also talking about Winner though, moving over to the chamber. We haven't seen it work super well for most of the teams here on Vine, but Winner made it look so good. 2.3 KD overall, over 300 ACS. I'm constantly just updating the stats as well, just to see if Xiaoyu from this series is going to be jumping up even further so far. I think he was 5th rated before this series. I think he's going a little bit higher. Probably after this one, great games coming out on all 3 of the maps and really leading by example.
And what's the kind of crazy thing about Xiaoyu here, as I mentioned it already, One Team, they're so good at segmenting things for their players to play around in. Once they create that position or that zone for Xiaoyu to just go in and do your thing, he never falters, he never disappoints, and honestly, he was able to upset players like Famous and Berserks, who, again, they were lacking in this entire series, but before this, they were so dominant, and that is not an easy feat, and Xiaoyu was able to do that with 2 players to try to deal with every single time that he comes in, and you saw
Mana
that
nih
in
nggak
that
dapet
last
game
round.
anjing.
He had like 20 HP, and he still got
Bangsat
that
baru
second kill on the
belum
previous
3 menit
round.
anjing.
Fundamentally, One Team just looking like they are on another level, or at least were in those second 2 maps.
Anjing Sally 55 main Valorant, cok. Lo tau gak? Sally.
Apex Gold.
Iya bro. Wingman-nya jago banget anjing nih orang.
Thank you.
But look, he's sitting in 6th
Anjing
right
langsung dapat
now,
gak?
and he's also played what's that? So Genji is currently top ranked with 38 rounds, but Xiaoyu is in 6th right now with 111 rounds played. They've gone so far and so deep in 2 series so far, 3 maps in both those series. So keeping a decent ranking like that,
Hito kiri.
111 rounds is actually insane. 260 ACS.
It's big numbers, and this
Bener.
guy does it all. I mean, a different
telepon
agent
Jo.
maybe, but he still has
Ada.
those same tendencies. Like you always
Ya
have to
Allah.
kind of
Jonathan
expect the
Andreas
unexpected with him, and I think Boom
Riyadi.
unfortunately weren't quite
Cok
able to
kenapa map
capitalize
haram
on
ini,
it.
Cok?
Look, moving things forward as well, Boom. That could potentially be some kind of early nail in the
Harus
coffin.
ditelepon dulu,
Obviously,
Cok,
one nail
Jo
is gonna
ini.
seal up that coffin.
Telepon dah.
And there's 4 more games for them to play.
Nggak
This group
dijawab,
has
Cok.
been
Udah calling, Cok.
because now
Tidak ada
is
ringing-ringingnya.
how everything's going to be playing out.
Aduh.
I had Boom there. I didn't have One Team going through it. If One Team keep having
Dia ngapain,
performances like
Cok?
this, who knows
The hell
which
must
3
you?
teams we're going to be seeing in the playoffs. And I believe the interview is ready. Let's jump over and talk to our winners.
Dia tidak menjawab, Cok. Tidak ada ringingnya, Cok.
เอาละครับผมก็
Oh
กลับ
no
มาอีก
Jo.
ครั้งหนึ่งครับกับผู้ชนะของเรานั่นเองครับนั่นก็คือ One Esport ครับแล้ววันนี้ผมนะครับก็มาอยู่กับ They're gonna try. I would say the best thing you can do around so
Lanjut
far
besok ya,
is
guys,
that
ya.
you help TA2000.
Sabar ya, tunggu dulu 10 menit.
And you look to play around mid and top with
Cooldown
him
juga paling.
and just like kind of free him up to move around, maybe help contest some runes. As for now, it looks like Gavin are doing a pretty nice job forcing out a more.
Ya, aku
Like,
kayak nggak
when he's
nobarin
this
dia.
low, even a tombstone and a blood grenade,
Nggak nobarin.
yeah, sticks should be okay.
Yeah, and he also has that ring of health. So Tombstone on cooldown now. He's just gonna walk all the way back to base. I mean, blink one more time, but he'll be able to refill and get back to the lane pretty quickly.
Kiori has nice levels. Already being level 3 this early on with Clock, I think it's pretty nice. And if TA2000 has a good lane, which I'm pretty sure he will, as they did have a very early kill, he already has boots, Band of Elven Skin, gonna have treads soon, or basically he has treads already with the first blood gold, so when this hero has a good early game, you can always just push out the lane and farm the jungle and kind of have like a back and forth, and TA gets really fat when you get to do that.
Kalau bisa dari pagi sih gue nonton nobar.
Omar back in the lane. Diracho and Celery both pretty much out of mana.
So.
And that's not great for Morphling, because attributes should, of course, also cost mana these days. I'm actually kind of surprised, well, not necessarily surprised, but with, of course, the change that they made to Adaptive Strike now being able to give you the bonus agi and bonus strength instead of